right. Let's get cooking, everybody. Welcome to the party. Very excited to have you all here. Thank you for making the trip to Charleston, South Carolina. I know many of you travel long distances, planes, trains, automobiles, minus John Candy, Steve Martin, but I do appreciate it. I know it's not easy sometimes to make those travels. I know some of you drove through the night. Canfield was falling asleep, just under the pressure of it all. So definitely appreciate it. We have a great conference lined up for you. Hopefully you've already taken advantage of the pastries and the coffee station. Coffee, water, and sodas are going to be out all day, so obviously help yourself to that. Yeah. Yes. So a couple things I want to tell you. Number one, we are running a CTF, and for all those who are attending virtually, you are absolutely welcome and entitled to compete in the CTF. There's an OSINT CTF that's sponsored by ThreatLocker, and you can get that online. There's a link in the Discord, so go to that. But if you go to the chill out room, there's actually a physical representation of the CTF for you to see what those challenges are. Michelle Khan is the one who put that challenge together. I asked him to not make it Michelle Khan level difficult, and he agreed. So have some fun with that. Also, there's your more traditional CTF, like here's a picture, there's hidden messages in it, find it. We do have prizes, including like physical books and then training from both Simply Cyber Academy. Tyler Ramsey has donated 4-year-long memberships to Hack Smarter. Woo! Yeah! So have fun and chat with each other. And it's not supposed to be a solo mission, right? It's supposed to be about community. I do want to say thank you to the sponsors, right? ThreatLocker, obviously they got a booth out there. They sponsored the CTF as well, and they, we couldn't have done it without sponsors, basically. So appreciate that. Side channel, you'll notice the lanyards have the side channel logo on it. Matt Klein and Brian Hogley are here from side channel. I know those guys. I've known them for years. They're great people. And then Barricade Cyber is going to be here at some point. Soteria is a sponsor, but some things happen. Anyways, as you're perusing around, please stop by and say hello and let them know you appreciate them and see what they're up to. We have an amazing set of speakers for everybody that submitted talks and then either didn't get accepted or did get accepted. I want you to know, on behalf of all the organizers, genuinely appreciate it, right? This doesn't happen unless everybody comes together, right? You don't want to see me talking 2 tracks for 8 hours at a time, right? That would suck. So we've got a really great program assembled for you. Again, everybody that's attending virtually, we wanted to make this as inclusive as possible. So if you couldn't be here for whatever reason, I know some people had some things come up that prevented them. I'm glad that we can do that, and you're here with us in spirit. I do want to say the bag. So everybody that registered got a bag, right? This blue bag. Thank you. Kimberly Can Fix It was responsible for getting that bag put together. I do want to make some quick notes about the contents of the bag. What's this? Okay, so check this out. Number 1. Elliot Matisse, the keychain in here. Elliot Matisse, whose talk is going to be a little bit later about cyber and geopolitics and how to get canceled, right? He made these keychains himself. It was only made like 1,000 of them. So this is an Elliot gift. I want to point out there's 3 stickers in here. This is the official Simply Cyber 2025 logo sticker. So if you see someone with this, they were here. Mara Levy produced this herself. Another quick shout out. There's a member of the community who's attended virtually. She couldn't be here this year. Her name is Hope, and she actually produced these stickers, the gold bar. I always say data is the new gold, right? And it actually has episode 997, today's episode of Daily Cyber Threat Briefs, memorialized. And then she actually has, this is Flaming Donkey. So the ABT that we're on. Yes! We've got
He has entered the chat.
All right, and then obviously, everybody, to make it easy, instead of handing out paper agendas, no one does that, we actually have a Khan app, right? So if you want to know what talks are coming up, what time is lunch, all that stuff, just go ahead and scan the QR code, drop in your username and password to Venmo, and then but this is the official one. I do want to say shout out to my lovely, very caring, very intelligent wife. She hand cut all of these out. So and shout out to the kids for donating Halloween candy. All right, I love it. A couple of things. As always, you guys know I talk about my wife and kids all the time. Couldn't do this without them. Thank you, Nadine and Grace and Cal. This is what it's. Lunch is at 12:50, right? It'll be buffet style, kind of the way the breakfast is. Just grab food, get swiney, and then make some good friends. In the chill out room, I think this is the coolest thing. In the chill out room, there's a Magic the Gathering table set up with 2 decks. If you don't know how to play, ask someone else. Like half of us probably know. It's fun. There's a Lockpick Village. My son Grayson and Callan have decided. I think Grayson more than Callan. He's going to be like the Lockpick concierge today, and he's decided it's going to be a contest too. So fastest lockpicking will be documented there. I think he's not here right now. He's trying to set a record. Oh, one other thing, a lot of people know about this. We've been talking about it for a few days. It's been very popular as a concept goes. We have the pop-up workshop. Now, the virtual attendees, I apologize, you will not be able to participate. The pop-up workshop is in the chill-out room. There's 10 chairs, you'll see it. Little podium, little TV. If you would like to present something, a skill, a tool you learned, whatever, doesn't matter. Go, there's a little sign-up sheet. Take the Sharpie, write your name. At 10:45, I'm going to be roasting somebody's LinkedIn profile. I don't know who it's going to be. James McQuicken said he wanted me to do his, so we'll see. But the idea is that it's an idea that you can help better your own LinkedIn profile. So just go check the calendar of events. I know a couple people have already said that they're going to be doing it, but I won't put any undue pressure on anybody who's related to me about their talk. Okay, so that's going to do it. So I want to kick off this year's talk tracks with our keynote speaker. Now, Tyler Ramsey is our keynote speaker. Tyler is a really contributing member of the cybersecurity community. Obviously, pen tester, and very successful at Keynote and Rhino before that. Many of you know he streams and gives a lot of his time and his energy and his expertise to bettering, anybody who wants to be better and be part of the community. He very much aligns with Simply Cyber's core values of support, inclusion, and empowerment. So when I asked him to keynote this year, because those values so much that to me it would set the tone for what we're doing here today, and as we go forward, it'll continue, doing what we do day in and day out. It's not really an ultimate event here. This is just one step of how we do things in general. Tyler is going to be beguiling us with his wisdom and expertise. So I'll turn it over to him, Tyler. Thank you for keynoting, and please enjoy the conference. I yell anyways. Much to the chagrin of life.
What? Might be easier. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Better than me yelling like this.
Yeah.
Could you guys hear me back there?
No.
Well, it's not.
You're doing great, Jared.
I have a second one. Mute yourself. Or else it'll continue to go on screen.
Yep.
All right. I'm looking at Jesse. Is my audio coming through for the stream before I start?
Stand by.
I'll just keep talking randomly. Hi, everyone. Who's part of the Vax Murder Discord? I'm just curious. Is anyone here part of Vax Murder? If you're okay, a few people. If you're not, go to Hacks. Cyber people. So I'll say one of the best communities when it comes to InfoSec. Still keep talking. We're good? All right, beautiful. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Tyler Ramsey. I'm going to do my best to keep my eye on the time, and I need to grab my notes. Be a good thing to have with me. I don't know where to place them. I'll just set them like to the side here. Give me a sec. Jeez. Good enough. Yeah, that'll be good. But my name is Tyler Ramsey. Before we dive in, real quick introduction for those of you who don't know me. More important than all this silly career stuff, I have an amazing wife. Some of you may have met her yesterday. She came on the speaker cruise and went out to eat. I was trying to convince her to come here today, but she wouldn't come. She wanted to go explore South Carolina and not just listen to me talk like she does other times. But I also have two amazing kids as well. My daughter is just about to turn 9, and my son just turned 6. So you can thank them for me being here. This is the first time they've gone to school without me dropping them off. I'm like more nervous about that than speaking, but they'll do fine. My in-laws are watching. It'll be a good time. But I am also the founder of 2 companies now. One is Hack Smarter. We have hands-on courses and labs that you can actually afford in the field of ethical hacking. So if you want to learn more about that, go to hacksmarter.org. You should have already done that to join the Discord. If you didn't do that, you're already behind. So join the Discord and check out the lab platform. You can kind of think like try hack me, hack the box, but better, in my opinion. And then we also have Keynote. This is actually a boutique pen testing firm. If you don't know what that means, it just means we focus on really high quality pen testing. I'm partnering on this with Jerry. He is the director of strategy, and I am the founder / hacker / business / everything that I need to do to get a business off the ground running. And I guess spokesperson now that I'm speaking at a conference about Keynote and all that good stuff. But my talk today is not going to be technical. So if you were a little bit intimidated by the whole pen testing stuff, don't be. What I'm going to talk about is not arguably, it is significantly more important than learning how to hack a machine and hack the box or try hack me or earning the latest certification. So my talk is titled, Embrace Your Limits Seriously. Now in our field, we hear a lot about pushing past your limits, but I want to talk about embracing your limits. And I want to begin with a few questions. If you succeed in your career, but you find refuge in a bottle of alcohol nearly every single night, is that success? If you succeed in your career, let's say you get all the certifications, you have the OSINT, the PPT, the PT1, the CPTS, a bunch of acronyms that I'm forgetting. If you get all the certifications, but you have no relationship with your kids because you spent all your time studying, is that success? Or if you become well-known in the industry, you're invited to speak at conferences, maybe you keynote DEF CON on the main stage, incredibly successful, but your marriage falls apart because you spent all of your time working and trying to chase this allure of success. Is that really success? I would argue that it isn't. I want to propose to you today that real success is found in embracing your limits, not trying to push past them. And I want to begin in a very strange place. By a show of hands, how many of you know what this is? No one. That's kind of what I assumed. So I have a very weird background, right? I have a master's degree in like theology, which is religion. It's craziness. You don't need to learn about it. But I am going to educate you a little bit. This is the ancient city of Carthage. Anyone ever heard of Carthage before? Did you know it? Did you know it was Carthage? Nice. Yes, it did. It did. But this is the ancient city of Carthage on the coast of North Africa. And I want to bring you in a time machine back to about the 8th century BC. I'm sure you know a whole lot about the 8th century BC and living in Carthage. But imagine for a moment, all of us together in 8th century BC in the ancient city of Carthage. Now, imagine again that there is an economic disaster. Maybe it was a famine that led to an economic crisis in our community. Well, if you were a citizen of Carthage in the 8th century, you knew the solution. People in the ancient world were very religious. They worshipped a bunch of different gods. And in 8th century Carthage, kind of like the Zeus for them, the god of all gods' name was Baal-Hamon. Now, if your city is going through an economic disaster, you would know as an 8th century person from Carthage that the answer is to offer a sacrifice. So you would have traveled to an ancient place called a Tophet. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this as well, but a Tophet was a walled enclosure, a sacred area dedicated to the gods. And you would have made this trip to the Tophet with your family, especially if you had young children, in order to offer a sacrifice to appease the gods and have economic stability. But this is where it gets really dark. If you know the history of Carthage and what a tophet is, you would travel here with your young kids and you would offer a child as a sacrifice. I won't go into the gruesome detail of what that actually looked like, but it was usually a baby or a toddler. They would be killed by their own family. Their body would be burned. And as the smoke wafts up to the heavens, that would be an offer of sacrifice to the gods. And it was believed that if you offered enough sacrifices, then you could secure economic stability for yourself. So if you wanted economic success, or if you wanted to overcome the famine in your community, the goal was sacrifice what matters the most to you, that you might ensure that your family is economically stable. Now you might be thinking, this is the strangest tech talk I have ever attended in my entire life. I'm in 8th century Carthage talking about child sacrifice. This dude is weird. That's why I don't watch him on YouTube. What I want you to recognize is, in many ways, this is actually a parable of how many of us have approached our careers in cybersecurity. Now, hopefully you haven't physically killed someone you love, but we have this altar of success, or this altar of financial security, or this altar of we want that certification, or we want to become a pen tester, or we want to open a business, whatever it is. And we have a tendency to sacrifice the things that matter the most in our pursuit of success. We sacrifice our marriages, we sacrifice our children, we sacrifice our friends, we sacrifice our physical health, our emotional health, our mental health, all while we run this track trying to pursue success. You may not be killing someone you love, but many of us, myself included, are guilty of sacrificing what matters most because we have a wrong definition of what success actually looks like. So once again, I want to propose to you that real success is found in embracing your limits and pursuing a holistic form of success. So I want to share with you somewhat briefly my story and why I am passionate about this. My story begins here. That is, don't I look cool? That is, yes, thank you. This was 13-year-old Tyler. As you can tell, I thought I was really cool. I'm, fake pulling a fire alarm. What a cool teenager. But that's when I got interested in hacking. Like most teenagers, I was not that good of a teenager. I got in trouble all the time. And I love to figure out, how can I break rules and how can I essentially cause more mayhem and chaos anywhere that I was at, anywhere I lived. I grew up in rural Minnesota. I don't have the Minnesota accent because I was southern Minnesota, but I grew up in rural Minnesota. There wasn't such a thing as ethical hacking. Hacking was just like, hey, you're going to go to jail, prison if you hack stuff. Well, me and my friend, we heard about something called hackthisite.org. And I'm actually curious, has anyone ever used Hack This Site? Some OGs. All right, we got OGs in this place. I love it. My notes will turn. There we go. But it's actually still around today. This is not an advertisement for them, but if you go to hackthisite.org, before there was Try Hack Me, before there was Hack the Box, before there was even Hack Smarter, believe it or not, there was hackthisite.org. And it was founded by a guy named Jeremy Hammond, no relation to John Hammond. They're quite different. Does anyone know who Jeremy Hammond is? See, anyone who knows hacker culture? All right, well, one person. Sweet, I'll educate the rest of you. Jeremy Hammond was one of the leaders of Anonymous in 2012. Have you heard of LulzSec at least? Like LulzSec? Okay, cool. Jeremy was a member of LulzSec. And when not everyone, but a lot of them got arrested, Jeremy went to prison. He actually recently got out. And if you were at DEF CON this past year, he got kicked out of DEF CON for yelling something at the main stage. But he's like, OG hacker culture is Jeremy Hammond. Before all of that, he founded hackthisite.org to teach people how to hack. If you go to it now and you look at their rules and policies, they say we only teach ethical hacking, but they define ethical hacking as, hey, if your government is oppressing you or something's going wrong, just hack them. That's ethical. Like, that's their definition, not for me. That's their definition of ethical hacking. But that's the community I got started with. Now, most 13-year-olds are maybe pulling all-nighters to play video games. Me and my friend Nate, we would stay up all night and we would just do the challenges and then the missions. The missions were like realistic hacking challenges on the website. I remember we used to talk, I think it was MSN Messenger. Anyone remember MSN? Like you had AOL, MSN, all of those. So it was MSN Messenger. I remember we'd stay up most of the night just talking back and forth as we worked on challenges. Well, as most 13-year-olds, I didn't think very well. And so what we would do is we would learn how to hack stuff. We'd go to school the next day, and it's like a Hack the Box Pro Lab. The entire school, like, let's see what we can do. So then we would spend our time seeing what we could get into at the school. Nothing incredibly malicious, but just trying to bypass, like, hey, you can't launch command prompt. What if we open up Notepad and save it, and then we can launch command prompt? Like little things like that. Nothing incredibly malicious, but a curiosity that I wanted to break stuff and see what would happen. Well, it wasn't applauded by my teachers. Like, look at these well-behaved young men learning how to hack stuff. We got banned from using computers. So we were pulled into the office with the superintendent and the school resource officer. So the police officer, and like, hey guys, you cannot touch computers anymore. And if you do, we're gonna come at you with criminal charges. So for a year, we were not allowed to touch computers, which is really awkward. If you go back to that time, you didn't get a laptop, right? At school, you had the computer lab. And so if you had to make a PowerPoint, well, we couldn't touch a computer. So all my PowerPoints were freaking like poster board that I had to write on with marker in order to do my PowerPoint. But this was my introduction to hacking when I was 13. But because I grew up in rural Minnesota, I now live in rural South Dakota, so it's basically the same thing. There's no such thing as ethical hacking. Like when I tell people I hack stuff for a living, it's always a very weird conversation because they think I'm admitting that I'm a criminal, and I have to explain a little bit. No, like I do it before the real bad guys do. But I didn't see a good career for me. And what ended up happening is I got arrested for drugs and drug possession when I was 16 years old. And I'm not going to go to a lot of detail on this. A big part of my life that if you know me well, you'll know is I'm a Christian. Like faith is a huge part of my life, but I in no way want to push that on anyone here. So I'm not trying to push religion on you, just to be very clear, but it is a big part of my journey. So I was arrested when I was 16 years old and had a pretty like dramatic life transformation. And then I had a different dream, which is not something a 16-year-old would want to do, but I wanted to be a pastor out of all things. So you think, hey, I want to make a lot of money. Well, you don't choose to be a pastor. It was brutal, right? But my dream is I wanted to be a pastor. I wanted to help people. I wanted to come alongside them. I wanted them to experience some of the healthiness that I was experiencing in my life. So that was my dream. Became a 16-year-old, got arrested, don't recommend. And then I was like, hey, maybe I should stop doing drugs and start like telling people about my faith. And that was my goal in life. I actually ended up getting a article about me in the local newspaper. If you do some OSINT, my OPSEC like doesn't exist. So if you Google my name, you can find out everything about me for good or for bad. But you can go find this story out online right now. Here's a fun OSINT challenge. But it's a story the newspaper did about the young evangelist is what I was called. As you can tell, I also rap sometimes. So like I used to travel around a little bit and perform and do things of that nature. But there's a story about me after I got arrested. But I was interested in becoming a pastor. And because of that, my early 20s, unlike many people, were spent just working a bunch of different jobs because I had no money, and I got married when I was 19 and had kids young as well. So super broke, but still had this goal and what I thought was my calling to become a pastor. I ended up planting a church, which if you don't know what that means, most of you probably don't. It just means I started a church kind of from scratch. Me and my wife, and we gathered people together. That's me as Pastor Tyler. You can see I didn't really dress up back then either. But our church plan attracted a lot of people who had some really dark issues. I made about $30,000 a year to be on call 24/7. And I walked people through addiction, suicide, marriages falling apart. I mean, you name some of the darkest moments in people's lives, and I walked with them through it. It was exhausting. I mean, almost destroyed me. I did pastoral ministry for 10 years. On top of that, I always had other jobs I was doing on the side because even though I live in rural South Dakota, $30,000 still isn't that much money to provide for a family of four. So I always did random IT jobs on the side. I spent some time as I was a community instructor for senior citizens, right? So I would sit down with elderly and like teach them, here's how a mouse works. Here's how you respond to emails. And so I did all these side hustles just so I could pay the bills. But it was by far the most difficult job I had. But what I want you to hear is this was my calling. If you asked me when I was 18 or 25, Tyler, what are you going to do with your life? I would say I'm doing what I want to do. Like, this is what I'm called to. This is my identity. This is my purpose. If I brought you to Tyler in 2019, here's me in 2019. I There's my daughter. She was very young. My son wasn't even born yet. There's my wife there. But I spent 3 years and way too much money getting a Master's of Divinity, which most of you have no idea what that is, but it was an academic degree studying theology, philosophy, Greek, Hebrew, a bunch of stuff like that. And I began working on my doctorate because I wanted to be able to teach at an academic level as well, because once again, I made no money as a pastor, so I had to figure out a way to make some extra money. So in 2019, I was pursuing what I thought was my lifelong dream. I had the degree, I was working on my doctorate, I was actually working as a teaching assistant, so I would lecture at the graduate level on the subject of theology. I was planning a church. I was also working at a school because once again, bills need to be paid. I didn't make that much money, but I was doing what I really felt was my calling. But something happened in 2020 that you all probably experienced called COVID-19. Yeah, I just felt like, oh, this again. I know. I'm just curious, by a show of hands, how many of you changed careers during COVID-19, like during that period? Okay, quite a few people. I'm not the only one. There you go. And remote, yeah, and you went remote. The world changed a lot. But when COVID-19 happened, I remember I first started hearing about this little disease called COVID. And I remember reading about it on Reddit and seeing about it on the news. But like most things, I just kind of assumed that's going to affect someone else. Like I'm here in the US, nothing's going to affect me. And yet I remember, we all probably remember that moment in the spring of 2020 when like everything shut down. I remember when they canceled the schools, like schools shut down. I'm curious because I don't know if this is just my community. In my community, they even closed the playgrounds, which I didn't even know was possible. They closed in your, okay. So I'm not the only one. I remember I told my daughter, like, let's go to a playground, like, let's spend some time outside. And they literally roped it off with like yellow tape. And I was like, I didn't know that you could close a playground or that COVID was going to like jump off a slide and attack me, but you couldn't go to playgrounds. You couldn't do much. Like that was the COVID-19 experience. Well, you have to remember, I am a pastor, and part of being a pastor is like an in-person gathering of people. The offering, you know, that stuff's kind of important if that's how you make your livelihood. So COVID-19 happened. We switched to online stuff, which is where I honestly got good at talking to a camera and trying not to act awkward when I'm talking to the camera, but I did that for a while. Then we went to outdoor services in the summer, but I live in South Dakota, okay? It gets really freaking cold in South Dakota, like -20, and then you add wind chill, you walk outside, you die. You quickly die if you've ever been to South Dakota in the winter. It's brutal, right? So you can't have an outdoor church service in a blizzard. It's not gonna, you're gonna meet Jesus sooner than you were expecting if you do that. But we moved indoors, and I asked people, hey, like, can you please wear a mask when you come to church? Which I don't know what community you're from. For most communities, not a big deal. South Dakota, you don't tell people what to do, all right? I learned that the hard way. People got completely pissed because I asked them to put a mask on their face, and the church shrunk by more than 50%, and it was already a small church. And I was like deeply hurt. I mean, once again, I spent 10 years building this thing from the ground up, walking people through the darkest moments of their life. And I just said, hey, can you put a mask on when you come? And that broke everything. I still don't know why. I don't recommend visiting South Dakota. It's an interesting place, but we have some unique characteristics in South Dakota. But it was one of the darkest seasons of my life to see everything that I was building essentially fall apart. I became extremely angry with people, honestly, extremely angry with faith, with the church in general, almost walked away from all of it because I was so deeply frustrated and deeply hurt with people. I ended up realizing I need to pay my bills still. So I need some way to provide for my family. I always did this IT thing on the side. So I thought, hey, maybe I can try to like do IT full time and the church full time and, you know, try not to destroy myself in the process. So that was my original plan. I got my first full-time IT job at a company you've never heard of called Interstates, based out of Sioux Falls, a bigger city where I live, but it was an on-site job. So I started working IT from about 8 a.m. It was 7:30 in the morning to 5 p.m. on site. It was about a 30-mile drive from my house while pastoring full-time, still preaching and teaching every single weekend, meeting with people in the evenings. And I realized, hey, I have a Master's of Divinity, But when I say that, people have no idea what I'm talking about, so maybe I should get a different degree. So it was also during this time I went back to school at WGU to get my bachelor's in cyber, which any night owls here who have gone to WGU? Yeah, sweet. A few people. I love it. Now, if someone else said this, I would think that they were exaggerating a little bit. I wouldn't believe it, but this is actually true. For about a year, I did 2 full-time jobs and went to WGU full-time. I got my bachelor's degree in 7 months. Basically, what I did is I would work from 7:30 to 5. Any downtime I had, I work on church stuff. And then I would meet with people in the evenings. I'd put my kids to bed. And then I would work literally every single night from about 8 p.m. to 1 or 2 in the morning without break for 7 months because, once again, bills have to get paid. But here's the thing. If you do that, I began pushing back my own limitations, which on the surface, I looked like a superhero. Like, how can this guy do all of this? What they did not realize is I was slowly but surely destroying myself. I reached my breaking point. I was this close to becoming another statistic. When you read about like the pastor who does something absolutely insane and they end up on the news, like I was almost that guy. Because what I learned is hurt people hurt people. You may have heard that term before, but it's incredibly true. I was deeply hurt. Hurt people hurt other people. And I really had to wrestle, like, what was I going to do? And that might be where some of you are at today. You've been trying to break into this field of cybersecurity or get that next promotion just to provide for your family. But in the process, you're like barely hanging on. You're incredibly burnt out and you're struggling with your own identity. Maybe not those of you here in person because you guys all have it figured out, but maybe those online because they're not here. Like they're in that place. But it's a place many of us come to. If you're not there now, I promise there will come a day where you are mentally and emotionally exhausted and burnt out. There's a decision I made in this season that is one of the best decisions I've ever made. Number one, I finally had health insurance, which was amazing. All right, as a pastor, no money, no health insurance. Guys, we were so broke that my kids were covered under CHIP, like the government health insurance in South Dakota. And if you know South Dakota, they don't generally like to help that many people. So like you have to be really broke to get health insurance with them. So my kids had health insurance with the government. I had nothing. But hey, I had a full-time job in IT. I actually had health insurance. Amazing. And my health insurance paid for therapy. So if you ignore everything else I have to say, remember this. Therapy is for you. Therapy is incredibly important. You do therapy not when your life is falling apart, but before your life falls apart. The same way that you get an oil change on your car, you should be doing regular maintenance on your own body, your own soul, your own mind through professional therapy. But it was during the season that I began going through professional therapy, one of the best decisions I've ever made. And the therapist really helped me identify one massive error that I was making in my life. And I have a feeling many of you are making the same error in your own life. But the therapist pointed out to me that I was finding my identity in what I was doing rather than the person I was becoming. You see, for 10 years, I was Pastor Tyler. And in a rural community like South Dakota, I don't know why it's this way, but people wouldn't even call me my name. They just say pastor, which I always thought was weird. I don't go to like a McDonald's worker and just refer to that McDonald's worker when they're not working, but I was just pastor. So my job became my identity. And from the time when I was 16 years old up until I was 28 years old, like this was my calling. This was my job. This is what I was called to do. But what I did not realize is my entire identity, who I was as a person, revolved around this title of pastor. And it was destroying me as a result. So if I can give you a tweetable thing, if you want to write this down or just memorize it, I didn't make this up. It's super cliche, but it's really important. At the end of the day, we are human beings, not human doings. Cheesy, but think about it. We are human beings, not human doings. Real success is not found in the title you hold, the salary you make, the certifications you have after your name, the platforms you started. Real success is found in the type of person that you are becoming. And I just gave you guys what I spent a bunch of money in therapy to learn about myself. If we go back to the ancient city of Carthage, they sacrificed what mattered most on an altar for financial stability. I did the exact same thing. I sacrificed what mattered the most on an altar to the gods of success and the gods of cybersecurity. I saw the big YouTubers. And I thought, like, I'm never going to be John Hammond. Like, maybe Jeremy Hammond, I could end up in prison, but not John Hammond. Like, that's probably going to get like swatted now by freaking Anonymous, but not John Hammond, right? But I did everything I could, and in the process, I began destroying myself. But now we're 5 years later from when I had this therapy conversation, and like, this is honestly insane, guys. Like, I'm in South Carolina 5 years later speaking to all of you about emotional health. Like, I did not see this on my bingo chart when I was having basically a life crisis, when everything was falling apart during COVID and I was working all these different jobs to provide for my family. So 5 years later, I am here somehow in South Carolina. I am now the founder of 2 companies, and here's the crazier thing. I'm not sharing this to like brag and boast, but perspective. For the month of October, I made more money in October than I used to make in 12 months when I was a pastor, which is insane. Now, I've never like changed what I do. Like, I live in the same house, same standard of living. I just throw that money away for when the next COVID happens, and maybe I won't panic as much. But here's the thing. I never pursued money. I never pursued wealth. I never pursued success in that way, at least once I got done with therapy. Instead, I refocused what I was pursuing, and that's what allowed me to be successful in the eyes of other people. So I want to give you 2 applications. At the end of the day, you just listen to me talk about Carthage, and you're like, hey, I went to a conference and learned about child sacrifice. Freaking amazing. How does it apply? Well, I want to give you two things to think about, 2 applications to your own life. Number 1, you need to redefine success for you. Do not allow success to be defined by some silly LinkedIn post. Do not allow success to be defined by some YouTube influencer. You need to redefine success for you. And for some of you, that might actually mean leaving this industry. The hardest decision I made was stop being a pastor. I probably will never go back to it. It was incredibly difficult, but it was my core identity. But for my own health, I had to leave that completely and essentially start from scratch and kind of rebuild whatever my life looks like today. For you, if you're at a spot where you are completely burnt out, you are completely broken, it might mean taking some steps away from this industry and getting to the field and learning what does success look like for you. I can't answer that for you. Success for me looks like being present to my wife and my kids. Success to me looks like, hey, I will take a much smaller salary if it means I'm not traveling everywhere. I rarely travel because I much prefer to be home. I also live in South Dakota, so everything's a connecting flight and it sucks. But I like being home and hanging out with my kids and hanging out with my wife. So success for me looks like being present. It doesn't look like a big house. It doesn't look like a fancy car. It doesn't look like speaking at a conference. It's crazy, once again, that I'm here, but this is not success for me. Success is when I go home after this, my kids actually want to spend time with me. Like, I'm not sitting there staring at my phone trying to respond to the latest LinkedIn message or YouTube video, blah, blah. Success is disconnecting and being present to them, not having a certain salary, having a certain title, or getting a certain amount of respect in the industry. I can't define. Thank you, Jesse. It's turning. I'm passing an offering after this. We're revitalizing. But I cannot answer that for you. So for you, you need to sit down seriously, or maybe in therapy, and ask yourself, what does success look like for me in this moment, in this season of life, with these responsibilities? And number 2, your career is a marathon, not a sprint. Now, has anyone ran a marathon before? Okay, cool. I haven't. So, sweet. I box. That's one thing I do, is box. I love that form of exercise. I never ran a marathon. So this is the one spot I was like, okay, GPT, AI overlords. I've never ran a marathon. I know how to sprint. I don't know how to do the marathon thing. Can you tell me the difference between the 2 of them? Now, we have to imagine if you begin your career, let's say in your 20s, you have about 55 years of work before you're at a retirement age, and who knows, you might work longer than that. Good luck for all of us. But your career is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So when I asked the AI overlords, what is the difference? It gave me this nice little table. All right? So I want you to think of this in light of your career, though. So our primary goal in a marathon is sustained effort and endurance over a long distance. That is the goal of your career. Do not get your degree in 7 months while working 2 full-time jobs. I got lucky somehow, but I don't recommend it. I was sprinting, not realizing this is not sustainable. A sprint, explosive speed and power over a very short distance. You look amazing, but it doesn't pan out. This is why so many people start a YouTube channel and they make videos for 3 months and realize, oh, wow, this is actually kind of hard, right? You can sprint for 3 months. It's not sustainable. Energy system. A marathon relies on the aerobic system using oxygen for long, steady energy production. Long and steady. That should be your goal for your career. Whereas a sprint relies on whatever that word is. I don't know how to say it. Anyone know how to say that? Anaerobic? Am I saying it right? I was going to look it up before I talked, but I forgot. But it relies on that system without oxygen for short bursts of high intensity effort. It may be possible at times in your career to do that, but if you spend your career doing that, you will not last. You will destroy yourself in the process. And we have some muscle fibers. Marathon develops slow twitch muscle fibers, which are efficient and resistant to fatigue. You will have seasons of life that are exhausting. Anyone ever had a newborn before? All right? It sucks. You don't sleep. They cry and they don't stop crying, right? There are times when you're going to be exhausted in your personal life. And if you have not developed this, you will give in to fatigue and you're going to make some terrible decisions. A sprint is you develop fast twitch muscle fibers, quick explosive power, but there's the key: fatigue rapidly. Now, I didn't tell the AI overlords, hey, I'm giving this talk. I just said, tell me the difference. But I thought it was amazing how good of a parallel that is for our careers between a marathon and a sprint. But there's one thing. There's one thing the AI overlords forgot, which I would argue is more important than all of this. If you've ever ran a marathon, which once again, I haven't, but if you ran a marathon, I would guess if I asked you, hey, what made the marathon possible, you would point to people in your life. You would point to your family or your friends who encouraged you. You would point to people that when you were training and you told yourself, I cannot do this, they said, yes, you can. And they believed in you. They encouraged you. They walked alongside of you in the marathon. Well, friends, you cannot be successful in your life or in your career without a community of people around you. And I mean beyond Discord. Discord is helpful, but real people, genuine friendships. I'm not just talking networking. I think networking is important, but when it comes to networking, I think a lot of people view networking as, hey, I'm going to talk to Pat to try to get a job, right? I don't mean that. I mean building genuine, real friendships with people so that when your life falls apart, when you're going through a season of depression or darkness, you have people who will walk with you through it, who will hold you accountable, who will encourage you in those deep and dark moments of your life. And we are at Simply CyberCon, which what better place to find a community of people who can help hold you accountable. And I also want to let you know that if you're new to the field or new to this community, if this is one of the first conferences you've attended, I guarantee that the little bit of fatigue, exhaustion, burnout that you might be feeling right now, so are the people around you. And for us to succeed in this, we need one another. We need to encourage one another. We need to walk together. We need to redefine what success actually looks like in our lives. But that is everything I have. I wanted to do a Q&A. I know this totally wasn't a technical conversation, but if anyone has questions about career, cybersecurity, pen testing, life, maybe not theology, we can do that on a live stream sometime, but if you have questions, I would love to do my best to answer them. Otherwise, I'll give you 10 minutes back. Yeah, go ahead.
How do you do your time management? Do you have a paper calendar or diary to use a digital product?
Yeah.
You just let chaos reign. How do you do your time management?
Yeah, so one addiction I haven't given up is caffeine, so that helps. I have way too much caffeine. But for time management, it's incredibly important. I use just a Google Calendar, but I'm also incredibly strict to time. So for me, I can't speak for other people. For me, because I have young kids, I said it before, they're 9 and 6 now. They're only young for a while, right? In a few years, I'm not going to be cool anymore, at least to them. I still think I'm pretty cool, right? Their friends can't rap, so I'm still cooler than all their friends. But I'm not going to be cool very long to them. So I want to make sure, especially at the age right now, I build that bond, build that connection. So when I get off work at 5 o'clock is when I generally work towards. I try to fully disconnect from everything to hang out and be present to them. I'm often back online in the evenings now working on my own projects or streaming, but I only do that after I put them to bed, and then my wife goes to bed early, so then I stay up late. That's how I do most of my time management, for good or for bad. The reason I'm even hesitant to share that, though, is all of us have different, I think, energy levels. Like, what works for me, I'm naturally high energy. So what works for me, I don't want you to compare your life to me. It's like, well, shoot, I'm not working at night after I put my kids to bed. I must be a failure. No. Like, it's what works for me. You have to find what works for you. And then, like, as far as meetings and such go, if it's not on my calendar, I'm not going to show up, right? So I just had to be very strict about following a calendar. Even then, I get to points where I begin to overwhelm myself, and I have to slowly step back. I think a lot of it is, it's not really work-life balance. It's more work-life rhythm. Different seasons of life, you have a different rhythm to it. But at the end of the day, you're either going to cheat your family or cheat your career. And I think if you have a family, always cheat your career, right? Your job, the moment you don't meet their bottom line, what are they going to do? Lay you off. I mean, you look in the news, the big CEOs say, hey, AI is taking over. No, your stocks just suck. So now you laid a bunch of people off in order to increase your stocks. Like, you're not important to your job. So do not sacrifice what matters most to a CEO you're never going to see, who's going to cut you the moment that it matters to them, right? Cheat them. Focus on your family, focus on your health. Don't focus on your career. Your career stuff will follow. If you're emotionally healthy as a person, I think you'll experience career success. If you're not emotionally healthy as a person, you can pursue success all you want. It's not going to work out for you.
So I see that you use AI for some things. Has that helped with your work-life balance in regards to some of the tasks that you do on both sides?
Yeah, it's been huge, especially with founding essentially two companies, right? I mainly use AI for a lot of review of documentation, in particular, like some of those tasks to automate. But if I didn't have AI, I don't think I could run Kairos I Can Hack Smarter. Like, it's integral to a lot of my workflow in those things. So maybe I'll do a pop-up workshop on some of the specific use cases of AI, but absolutely, I use it. I don't think AI is going to also replace people fully, but it does augment people for good or for bad.
I would comment on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you were talking about the big 3 or 4 that, so my company's stock is going good and they laid off 10,000.
Brutal, dude.
Brutal, yeah.
That sucks.
A lot of it was in the infrastructure, and the infrastructure, there's a lot of automation that was already there, and then if you can have AI take it over, so it just eliminated a lot of text that just
Yeah.
So I sort of understood. I was glad I wasn't one of them, but
yeah.
Yeah, so
that's brutal.
But I think that in regards to myself and your confirmation of that, AI can help you with a lot of different tasks that were manual, that take a long time to do. But
Yeah.
if you put the right information, AI will do it for you faster, and we'll look it up, like research things like that.
Yeah.
AI is on perfect.
Yeah, spot on. And
I can see where you're.
On the layoff thing, I posted this on LinkedIn a while ago, but I mean it. If anyone has been laid off, like if you're laid off right now or laid off recently, I'll give you full access to Hack Smarter. We have like infrastructure labs and everything, no cost to you. So if you've been laid off, just talk to me. Yeah. If you've been laid off, just talk to me and you can have full access. Mr. Jesse.
This question is coming in from chat. Roswell UK asks, here's a question no one asked. On a typical day, how much sleep do you get?
Oh yeah, I actually sleep pretty well. I'm not one of those, like, I think I was talking to Joe. He's like, I sleep like 3 hours a night and I'm fine. I'm not as superhero as him. I get like 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So normal sleep for me, what we need to recognize, or what I need to recognize, is that you have a body, right? Whether you believe it or not, you have a body. And if you don't treat your body well, it's not going to treat your mind well. It's not going to treat your emotional health well. So another good thing, therapy, sleep, and exercise. You'd be amazed if you practice those 3 things, how much better your life is. I'd say eat right, but I suck at eating right. So I'd be a hypocrite to say that. But I do sleep and exercise and those things. But my diet's terrible, as people know who hung out with me yesterday. We're almost at end of time. We have time for maybe one more question if anyone has one. Otherwise, I'll be here all day. Happy to talk to anyone, chat with anyone.
I know you just started your new company, but is there get consultancy,
Yeah.
not like a main career. Is there anything you would do different, or is there any like lesson or tip or pitfall to be avoided that you could pass on?
Yeah, so I'm sure I'm making a bunch of mistakes right now, and I could tell you in a year all the mistakes I made. I'll say I don't know if this is really a mistake, but I say it's a huge challenge, and that is balancing like meetings alongside of work. So my work is very technical. If we do a pen test, I'm the pen tester. I don't know if you guys are this way, but if I'm doing something technical and then it's interrupted by a meeting, it takes me like another hour just to get back to where I was at, and clients are paying a lot of money for that. And so I've had to get really used to disappointing people and telling them no. I had a pen test a few weeks ago. It was an 8-day engagement, and I had a bunch of meetings scheduled for those 2 weeks that I was doing it, and I canceled all of them and just told them like, hey guys, I have client work coming up. I can't do these meetings. And that's been helpful for me, but just being willing to say no and disappoint people is one of the best decisions you can make, not just as a business owner, but as an individual. You have to say no to good things so you can say yes to the best things. Whatever success looks like for you, that's where it comes back in. You need to be able to define what success looks like so you can say no to the things that look good on the surface, but at the end of the day, aren't leading towards whatever health looks like in your life or your family. Question. All right, cool. Well, we are at time. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Are you up next? Are you the MC? Do you need a DJ mic for the stream?
Man. I just want to say that's one of the best presentations
thank you.
I've ever seen.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you for putting it out there. I don't know if anybody like connected with like a million things, but I think the effectiveness of a presentation, 30% you're just lost in your brain on whatever you're talking about. It's fantastic, man. A plus. Like, thanks so much for coming, man. Seriously.
Thank you.
I'm Joe Lexington. I'll be kind of facilitating things in this room. Jesse, you look like you want to say something?
Here, take this, dude. It's a magnet. You put that inside your shirt.
It's a magnet?
Yeah.
Like right here?
Yeah. And then just clip this to the front of it.
Be sure to mention the CTF.
Okay.
The URL.
Mention the URL?
Like just like periodically.
Can you guys hear that? No, you guys can't. So don't use this?
Oh, no, it's on. You're good.
So can
Yeah, that's just for the live stream.
you guys hear this? Wait a minute. Can you guys hear that? Okay. So if you have not been to Simply CyberCon before, just so you're aware, there are 2 rooms. Actually, now we have 3. We have a chill room if you want to go learn how to play Magic. But in track 2, that's where you can get shorter, more like 20-minute presentations. And so every 40 minutes, 45 minutes, there will be 2 other people in track 2. So if you want to stick around, get a little deeper in some topics in here, this is where you can find, a lot more deeper context. But the other room also is a great place where people are trying to present for the first time ever. And so if you want to go cheer on some people and really show some support, that's a great way to do it. If you need a break and you want to go learn how to play Magic with Jerry, I have no idea how to play Magic. But we've got a awesome mix of speakers in both rooms. And we've got an awesome mix of people chilling and familiar faces in this room, I can see for sure. But guys, just being here today, just making the trek, no matter where you came from in the country, whether you drove or you flew or you got here this morning or last night, like putting yourself out there to get here is a great step. You should be really proud of yourselves for being here. And for those of us that are working, like we don't have to work today. That's nice. I can't wait to see what my email looks like when I clock out today. But we've got a great lineup here in this room. So I think, Ben, you're getting ready to get started, right? Yeah. So we've got Ben Wilkins hailing all the way down from Vermont. And Ben, I got to admit, I got on your LinkedIn last night and you had a post about cargo security. And I've never seen somebody so emphatically impassioned about cargo security. And it made me, like when Tyler was talking about how I don't sleep, I stayed up all last night reading about cargo security when I definitely should have been sleeping. But you also had something in your write-up that really stood out to me where it was talking about learning from, acknowledging your big mistakes, and being able to take the things that you do that are incorrect and really roll with those. And I think that's the greatest gift for us that are humble enough to appreciate that. So Ben, super pumped for you to come up here, man. Say it again. National Motor Freight Traffic Association, which is like SHIELD from the Marvel movies, right? But a very unique topic, man. He's going to talk about cultivating a good culture for cyber leadership. So we'll get Ben up here in a minute. If you guys need refreshments, bathroom, you got probably 15 minutes. Good, thanks, man. So you guys, now's the time. Take a spin. too high? Is this better? All right, guys, anybody that's out in the hallway, now is the time to migrate inside. Jerry, give a shout out there if you don't mind, man. It's just my voice. I'm very tired. All right, we'll give everybody another minute. Hey, show of hands, who is not from Charleston? Let's figure out who came from the farthest away. We know that Ben here is from Vermont, which is like 3 inches above us on the map. Let's hear some other places where people came from. Minneapolis, okay. What about you? Where'd you come from? You guys are together? Stillwater. Okay, gotcha. Anybody else? Everybody else? Ricky, where are you from, man? Louisiana. Couldn't tell from the accent, bud. Anybody else from out of town? Where are you from? New Jersey. Look, I don't think I've met anybody down here from New Jersey. Okay, whereabouts in New Jersey? Is it legit that people just think it's normal to take an hour and a half to 2 hours every day to travel into New York to go to work? That's wild. That's so wild. I get impatient with like 10 minutes. All right, I think we're ready to kick off. I appreciate you all joining. We got Ben Wilkins here for the next 45 minutes, and I think that we're going to learn some great things about ourselves today, and like the thoughts about our own leadership that we have, or us as leaders. But what I'm most interested in is thinking about how can I apply what you talk about today to the future me, and how can I better the future me. So Ben Wilkins is about to join us. Let's give a big round of applause for Ben.
Thank you.
And hopefully he sounds better with this mic than I do.
All right, we'll see. Thank
Already
you.
better.
And thanks, everybody. Super psyched to be here. This is my first time here at Simply CyberCon. Longtime fan of this community. I think it's a really important mission and just a great way of building up, regardless of where people are in their career. So happy to be here with you all today. You mentioned we're going to be talking about leadership, and we're going to be talking about leadership in cybersecurity specifically. Again, this is not going to be a technical talk either. I'm sure there's going to be some very technical talks today, but this is going to be more about what is effective leadership. And when we say leadership, everybody has an idea that comes to mind. Like when I say leadership, anybody just shout out what do you think leadership is? What is
people to do a thing?
Hey, look at that. Okay, you're going to come up here and help me here in a minute, probably. But influence, right? So, anybody else? What do you think of when you think of leadership?
Offering guidance.
Guidance, influence, guidance. I'm sorry. Taskmaster. Okay. Enabling. I like that one. Enabling. Well, that's an example of a style of leadership. That might not be the style of leadership that we're looking to emulate, but we're actually going to talk about that as well. So effective leadership, it really stems from understanding, from flexibility, and an appreciation for both the technical side, of course, but it's the business processes, and more importantly, it's the people that drive the business processes in an organization. Our field in cybersecurity, GRC, it's technical, right? But real leadership in this space, it requires a lot more than technical expertise. In fact, leadership is not about being the most, the most skilled operator or impressing people with your technical prowess. Leadership is about understanding your team, understanding the business, and focusing on the people that drive the business. You've got to develop the soft skills and the technical skills, but that's really just the starting line, right? The path to becoming an effective leader, it requires fostering collaborative relationships across the entire business. It's not just about your vertical or your team. You have to have a service mindset, enabling, you mentioned. You have to be open to input. You have to listen more than you talk. You have to understand that feedback is where you're going to grow. And when you grow, you can help your team grow, help your organization grow. So if we practice this, it allows us to both personally, but also as an organization, create a security-focused culture, right? And security leadership is about building culture. So if we see here, leadership, I love this quote. I've seen it half a dozen different times. It's attributed to a lot of different people and depending on the context, but the gist of it remains, a leader's success is not measured by counting their followers, but by counting the leaders that they inspire. It's about building up others and enabling them to achieve things that they might not be able to achieve on their own. So when we say, what does it mean to be a leader? We all recognize good leaders when we see one. And as you mentioned, it's easy to pick out the bad ones. Poor leadership is pretty obvious too. So I want to talk about how we define what it is that those strong leaders are doing and how we can take some of that on board as we shape our own careers and as we engage in leadership at any level. You don't have to be a senior level to be a leader. We're going to spend some time talking about that as well. Leadership, one of the things leadership is not defined by is authority, or being in charge. That's not leadership. Leadership is, it's not about power. It's not about authority. It's about relationships. True leadership is about trust. It's about integrity. It's about consistency. And it's about influence. And that influence is gained through service. And it's through having that unshakable belief in the potential of your team and encouraging them to rise up to that potential. Your job as a leader is to remove roadblocks, number one, remove obstacles, and push your team to maximum potential. But most importantly, I think leadership, you can really boil it down to inspiration, to inspiring others, not inspiring them to follow you, but inspiring them to achieve and inspiring them to move and to grow and to lead on their own. So just a baseline definition of leadership, right? Set of mindsets and behaviors that align people in a collective direction, enables them to work together, accomplish shared goals. This is a very kind of out of the book definition of leadership, right? Can also be defined as enabling others to accomplish something they couldn't on their own, or they didn't think they could on their own. Leadership is about service. That's going to be a consistent theme. And I love this one. It's surprising how much you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. Leaders shouldn't be taking credit for what is accomplished, right? We share the credit and we take the blame. Service to the team, service to the organization. So what does a cybersecurity leader look like? There's a few things I think that are important specifically in this field when it comes to leadership. And a big one is this security culture, right? We have to build a security culture. We can't build that culture by beating people over the head with the threats and the doom and the gloom and how terrible and all of this risk is, right? That builds a culture of fear, culture of paralysis. We need to highlight ways that people can create positive outcomes, reduce threats or eliminate risk, reduce risk. And especially important is to take security out of the silo. How many of you have worked in an organization where security has this little lane that it operates in and it's separate from the business and it's all siloed off, right? We take security out of that silo and we improve incident detection, decision-making speed. We bring stakeholders from across the business into the conversations, and you start to have a much more effective, much more pervasive culture of security across the organization. You kind of have that knowing the lay of the land, in the business that comes into the security conversation at that point. That improves your risk awareness and your ability to have effective risk assessments, because you're taking that input from the people who actually make the business work, right? You're not taking a security view of everything and trying to guess what those risks are across the business. Because really, ultimately, our task in security is to take uninformed risk acceptance and turn it into informed risk acceptance, right? That's the name of the game. There's going to be risk. That's not going to change. But we need to know what that risk is. And we get that understanding by bringing the entire business into the conversation. Another important role for a security leader in any organization is to be the calm voice in the conversation during a crisis, right? You can't be the one running down the hallway with your hair on fire when everything's going sideways. Honesty and transparency are a big part of this too, right? We need to be honest about what's going on. You know, we can't hide things that are happening or sweep things under the rug. We'll talk a little bit about a case study here in a little while, and we'll see the impact of that. And ultimately, security is about supporting and enabling the business, right? You're going to hear business probably in this talk more than you're going to hear security. That's because the entire point of security is to support and enable the business. So if you've been in the security world for a little while, you already are familiar with Equifax and the situation they had back in 2017. I'm going to go through a couple of different case studies, some positive leadership, some poor leadership, and we're going to look at the impact of both. So there's nothing particularly exceptional about any one of these incidences or breaches. We're not going to get into the technicals, but I want you to look at how they were handled, right? So this 2017, Equifax had a pretty serious breach, and they did a terrible job, absolutely terrible job of handling the incident. Poor leadership. And they ended up making the decision to bring in a new CISO. And he had something that a lot of us would love to have, which is a $1.5 billion budget. That's, you know, those would be nice. But what he did was he looked at the security program and he decided to rebuild it from the ground up. He saw that this was one of those instances where security was not part of the business. It was separate from the business. And so they took that and they did bring in new talent and they rebuilt this program, but also they made security a business priority, number one. They integrated their risk management into the core business strategy. By 2023, Equifax's program was being cited as a standard to emulate, right? So it went from a disaster, strong leadership, incorporating security into the business, making it a key component of their strategy, turned it into a positive for the organization. Another one you probably have seen. I'm dating myself here. These are from a few years ago. Uber in 2016, kind of a similar story as it opens. Major breach, 57 million customers and drivers' data exposed. Slightly different leadership style. CISO at the time, or CSO at the time, he decided to authorize ransomware payment of $100,000, but he camouflaged it as a bug bounty, had them sign an NDA saying that no data had been exposed to sweep it under the carpet, right? It was discovered in 2017, and Uber was fined $148 million by the FTC. Now, $100,000 versus $148 million. It's a pretty big cost. This was also a situation that had not only the reputational hit for Uber and the loss of trust, you know, when this was discovered, but for the CSO personally, there was some pretty significant consequences as well. Because with a leader, you do have to take accountability for the actions in the organization. So this is an example of poor leadership and the power to take what could have been a fairly run-of-the-mill cyber incident. You know, they're not good. There's an impact, but we recover from them. We move on. But this ballooned that impact beyond where it needed to be. Another one, Norsk Hydro. Anybody familiar with that company? I wasn't either originally. They're a aluminum manufacturer. They're based out of Norway. The reason I bring this one up, because in 2019, they were hit with a major ransomware attack, completely shut them down. And they immediately, their whole team, the CIO, CFO, they had a brand new CEO, and they made the decision. They decided they were not going to pay any ransom. They were going to focus on recovering from backups. The other thing that they decided they were going to do is be 100% transparent and honest with their employees, with their stakeholders, their customers, and keep everybody up to speed on the recovery efforts. And they ended up having daily broadcasts, completely open about what was going on. They worked with Microsoft's incident response team, and they did take a hit. It was $60 to $70 million cost to the organization, you know, the incident. But what they did through this approach is they actually built more trust with their customers, with their partners, with their vendors, and with their employees. And they've been cited multiple times, again, as an example of an ideal for incident response and for crisis leadership during an incident. Anybody here heard of Stephen Covey? Does that name ring a bell?
The 7 Habits guy.
7 Habits of Highly Effective People, yes. Okay, I want to tell you about when I learned about Stephen Covey. And it was not on one of my best days. So many years ago, early in my career, I had just transitioned. So my backstory, I'll go a little bit further back. I've been in the transportation space most of my career. I started as a driver, truck driver, and ended up coming through working in dispatch, and I worked in operations, and then that changed into a stint in brokerage sales, which I'm not a sales guy. That was not a fit. And then I got into IT, and IT, as often does, turned into security eventually, and here I am. But when I was transitioning into IT, I was asked, so the company I was working for acquired another company, and my boss came to me and he said, "We've got this project. We're not really sure what we're going to do with it yet, but we've got to build these systems, integrate these systems, and we're not sure if we're going to build one new system or take these pieces and fit them together. Do you want to take this project on?" Of course, I had no idea what I was saying yes to, so I said yes. And I was in way over my head, right from day one. And I did the research, learned this new company's systems, figured out how we were going to integrate the two and build this new multi-company environment. And then I spent the next 6 months kind of orchestrating this project and building out training for the employees, and it's going to, it's all going to go perfectly as long as everybody did exactly how I planned it, right? And I had pretty good relationships across the business, and I got to know the people in the acquired company and started to build relationships with them. But when it came time to flip the switch and to start actually implementing this new system and training people, things went from really well planned to dumpster fire pretty quickly. And the problem was, I was telling people what needed to happen, and I was pushing that I needed them to do it this way, and that this needed to happen. And I wasn't listening when they were saying, well, this is a problem in the way, this piece of the business works, right? And it just got harder and harder and harder, and the project was stalling. And I went into my boss's office one morning, and I just don't get it. I don't get why these people aren't listening, why they don't get it. This is not difficult. This is all laid out. We've had these trainings. And he said two things to me. The first one was, just because you tell somebody does not mean they've heard you, right? And the other thing he asked was, when was the last time you made a deposit? And if you remember the 7 habits, this idea of deposits is what Stephen Covey talks about in his book. The relationships have emotional deposits. There's an emotional balance in any relationship, whether it's a personal relationship, business relationship, doesn't matter. When you act with kindness, integrity, you follow through on something, you build trust, those are all deposits you're putting into that relationship balance. And as that balance increases, when you make a mistake or you forget to follow through on something, that's a withdrawal, right? So that takes that balance down a little bit. And if you make too many withdrawals, it's just like your bank account. What happens? Right? Goes to zero, you're overdrawn. Well, with a relationship, the balance goes to zero. Then when you make mistakes or when you try to make a withdrawal, it's not your intent that's seen anymore. It's the mistake. That becomes the focus. And so what I'd been doing in this project over and over and over was making withdrawals, right? People had patience for a little while, but then eventually you get down to zero. So one of the things that you need to think about is making more deposits than withdrawals, right? We need to keep those balances high. One of the ways that we can do that is looking for opportunities to say yes. And I don't mean say yes to projects that put you way over your head. I mean, say yes to other people's input. Say, yes, I'll listen to you, right? I'll hear what you have to say. We need to invest in relationship capital. And, relationship capital is kind of a, muddy term, but it's really just the concept of focusing on, am I putting more into this relationship than I'm trying to pull out, right? Because it's about building relationships. One of the other things in this, from a leadership perspective, for tracking your relationship balance with your teams, we need to praise publicly and we need to coach privately. How many of you have either been taken to task or seen someone taken to task in a meeting or on an email with a whole bunch of people on the CC line? That's not where to do it, right? So communication obviously is important. Effective communication is, I think, about meeting your team where they are, right? Everybody responds differently to communication. Everybody learns differently. Some people are better at handling difficult conversations in person. Some people are comfortable speaking to a large group. Some people are not. Some people want to be behind the scenes contributors. We need to understand that. We need to respect that about our teams. And I think consistent leadership communication or positive leadership communication is about consistency. It needs to be the same regardless of the audience. We can't have communication with one team that's different than another team. It's got to be consistent. We have to be open to constructive criticism. How many people love being criticized? A rare breed, if that's true. It's important to be open to it, though, because when we, and obviously there's different constructive criticism, I put that caveat in there on purpose, but we need to say thank you and take it on board, really listen, because when someone gives us critical feedback, that's when we can learn. None of us walks into this being perfect at everything, right? We learn from this kind of feedback. More importantly, I've said this earlier, we have to listen more than we speak, right? The old joke about you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, that's important. Leadership is, again, it's about inspiring others towards a collective end result. And you're not going to do that by telling people what to do, right? You're going to do it by listening and by enabling. And again, we've all heard this, it's not IT, it's business. Security for security's sake, that's just a line item on an expense report. That's not going to achieve your end goal. We have to make security part of the core business, and business processes need to dictate security processes, security priorities. Security and compliance operating in a vacuum isn't going to accomplish anything, right? It has to be aligned to the business process. So when, like we said, when they operate in a vacuum, the business suffers, and security is going to suffer as well, because you're not going to understand how to get the budget you need. You're not going to understand how to get support for the programs you need to effectively move your mission forward. When business and security are cross-purposed, guess which one wins? Every time, right? We need to understand how to align our priorities to the business. How do we do that? We do that by finding the keys to the kingdom. And those keys to the kingdom, those are business values, right? So that's either data or a process or the secret sauce, whatever that is for the business. And we have to do this with the business. Again, security can't decide what the business priorities are. Security can't decide what the keys to the kingdom are, right? We have to ask the business. We have to incorporate that into our process. So again, I'm just going to flip through some of these, but you'll see business continuity, business priorities, business risks, right? It's all about the business. It's not about security. What we do is about supporting and enabling the business. I have a friend that worked with a ball team in Tennessee, a professional ball team, and he was having a risk management meeting with the owners. He said, he's trying to talk them through this idea of keys to the kingdom and defining this. And he said, it might be like your playbooks or your P&L or something to that effect. And they stopped him and they said, no, that's nothing like that. It's the biometrics, the medical records of our players. That's how we know if a player is a 3-year player, a 5-year player, a 10-year player. So it might not be what you as a security practitioner think that key to the kingdom is, or that core business asset is. You have to listen. You have to ask the question. Ask the business what the priorities are. This is not a shameless plug because my name's Ben. You need to make friends with your CFO when you're in security. And there's a reason. And it's not just to get money for the things you want. The reason is you need to learn how decisions are made, how the financial decisions are made in your organization, right? You need to know what the priorities are, because your financial literacy about the business is going to be a limiting factor otherwise. When you understand how the business thinks and how it makes decisions, you can speak to the business in business terms, right? When you speak to the business in security terms, they have a really hard time following the conversation. But if you speak to the business in business terms, then you align security with the business priorities, which in turn will also make you friends with the CFO, right? One of the other things in security, it's a nice slow moving pace, right? Nothing changes very often in security. No? No. Quite the opposite. Things change all the time. It's fast paced, right? Sometimes a lot faster than we're prepared for. Speed and security don't necessarily have a linear correlation, right? Faster isn't worse, but it's not necessarily better. We have to balance the speed with security, whether that's a new technology we're on board, it's response efforts. We need to know when to prioritize each of those. So again, all of this You can sum it up with it depends. It's business, right? What's the business priority? Speed or security in that moment? In security, we're trying not to be on the front page, right? That's typically a good day is when nobody knows what we've been up to, right? We're in the shadows. So we get there by aligning to the business, not causing friction. And, again, this is sort of a summary of a lot of the points we've already talked about. I don't need to walk through each of these specifically. But I think it's important when we think about the point of security and what it is we're actually trying to do. We're trying to support and enable the business. We're trying to stay out of the way of the business. We're trying to help the business achieve more than it could without us. Long time ago, before I was in transportation at all, one of my first jobs was actually in site work, construction, digging ditches. So it was literally ditch digging, right? And I remember we were having lunch after a particularly complicated job. We'd put in a pumping station. It was a nightmare. We were below the water table. So it was, we were pumping water out the whole time. We were really proud of the job that we'd done. And then we had to bury it all. Completely covered up. And we seeded it, mulched it. Nobody was ever going to know it was there at all. And I was kind of frustrated. And the owner of the company, who was incidentally one of the best leaders I've ever known, and I looked at him and I said, man, it sucks. All our best work gets buried. Nobody ever sees it. And he said, yeah, that's true. But it doesn't mean you can't be proud of it. Doesn't mean it wasn't a job well done. And that's really the point of what we do in security, is to do the job well, be proud of the job we do, and it's okay if nobody sees it. That's the point of what we're doing. And I guess we're going to do the animation again, because PowerPoint doesn't like me. There we go. Again, contact information. I'm not going to put a QR code up there because I personally don't ever scan a QR code, and I know a lot of people that don't, but that's how to get in touch with me if you'd like to. And I think we have a couple of minutes left if anybody has any questions. And if not, I will give you back a couple of minutes. But I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to have been here. Yes, sir.
So in the beginning, you talked about businesses being together, and you started talking about risk management and risk being part of the business. Again, it's one of those things that, from my leadership perspective, I was trying to bring into the company. You got any more advice about really trying to tag along to people's the business needs to managing risk appropriately? And you use the word, one of my favorites, effectively and concisely, right? So from your perspective, what are some ways to continue to integrate security effectively, concisely, but really making sure risk is a big part of it? Because that's really what I think organizations, from my perspective, face today is risk.
Absolutely. Well, and I think it all starts with understanding the business, right? You need to understand what the business priorities are and what kind of a business they are, as far as their risk appetite, and do they have the, number one, do they have the knowledge to know what kind of risk they're facing? You have to identify the risk, and then you have to help the business leaders make the decision on, it's the whole mitigate, transfer, accept, right? So as far as risk management. But you can't do that without knowing the business, right? How they operate, what their resources are, what their talent is, and what their appetite for risk is. And so I think it starts with not trying to go in and educate about security and risk up front. It's to go in and listen and learn about the business, have them explain to you what it is that they do and what are the critical elements that they need in order to do, to operate the business. And then you can help coach them to identify the risks that they face on each of those those surfaces. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
You mentioned a good story about, talking to that leader where he said, have you made a deposit lately, and gave you some good context, but have you ever been in a scenario where you've had a leader that is sort of asking down for feedback or, advice on how they are leading and getting that advice from people they're supposed to be leading, but maybe they're kind of on their journey and they want to do a good job? Like I was thinking about that while you were talking. I don't know if I've ever seen that, but I feel like there are some people that could have thrived if they just listened to their folks and asked them.
Yeah, I think that's a sign, for me, that's a sign that you're working with a really good leader, right? It may not be the most experienced, they may be on their journey. They may be growing as a leader, but if they're seeking feedback, that's a really good sign, and it can be a little tricky if you report directly to them. How honest do you want to be? Is this real? But it's important, I think. And again, you don't have to be the one in charge to be a leader, right? So someone who's asking for feedback from their peers too, or, from another part of the business, that can be a way to do it as well, that kind of avoids that vertical. But yeah, to me, I have seen that, not as often as I would like to see that, but I think that's a really good sign. And it's, as someone who's growing in your career, it's a really good practice to get in the habit of. Don't just ask your boss how you're doing. Ask your peers, ask people that report to you, ask people in other areas of the business for feedback. Yeah.
So a lot of times we think of leadership as like pointing downwards, down the hierarchy chart towards our direct reports, but do you have any stories or examples of like leading sideways or leading up where, we may have spotted or detected something where we can help improve the business or the culture, by sort of like, leading up or side?
I think as security practitioners, I think a lot of our time is spent leading without authority, right? That's what we have to do, because as someone on the security team, you're not in charge of the company. You're probably not in charge of the accounting department or, an operations team. And so it is about kind of that, I use this motion, it's like supporting and it's helping push people towards the direction they need to go without saying, do this, change what you're doing. And again, it comes from listening, from understanding the challenges that they're facing, right? Maybe they're pushing back against a security control that you really need around a particular process because it gets in the way of the job, right? So then we need to listen and we need to design a control that's not going to slow down the business, right? And so then you're going to get that adoption, you're going to get that compliance that you need, but it's because you took the time to listen and to, enable what they're doing instead.
Along with that, I'm learning that the consistency is huge for security analysts, just to produce reports showing leadership consistently. This is what was prevented, this threat, this vulnerability, and just having, without any confrontation, and just coming up with a report yourself. Just here it is.
Yeah, I think consistency is huge, and we talked about, staying invisible, staying in the shadows. You have to be careful with that, because that's a good way to lose your budget too, is if you're too invisible, because, nothing's happened for 3 years. We don't need this product, this team, whatever. So consistently showing, you don't have to go pat yourself on the back, but showing the effect of whatever control it is. You need to do that consistently and report accurately on that, for sure. Yeah. And I think we're
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. I don't want to dip into the next one. So anybody else? I can talk about this stuff all day. So yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned having a good professional relationship with the CFO, and you also mentioned getting to know the business. And I've been on lots of conference calls where they say, we need to get approval from the business, but nobody knows who the business is.
Yeah, it's them, the business. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So what's the best approach on trying to get? I know the business consists of different departments and an application, et cetera, like what's the best approach to start getting to know the business, you know, in an organization?
Well, I'm going to give you the classic. It depends, and I mean that as, you know, it depends on the scale of the business, right? So if you're in a large multinational, it's going to be very different than if you're in a 15-person startup, right? But I think one of the concepts is to, you know, obviously you can start anywhere in the vertical, right? So it doesn't need to be the CFO necessarily, but maybe asking someone who's on, you know, the accounting side of the house, you know, what's important, what's our cycle, like, you know, what are our priorities financially, as far as, you know, what their experience of that is, or somebody in an operations division, you know, if you're in manufacturing or if you're in a healthcare facility, understanding how, you know, how do the doctors and nurses access the technology that we use, right? So you can start those conversations anywhere, depending on where you sit in the organization. Because, you know, obviously not everybody's going to walk into the CFO's office and say, hey, tell me about the financials, you know, but you just start with wherever that kind of that horizontal line is where you are, and work out from there. That would be my recommendation. Yeah.
What was your scariest or most exciting moment while driving a truck?
I was wondering the same, man.
Oh boy. So do you think cybersecurity people can talk? You get a truck driver talking about trucking. Scariest or most exciting moment driving a truck? So probably coming down out of a mountain pass with a tanker full of bulk dairy in an ice storm would be high on the list.
Chains, no chains.
Well, I didn't know that I needed chains at that point in my career, so no chains. Last trip without them. Yes. No, very, very interesting ride. Yeah, it had its moments. Yeah. Yeah.
So how would you approach having a leader, kind of being thrust into a leadership position, kind of off the cuff, and having to try to build leadership in an environment that previously didn't really have it? You're trying to cultivate that team dynamic. How would you approach that?
A lot of listening. I think that the easiest way to trip yourself up is going to be to go into that situation and tell everybody what needs to be done. I think that listening to what's working well, listening to what's not working. People are typically pretty likely to tell you what's not working, so you won't have a shortage of that kind of feedback. But take it on board, and you know, just start from there, and then see what the roadblocks are and what you can do to move them. Right? Can you get those obstacles out of the way for the team and let them make progress? I think that would be the place I would say to start. Yep. All right. I think we're just about at time, so thank you.
So I told Ben before this, I used to be a teacher, and sometimes I would only connect with one student in a lesson. I felt like I, you know, would fail in a lesson, but if you had one student come up at the end and really show you that resonated, it was like that made the moment. And I'll say, Ben, for a couple of years, man, I've been saying this phrase that I think I might have been thinking about it wrong listening to you. And the phrase is really, there's no winning in cybersecurity. We're just trying not to lose. But I think when you look at it from a progress of the team and people growing, and you're staying out of the news, you're in the shadows, you know, people don't really know what you're doing, but you're keeping the company out. I mean, and if everybody's really growing, that is winning. And I feel like I've kind of rewired my thinking on my own, maybe incorrect phrase. So really good talking points there, man. Definitely got me thinking about my own leadership and my own future hopeful leadership opportunities, but also the people around me, and the reminder to listen a lot more, especially for people like me who like to talk, you know, and you kind of always have something in the chamber ready to say. But listening, I think, is one of those things, like even just turning your chair to face the person, putting the phone down, taking your eyes off the computer. Don't keep typing, you know, be on camera. Little things like that really show and build that trust. So thank you, Ben. It was great, man. Really appreciate it. You guys have about 15 minutes. So if you want to get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get some candy, there's lots of sugar on that table right out there. We'll have Michelle Khan in here in 15 minutes. Right over there, we'll have Luke Canfield. He'll be over there, and Simone Johnson. So we'll be learning about drones, and also really once you get into cyber, now what? What next? How do you stay in it? So get up, and we'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Start? All right. Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to talk about some scams and how I unmask them using my superpower skills of hunting down bad guys on the internet. So my style of presentation is slightly different. I don't usually rely on slides and stuff because the last time I went through airport security, TSA pulled me over because I had bullets in my PowerPoint. Pretty bad, right? Couldn't get worse, but wait for it, it gets worse. So my name is Mishal Khan, and I'm an ethical hacker. I've been doing cybersecurity for a good part of 20-odd years. And I've done quite a few things in cybersecurity, from pen testing to OSINT to privacy management. And today, I take all those skill sets and advise companies as a virtual CISO. I wrote a book on how to be an effective cybersecurity leader as well. And I wrote a silly joke book as well. That's where that joke was from. But I'm mostly well known for my OSINT skills, and I teach a lot of OSINT classes throughout the year. And what I personally get out of OSINT is the thrill of finding bad guys, essentially. There's many forms of OSINT. You can do OSINT for detective work, for corporate OSINT, for finding things, finding names, finding loved ones, graves, whatever. There's many applications for it. But my driver has always been finding predators, stalkers, scammers. And so this is a story. I've got 2 stories for you that I'm going to show you today. And these are real life stories that people reached out to me, and they're like, we're being scammed. Can you solve this problem? So I'm like, let's start. So this literally happened to me 3-4 months ago. And a friend of mine, she's an executive at some big company. She called me up and she's like, I think I'm being scammed. So she was part of something called a romance scam. And she just wanted to confirm with me on what's going on. I'm like, all right, what's going on? She's like, this guy sent me these pictures, and these were those pictures. So I'm using real life scenario, real scam here. And she went on, I believe it was Facebook. So she met the guy on Facebook, and she was on another dating app, and the guy was sending him these pictures. She's like, oh, he's handsome. Let's start talking with us. And she was roughly about 55, 60 years old, and she thought this was real. She had a name, and then there's a few red flags that started emerging. The first one was she couldn't Google him properly. So she Googled that name, looked at the image, and she couldn't find him. That's the first red flag. And as we go along this journey, I want you to count the red flags that you see in this and in your life. That's basically how you spot a scam. If there's any red flag, it's a scam. So the first red flag was, who isn't really Googleable at this point? You can almost find anyone at this point on Google. If you can't, then what's really going on? Is this person real, or is their privacy so good? So that was the first thing. And she found that a little bit weird. And then he started talking about different countries, different nationalities, like, oh, where are you from? I'm from Germany, but she had family members in Germany. She's like, he sounded French. His accent was French, but he said he was from Germany, and he didn't speak a word. And he's like, oh, I haven't lived there. So more red flags, 2, 3 more red flags started popping up. But she was still involved, like emotionally involved in this relationship. I'm like, all right, tell me more. So I started creating this mind map as she was telling me stuff. And then she was like, his phone number was also a voice over IP phone number. He's like, I'm abroad. My SIM card doesn't work here, so I'm calling you through Google Voice and stuff. Like, oh, what's your real phone number? He wouldn't give a real phone number. He was only using a Google Voice number. I'm like, that's another big red flag, so that he can't be tracked down. She's like, oh, it's all making sense now. And it's free, the Google Voice number. You can dump it anytime you want. Scammers will use these techniques. Legit people will do too. I give a Google Voice number to marketing or whoever wants it. I'm not going to give them my real phone number. But these scammers often spoil legitimate techniques. So that's how it kind of started. More and more red flags started popping up. And then she told me, she's like, but this is not a scam. I don't think this is a scam. As we're going through this discussion, I'm like, why? She's like, because I saw him. I'm like, did you actually meet him? She's like, no, but I had a video call with him. I'm like, all right, but did it look like the same guy? She's like, yeah. And then I'm like, describe to me exactly what happened in that video call. She's like, he had a call. He turned his camera towards the beach. He was walking on the beach. I could see the sand and stuff. And then he turned his camera off and we were talking with audio. I'm like, so you didn't see him? Like, no, he sent pictures. I'm like, no, you're confusing the two. A picture is not his video. She's like, oh, you're right. I never thought of that. To me, that was like an easy thing. But I understand now she was emotionally involved in a relationship and people don't see this stuff. They look back and they forget things and they're like, yeah, I saw him. I had a video call with him. The call was video, but the face was never on video. So he pointed it at the ground. I'm like, all right, so you haven't seen him. Let's get that straight. And how did you have the call? FaceTime or Signal or no, Teams. I'm like, you had a call on Teams. Who the hell calls on that? Like, even corporate America tries to avoid using Teams. And this scammer was using Teams. So I'm like, that's another red flag. And he's like, oh, I work for a company, so I'm using Teams, and because it was a web-based call or whatever. And then he started saying, I work for some Turner Constructions. She Googled that, and that didn't exist. I'm like, all right, these red flags keep popping up, yet you're still in this relationship. Let's map it out. And I'm like, then what happened? And then when he started getting questioned about these things, he started ramping up that romance scam. Because remember, the romance scam happens up here. It's emotional control. It's controlling your mind. It's social engineering at the end of the day. People stop looking at the facts and then get emotionally involved. So he then started saying, hey, I'm falling for you. I'm like, how long of a conversation did you have with him before he said that? She's like 3 days. And like within 3 days, he's like, you're the one. I'm like, that's not a relationship. Like nobody will say that in 3 days. She's like, but he seemed legit, and just like trying to argue with me about this. I'm like, this is a scam. Nobody falls in love in 3 days. Like there's no such thing as love at first sight. That's infatuation. That's not love. I was being pretty practical here. And then she's like, he sent me some pictures of where he was working, because she kept asking her, like, you say you're in Abu Dhabi. Like he flew out to Abu Dhabi, and she's like, send me pictures. So she sent him a picture, and I got that picture. And I'm like, that picture is a stock image from the internet. I reverse image searched it. I'm like, that's not a picture of a pipeline where he's working. That's out there on the internet. She's like, oh, I never bothered searching it up. So I'm like, search everything on the internet. And then he started more emotional drama. He's like, oh, my mother's in a nursing home and she needs surgery. I'm like, there you go. There's the scam. He needs money. And she's like, yeah, that's why I was playing this along a little bit more. Because she's like, where is this going? Eventually I fall in love, whatever, but where's the scam? And that's why she was involved. I'm like, romance scams take time. It's the punchline comes much later on, months in advance, months later. This one took a week or so, and he suddenly started saying, my mother needs surgery, more emotionally tying her into this. So I call it a pity party. So I'm like, don't have pity on these people. That's exactly what they want. And then right after that, he's like, I need to pay for the doctor in advance. And I'm like, what kind of a doctor takes money in advance? And she's like, well, he's not in America. So in a foreign country, I'm like, I've lived in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in all those places. I'm like, it's the same thing there. And she's like, well, he said that the doctor needs money in advance. I'm like, so there's the scam. He's going to ask you for money. She's like, but he didn't. He said that I can't log into my bank account to transfer my own money because of the UAE has restrictions on VPNs and stuff like that. Can you log in? Here's my username and password. Can you log into my bank account? I'm like, where's this going? Like, I've never heard of this stuff. So I was also curious. I'm like, can you send me those links that he sent you? So she sent me the links. The link was literally this. It was a bank login portal for easycombn.com. Looked like a legit bank. And I looked it up. It was a copy of another bank with a similar name. And she did log in, and there was money in the bank account. And she transferred to another of his accounts $10,000. And she's like, it's not my money. It's his money being transferred to someone else. I'm like, was the name the same? She's like, no, it was someone else's name. She's like, I'm like, didn't you find that shady? She's like, no. People get blinded eventually. So I'm like, all right, so you transferred, then what happened? She's like, she transferred money to someone else, and then I looked that up, that website on hooksy.com. You can go to look at Whois records. And the first thing I saw was the person who owns this domain has a Gmail address. I'm like, a bank will not have a Gmail address. So another red flag. I'm like, this is fake. This is the country where it was registered was Nigeria. I'm like, this is a Nigerian scam. That's it. I got it. Like, there's no more investigation needed at this point. Gmail, Nigeria, and the pieces were all coming together, and she was like, her jaw was dropping. She's like, oh my God, this is like such a blatant scam. I'm like, but I'm also curious where this is going. Who did you transfer money to? And then she started, and this was going like live. And then the guys started noticing that, all right, I need to speed things up a little bit. Then he said, I'm in trouble. I'm afraid for my life because I had an accident. Some of my workers had an accident with their trailer. And I'm like, okay, so, and they're like, someone got injured and I was responsible. I was a supervisor. So I need to make another transfer. I need to pay. I'm like, but this is a company. They have, it's like, yeah, all that logic goes out the window when you have a romance scam. So he convinced her again to log in to the bank account. And when she did, the bank actually blocked her access and said, you need to present ID to us because there were some shady transactions. So he gave her his ID, another fake ID. And so she went through the process, opened up a ticket with the bank. I'm like, why are you doing all of this? She's like, I don't know. And there's another lesson here. Like, people will do this without thinking, without logic, because they're emotionally involved in a romance scam. So this was one of my first times dealing with it live. As I was saying this, she was writing stuff and this was happening. I was taking links. I was like looking stuff up. And it was surprising to me as well on how people can be so blinded by evidence. But she was on my side and she was taking my instructions. And at one point, he started saying, all right, transfer more money to someone else. And she's like, no, I won't. You will never get any money from me. And he's like, I don't want money from you. He's like, whatever your scam you're running. So she basically called him out. And at that point, he was like, he started using Proton Mail email addresses, and he had a specific email address there. I'm like, listen, he's gone off of his domain, and now he's on to Proton, and he jumped off to another website. And I looked that up on Hooksy as well. And that website was brand new, which is another red flag. Any website that's been out for just a year, it's a scam. There's no bank out there that's like that. Like, I do a lot of phishing engagements as a pen tester. And every time I buy a new domain, I wait for that domain to age out over a month or two, because most of these domain blocking companies, URL filtering and stuff, they flag domains that are under 1 month old as newly registered domains. In my opinion, even a 1-year-old domain is a newly registered domain. So if you're trying to spot scams, this is a scam. Any domain that's under a year old or about a year, that's a major red flag for me. So more and more red flags started coming. His scam was getting caught. So she's like, you'll never get anything from me. And the guy was like, but I haven't eaten in 2 days and my mother, blah, blah, blah. She just stopped all of that. And he deleted everything after that. So I told her not to call him out immediately. But again, emotional involvement. And so as soon as she did, he deleted his Facebook account. That website went down. That email address, Proton and Gmail, both were disabled. I'm like, he just removed everything and moved on to the next scam. Because this happened very quickly. Within a month, all of this went down. And she was like, what just happened? And I almost fell for all of this. And I created this whole mind map. And I was also curious where this was going, because scams like this take 3-4 months. Romance scams are the longest type of scams, and they are the most effective scams, because we're taught in like social engineering that if you manipulate the mind, if you affect the mind, all logic goes out the window. And this is exactly what the scam is trying to achieve. So then I started looking up. I'm like, why couldn't I reverse image search that image of that guy? So I took an image of that guy and I started doing GeoInt and OSINT on him. So I right-click, I have this plugin that searches through 7, 8 different image platforms. I started searching him on many, many different places because Google and Bing had no results. I found him on like some weird website here. So I started doing this facial recognition. Then I zoomed into the clock and I found the clock somewhere else. So I'm going like really deep here and trying to figure out what it is, what shirt he's wearing, what background he has. Tried to do a reverse face image search on him, found nothing. I kept trying on. And this is due diligence in OSINT. You need to try all of your options to figure out what really is going on. Don't fail at Google. So I started doing some facial recognition stuff, and trying to go through these annoying captchas. Like, I think I got stuck in a captcha circle here for a bit. I think it's because of my VPN, so I had to like speed it up. But I haven't cut any of this, just to show you. Finally, I found him on PimEyes, but I found images of him in the background always, like he's like some reporter or something. So I couldn't get to his name properly. So I started going at other dating websites. He was on widowdating.com. So I'm like, is he a scammer or is his image being used? So then I saw him in many different parties or events or something. I'm like, what's going on? I need to find this person. This seems like a real person here. So I kept searching, kept doing recursive searches on different things within the image, different backgrounds, trying to find him. And a lot of these websites blur the information. So I found this. I'm like, there's some text in the back, but it's like blurred. I'm not paying for this stuff. So I'm like $24 or something. Like, that's not worth it. So I right-click, and there's a blur overlay class on this. So I just delete that class. I mean, I'm a hacker, so I just delete that class, and suddenly all the blur, you'll see, it just goes away when I find the right class. It says, I think, locked or something. Yeah, that was the class, and it reveals the website it was at. So you don't have to pay every time if you know what you're doing. So I did that, and I found the website, and then I'm like, all right, now let's redo my searches with that website in mind. And then I don't speak Spanish at all, so that name was in Spanish, but again, you don't need to. Google helps you with everything. So I kind of narrowed down what website he's in, .es, so Espanol, and then what organization was at the back. It was some trash company. I looked at that trash company, and this is like going like far beyond just his image. Then I looked at that trash company's logo and found their videos. I'm like, he's somewhere in these videos. So I kept searching on and on. I'm like, he's a reporter somewhere. So he's not very well known, but he's in the background of one of these videos. So I finally found that exact trash thing at the back, which was there. I'm like, all right, I'm getting close. I know the exact location this video was shot. So I kept searching. Again, everything was in Spanish, but it didn't matter to me. I kept going on and on. There was a YouTube channel for them. I then went to that YouTube channel. And then eventually, I think I'm going to spot him somewhere here in one of these many, many videos that are here. But as you can see, it's not an easy process finding something that's hard to find. And I keep going. I think this is where I get some luck eventually. It's a frustrating process. This took me like 20 minutes. On and on. I'm like, but people were like, yeah, how do you find stuff? It's because I don't give up. It's like you can see an unedited process there. I'm like, oh, finally I found the guy. I'm like, yes, and it's a YouTube channel. So now I'm somewhere. Now I'm like legitimately on him. So I'm like, now I need to find his name because I never had his name. So in the YouTube video, it's an interview in Spanish, and then somewhere his name is mentioned. As he starts reporting, somewhere there's a Manu Garcia was his name. I'm like, cool, I have a name now. Then I search his name also. You see how OSINT is not that simple. It's not just a name or an image or one item. It's all those things combined together just to find one person, one hint of a person. So then I start Googling the name, and obviously it's not going to be that easy. It's a common name. But now I know who I'm looking for. So I found his X account, and now I know pretty much everything about him at this point. So it took a while, but I wanted to show you this process because it's not easy. And people are like, how do you find stuff? It's persistence. persistence. And now I found all the original photos, the clock at the background, and I'm like, all right, this is the same guy. And I found all his profiles. What I did after this was I contacted him, and he had no idea that his image was being used in a scam. And I had a hard time communicating with him because he didn't speak good English. We chatted a little bit, but he wasn't interested later to find out what it is. So I wanted to interview him and see how he was, maybe he was part of a scam, or maybe his pictures leaked, but he wasn't interested. But the funny thing is, as I looked him up more and more, I found that he had pictures with his, you saw somewhere that he was with another guy, so he was gay. And so I told the lady, I'm like, this guy you would have never gotten anyways. So don't feel bad about it. And so the point is, the scammers are making it harder. They made it very hard for a person like me to track him down on whose image they stole. It took me a while, but it was like a challenge for me. And they're doing this on purpose. They're not those silly scammers anymore who anyone can just poke around. And this is why she didn't find a lot of red flags. They're not going to look at domain records when it was registered, or do GeoInt reverse image searches like I did, or even look at all the other red flags that you saw. But OSINT is huge. It's powerful. There's all these other places that I look for stuff. It's not just Googling information. It's your government records. It's mapping information. A lot of social media, obviously. A lot of people search websites. All these things are freely available. Cryptocurrency to dark web, to flight records, to vessels, license plate numbers you can look up. You don't need to call the cops. You could do it faster than them. It's very easy once you know how it's done. And this is kind of what I teach. And once you know this, it is truly a superpower of searching and looking things up, because it gives you confidence at that point. And it allows you to be like, all right, there's nothing I can't find. It's just a matter of time and effort and a little bit of knowledge and skill set. And if you don't have any one of those, get more time, get more people to help you out. And it's all doable. There's never a no as an answer. So bottom line, look for those red flags. Look for what's going on. My general rule of thumb is, even if there's one red flag in any scam that you see, it's a scam, unless proven otherwise. My default is everything's a scam. You just have to prove it's not. But if you see any one of these red flags that we saw in this example, call it quits and say, I'm being scammed, or I'm being part of something bigger here. I just don't know what it is right now. Any questions before I move on to the next example? You have. Was it an organization behind that? I don't know. I could never get to the bottom of it. He started deleting everything. So when we start investigating, we always don't want to tell the scammer that you've been caught, because this is what they end up doing. They start destroying their infrastructure. So it was too late. It was too small, probably. So I just used it as an example, because this is what's happening every day.
In your career, have you done that and caught something further with the romance as the front, and then have you gotten to the actual perpetrator?
So have I gotten any further with something like a romance scam and caught a perpetrator?
Yes.
Yes, quite a few times. And it's usually not one person. It's a collection of 10, 20 people running the scam. And most of the times, people like this that you see are people like money mules or front men doing it, and there's a larger organization behind it. And that's when it becomes harder, because then that's when you need law enforcement to come in, and Interpol and all those things, because this guy was in Nigeria, someone else is in some other country, and then US law doesn't apply to them. So most of them get away, unfortunately. You had a question?
Yeah, so if your image has been compromised, is there anything you can do to resolve it?
If your image has been compromised like this, like someone's...
Somebody used your photo and you found out about it.
Not much. No, you can't do much about it. If someone steals your Instagram photo and uses it for a scam, you can monitor your photos. So there's tools out there. I'll give you the tool afterwards. I'll check it out. But tools like that, they're like Google Alerts. So they monitor your image. They search for your image online, and if they find it anywhere new, they'll send you an email and say, oh, your image was found in this Instagram profile that's not yours. So that's one way to monitor your image. They're free tools. So come to me after this, and I'll tell you exactly what that tool was.
Just curious what your thoughts are on the angle with the bank transfer. Do you think that they were using stolen credentials and having the victim do the actual illegal transfer from the stolen accounts, or was it to get around money laundering laws?
Yeah, so let me repeat that for the people online. What do I think they were doing with those accounts? I think you're right. They were, they had stolen credentials from someone else, not their name. They were faking their names, photoshopping passports or whatever, or AI, and then they were just having someone else do the illegal transfers. So this way, they're not getting caught, someone else's. Yeah. Mostly they're money mules. They're having someone else transfers for their bosses, and half of them don't even know what's going on. There was one more question, let's take.
Yeah, it was so cool to see your workflow and how sometimes you just kind of like work the threat actor brute forcing through the captchas. How do you see pockets like that evolving in the next 5 years? Like, you see the pirates trying to slowly stuck in a place where you gotta, do something, I don't know, less automated, more manual, more just slogging through it. Is that going to change, do you think, or how's it evolving?
Like how to bypass some of those annoyances, like in captchas and stuff.
I was surprised to see it was a simple technique and just using effort to push through it. And are we going to evolve to a place where there's less opportunities like that, or is this always kind of going to be the case in this cat and mouse game?
I think it's always going to be like a cat and mouse game, because this is human intelligence going after a target. This is not AI. This is not automation. Sure, I use a little bit of automation to open 10 links at the same time. I may use some AI somewhere else, but at the end of the day, it's human intelligence. All of this cannot be done through AI, through automation. CAPTCHAs will always be in the way. There'll be ways to bypass CAPTCHAs. A quick way to actually bypass most CAPTCHAs is click on the voice logo or icon on a CAPTCHA, and it reads out like 4 or 5 words, and you just have to type one of those correctly, and it bypasses all the CAPTCHAs. So that works on Google CAPTCHAs pretty well. It's for people who can't see properly, and so they can hear. And so the restrictions there, or the they just make it easier when you turn on the voice CAPTCHA. So that's a little trick around it. But there's AI tools, and there's services you can use to bypass CAPTCHAs, paid services and stuff. At the end of the day, things are going to change so rapidly that only a human mind can keep up with this, and not some logic or AI or anything else. So I think this is just an evolving field. How are we on time? I don't have a watch.
You've got 17 to 16 minutes.
Okay.
17 minutes.
Let's go to my second example. This happened recently. And this is more of an international scam that was uncovered completely. I call it OSINT magic, because this is about the magic community. So some magicians reached out to me, and they had a problem. They had a problem of people pirating their books. So these magicians had their books and their trade secrets in manuals, tutorials, and stuff. And these books, were for $50 to $100, but these pirates were stealing them, copying them, and selling it for $2 to $3 online. And this was becoming a mess. Like a lot of magicians, a lot of famous magicians were being affected by this. So one of them saw a David Bombal video of me doing my OSINT magic, and they reached out to me. They're like, this guy just said one thing that wanted me to help him. He's like, you're great at OSINT and stuff like that. I saw lots of videos. But in one of the videos, you said you like a good challenge, and that's why you do this. I have a challenge for you. I'm like, let's see where this is going. I'm like, what's your challenge? So he did a lot of groundwork for this, these pirate scammers. What was happening was there was a big company called Vanishing Inc. and a lot of independent magicians and creators. They're one of the largest magician bookstores and people who sell stuff about magic online. And so they were scanning their PDFs, and they were pirating on the website and their videos for like $1 to $20. And they're making a lot of money out of this, like millions of dollars were being made from this. And through our investigations, there was one magic store. It was called Erdney's Magic Store. That was the main scam store that was selling these pirated books, and my job was to unmask them. Who are these people? What are their names? I'm like, okay. So we actually went through the route. They actually flew to Serbia. They found someone there. They're like, oh, this wasn't it. This was a money mule somewhere else. And then they found some supplier, this is like a drug bust. This was pretty big. They had law enforcement. They have the Department of Defense working on this case, Department of Justice, working on this case. They had a lot of three-letter agencies working on this, and they had big companies like Stripe and PayPal and others. Their investigators were involved, and they all gave up. At the end, they're like, this is not worth our time, and you're not going to get anywhere. That's when they gave up and found me, and they're like, you like a challenge? What can OSINT achieve here? I'm like, all right, I'll get you your stuff. So they worked on this for 7 years. I cracked this case in 1 day. I kid you not, and I'll tell you how. So I did my OSINT stuff, and my result was, these are your 2 scammers. They're like, we always knew they were like involved, but how did you get to this? Like, these were the Egyptian pirates, basically. They were in Egypt, and they were pirating everything. So I'm like, here's how I got to this conclusion. So they basically had the website, erdnesmagicstore.com, which went down, and they changed the domain to .io. So they were using the .io website, but I looked at the .com website, and then I found a Gmail address in the registration records, the Whois records of this, and some Michigan address, which was fake. So I'm like, all right, I have a Gmail address. Let's put that to the side, because that's going to be very, very valuable in a second. And then I took that Gmail address, and I looked at something called Stealer Logs, breached records. That's what basically cracked this case open. I have access to a lot of stolen data, breached records. Like, who hasn't been part of a breach? Have you guys been part of a breach? Who hasn't been? Raise your hand if you've never been part of a breach. Oh, yes. He's the only legitimate person who is not part of it. Once you start creating accounts online, it'll be a different story. But at this point, if you have an online account anywhere, an email address, you've definitely been part of a breach. Like, everyone from kids to celebrities to everyone, their data is online. In fact, when I talk about breaches, I take advice from Jay-Z. Remember when Rihanna got breached, what Jay-Z said to her? He's like, I got 99 problems, but a breach ain't one. There it is. So I looked at breach records, but before I go there, I actually looked at the website that they were hosting the pirated stuff on. So this is what the website looked like. And I noticed that the website was made using WordPress, and WordPress has a lot of vulnerabilities. And WordPress, there's a technique in OSINT, we use WordPress enumeration, where you can find all the usernames of WordPress. And for this, I created a little script. And this is Linux. Don't be intimidated by Linux and all the sudo stuff here. But I used Linux, and I went through all the usernames from the header there, and I found the first username was that guy's name, and that's probably the admin username. So anytime you see Linux, I mean, Linux isn't magic, it's pseudoscience. So one more, that's 3. Those are in the book, yes. For more corny jokes, buy the book. But through those techniques, I found from the usernames of this website that the first username was a person called Yusuf Yasser, and the first username is most likely the admin, the person who created the website. So I'm like, now I know the owner of the website, because that has to be the first user of the website. So that's kind of how I was pretty sure that this is the owner, and he's running the scam. And then I looked at the username itself. I did a lot of username enumeration saying this username, Yusuf Yasser, where else is it on the internet? And there was a website I found, some freelancer.com. He had a profile there, but he had a different name there. It said Egypt, but another name called Omar. I'm like, oh, cool. I got 2 names, and I got a country. So I'm getting closer and closer with my research. So I'm like, I have 2 names right now, a country, so I know who they are. So then I look at that Gmail address that I initially had. Gmail you can reveal their Google reviews from this. So I looked at their Google reviews using that Gmail address, and you can see a little map of where they left reviews, mostly in Egypt, but there's one in India and one somewhere else in Dubai, I believe. And I looked at those reviews, and from the Gmail address, you can also look at their YouTube channel. And I looked at their YouTube channel, and I found a second email address there. I'm like, cool. And I found a name. And I found that he's into magic. So I'm like, cool. I connected this pirate to the magic community. So he's interested in magic. That's why he pirates magic and sells it. So it was all coming together. And that email address was part of multiple breaches. If you put in your email address to a website like haveibeenpwned.com, all you'll see is where you've been breached, not email addresses, not passwords or anything, but that's irrelevant. All you need to know is he was part of a CoinMarketCap breach, so he's into cryptocurrency, Ledger breach, also cryptocurrency, most likely a scammer using all of that, even though I use these sites as well, but scammers also use it. So this gives me more direction into what his intention probably was. And then I go back to his reviews. He had some reviews in Egypt, some reviews in India, and there was a review in India where I could see a clock at the back of a mosque, and I could see the time there. I'm like, all right, that time of the review, that's when he was in India. So I was like mapping his footprint at this point based on his Google reviews. He stayed at a hotel. I noted that down. He was in and around the pyramids in Giza. That's where he lives. And in one of his reviews, I looked at plenty of his reviews. One of the reviews, he had a review of a store here. And when the other guys who were investigating this looked at this, they glanced at this and they moved on. I looked at this and I'm like, oh, that's his dad's store. And these guys were like, how do you know that's his dad's store? I'm like, because it says Al-Shoikh in the thing. He's like, how many of you speak Arabic or can read Arabic or Urdu or Farsi or a little bit?
I can sound it out.
Yeah.
Read it a little bit, but I forgot all about it.
There's a lot of languages that use this script. So even if you don't understand Arabic, you can read it if you speak one of the 20, 30 languages that have this script. But I can read and write Arabic fluently. And I read this, it says Al-Shoikh. I'm like, wasn't the guy's name Al-Shoikh as well? His surname was Al-Shoikh. I'm like, why would he have a picture with a store like that? It must be his dad's store. This was just my assumption, but it turned out to be correct. This was his dad's store. Because when I looked inside the store Facebook page, there he was sitting with his dad, and now I had an image. I'm like, that's most likely this guy. Then I looked up this guy using same reverse image searches, and I believe he was tagged in this post as well. Now I got to his profile. I'm like, all right, that's his profile. That's what he looks like. So I had information that wasn't connected to him yet. His Google profile, he went to India, Egypt, all those places. Now I'm connecting the dots here. I'm like, his date of birth was there. Like some people put their full date of birth on Facebook. You shouldn't. But his was there. And then I saw all his pictures on Instagram and Facebook. And these are all his pictures. I'm like, let's geolocate these images one by one and figure out where he took this image. So I started geolocating the image on the left here, and it was in Cairo next to a plaza. And the way I figured this out, notice in this picture, he's standing next to a mall or something. There's like L's over there. There's an L there and somewhere there. And I kind of reverse image searched that, and I found that he's standing next to this store because it has the same L, and that store is in Egypt where he should be. So I'm like, all right, one image geolocated. The next one looks like a hotel somewhere. It's exactly this hotel where he had left a Google review. I'm like, all right, this is the exact same guy. Everything's matching word for word. And then I had images like this, escalator image. I couldn't find where this escalator was because it's an interior image. But then I found his friend circled there. I'm like, his friend also has a Facebook profile. So let's go to his friend's profile. Let's go here. So his friend had an image exactly like that. I'm like, he's standing in the exact same escalator, and he tagged the image where he was. So I'm like, well, he must be the same place. So through correlation, I figured out where he was actually standing. So every single image I geotagged, and I was sure where he was at this point. and everything just lined up perfectly well. And as I started digging deeper and deeper, I found his other culprit who was part of this thing, the Omar guy, and he had videos posted. And there's a funny video he posted on Instagram. He posted a video of this hotel. This is the hotel room he was staying in. And as he entered the room, this is a video, I paused it here. It says, "Dear Mr. Umar Hamdi Abdul Rahman something, welcome to this hotel." Like sometimes you enter a hotel and the TV has your name on it. He took a picture of that. I'm like, well, I'm sure it's him. Who would do that? So that was the video. And that hotel is the exact same hotel that he was standing in front of. So I'm like, okay, so everything lines up. His best friend is there who's part of the scam. He's there. They're all in the same hotel, different pictures, Google reviews. So everything just matches up perfectly well. And the other investigators didn't see this. The Department of Justice, the FBI, all of them, they missed all of this. They're like, yeah, this is news to us. This is one day's work. And then the guys were like, but connect them to magic. Like, how are they the magic scammers? I'm like, well, he has a video doing magic tricks, probably stolen from one of your books. He's like, yeah. So I connected all of them to magic, to scam. They literally had pages dedicated to illusionists and stuff. So I'm like, cool, this is a done deal. But what really solved the case at the end was that Gmail address that I found, because that Gmail address was part of a breach, and that breach was a stealer log. So essentially, his computer had malware, and that malware was scraping his IP address, his login information. So what I found from that breach was all of this. And you may not be able to read this, but his passwords were in clear text. His password is his phone number, followed by YY, which is his initials. And so I looked at his password in other places, and the same email address popped up. So that's his phone number, which is the same as his password. He's part of all these PayPal. He had a PayPal account, a Stripe account, Binance, all these Bitcoin accounts. All of that was part of the breach, with passwords, with IP addresses, with locations. This was like a big deal. I'm like, I've compromised his computer at this point. Like it's, I could see everything he has. And then I did something which is not very legal, but I'll tell you anyways.
Allegedly.
Someone logged into his Stripe account, not me, someone. In his Stripe account, he had his address, his name, and some transaction history. I'm like, yeah, give this to law enforcement and you're done at that point. So what it takes is all of this, creating a mind map, connecting the dots, starting from one place, a website, to an email address, to an image, to geolocating stuff, to Google reviews, to breached records. All of this, when you do your due diligence, you get somewhere, you get results. This probably took me 5 to 10 hours or something like that, but it took me a day to do what other people took 7 years. And now they're actually making a documentary on this. So at the end of the day, I always say my methods are unique. They're kind of different. They're not what law enforcement or other investigators may use. They may not be legal. They may not be ethical, but I'm not here to teach legalities or ethics. I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to solve challenges. And OSINT allows you to think like a hacker. Thank you. Jesse, do we have any time for questions?
Yeah, we do.
2 minutes.
Mhm.
All right. So, who's the next speaker? They probably want to get ready. All right. If you have one question, I guess I can take one question. I'll take both of you.
What tool do you use for your mind map?
Obsidian is what I use for mind mapping. You had a question?
Hey, but that wasn't on your PowerPoint. So the tool you displayed wasn't the Obsidian mind map.
It was.
No way.
Yeah, that was all Obsidian.
Canvas?
Yeah. The canvas feature in Obsidian, that's what I used.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, like, do you have all the facts that you can present to somebody who's been a victim of a romance and present their facts, but they still don't believe you?
Yeah.
What do you do?
You have to convince them with evidence. You have to show them the evidence and just put your foot down at some point and say, this is a scam, get out. Like, I'm telling you it is. And you have to have other people kind of chime in as well. The more people that tell you this, they need reassurance at that point. Facts alone won't help. So over time, they get over the emotional side of it, and they're like, yeah, I almost got caught. So you have to almost be like a therapist at that point, which I don't like, but you have to. Otherwise, you'll never get the point across. So it's difficult, and that's why we have so much variety of folks. Everyone has a role to play. Well, thank you for your time. I'll be around later outside if you have any questions.
Get your glass, buddy. It's from Jerry, man. So would you say that that was a challenge?
It was.
It was, even though you got that done in one day?
Yeah. Still took me a while, but.
Aware of Michelle's books, The Phantom CISO
Good,
and
yes, I am.
Kilobyte of Jokes, in case you didn't notice. He's got a few up his sleeve. I don't know, was it 160 or something like that?
128.
128? Gotcha. Oh, makes sense. Fair enough. Anyways, guys, the Phantom CISO, just, you don't need to be a CISO. You don't need to want to be a CISO to have any interest in it. I've read it 2.25 times. It is my de facto plain book. It's tons of context in there. So look up the Phantom CISO if you're not familiar with it. Excellent book. See you guys in about 10 minutes. We got Mike Small, my buddy, coming up here soon. All right. So we've got, I just met Anthony, actually, in person. The guy to his left, Mike Small, is one of the first people I ever met in this industry. One of the first people I ever talked to. I'm gonna have a hard time calling you Mike. I'm sorry. You're always gonna be Michael to me.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the time I realized that I'd spelled his name wrong. It's Micheal. So that's right off the bat, unique person. But one of the absolute smartest people I've ever met in this field. Lethal on both sides, in my opinion. Like being able to kick the door in, show you how to not let somebody else kick your door in, and then the rest of the time he's outdoors. You know, it's kind of the way I look at it. But just a wealth of knowledge. And when we're talking about purple teaming, I feel like that's a really tough to define term, you know, company to company, place to place. I used to staff orgs that did purple teaming, and it seemed like everybody had different requirements. And so I'm pretty pumped about this presentation in the sense, like I'm a student right now, and I'm really pumped to listen to you guys talk. And I'm really glad that you guys are both doing this too, because I think more perspective, the better. So I just want to introduce Mike Small and Anthony, is it Jurashek?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Good job.
All right, well, I'll take it away. I'm gonna shut up now. We're very glad you guys are here.
Thanks. Mike?
Do I need to go?
We'll switch. I'll get situated to do the thing.
Here you go, buddy.
Put that one behind, I guess, and put that one move.
Wait, what? Oh, great. You can probably put it on your thing, actually. Okay, I don't want to do that. It works.
So fancy.
Here we go. Beautiful. Sounds great.
Cool. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Adaptive Purple Teaming. We're going to go ahead and show the who am I. So I'm Anthony. You can call me AJ. It's a little bit easier than pronouncing my last name. A little bit faster as well. Mike and I are both co-hosts of the C-Suite Cyber podcast. We tend to have a good time. Whether or not the content is valuable is up to you. I'm the alert testing lead and have been running testing at a U.S. financial institution for several years. Used to work with Mike, and then he left us for greener pastures. He had too many things on his side, so I just created some on the left. So said I'm an automation engineer. I do a lot of end-to-end workflows, go high-level automations and whatnot. And I'm an actor, so that's a little bit different about me in the cyber world. Not too many actors, cyber people, at least that I've met. Idea fairy, I think that's pretty solid way that I would describe myself. I like to create capabilities. I don't like doing the same thing over and over. I get bored. I want to move on to the next thing. Have built teams, love to travel, 16 countries, and then I like to connect people.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, so his other co-host on C-Suite Cyber, yeah, we have some good times. I'm now just assumed a new role as an AS&W lead, fancy word for I run a SOC and detection team. So back on the blue side from the purple side and the red side. I don't know. I can't ever keep up. But I also have a pen testing company, so I get to continue to hack stuff because I enjoy solving new problems, and before I get into companies, why not, right? It's always a good time. And then I have a YouTube channel, so I'm trying to get better about sharing stuff that I know with other people and helping people break into cybersecurity. It's been a game changer for me, changed my life when I broke into cybersecurity, so I want to kind of return the favor. Yeah, so I won't go over all these things, but yeah, that's who we are. So this is a really good picture of what people think purple teaming is. Blue and red doing stuff, looking cool, all right? But that's not always the case at all. Next, I guess I can do this thing. So what we think it is, so more than anything, purple teaming is a collaborative project, right? It's all about finding problems together, working through problems together, because everyone has different perspectives. Like Joe was talking about, the more perspectives, the better. He comes from it from a hunt perspective, a blue side perspective. I like to flip roles back and forth every couple of years. But it's really about using those sets of knowledges to figure out how to make your organization stronger and more mature, more resilient, all those fun buzzwords. But it's true. So more than anything, it's about identifying issues and gaps and improving security. And the big thing that people don't realize is that purple teaming is whatever it needs to be for the organization that it lives in. There is no one size fits all. You may have a really strong red team, not a great blue team, or you may have really strong both. And you just need to adapt what purple team means for your org.
Cool. So when do you actually need a purple team? One of the biggest things that we see is when the maturity of the security organization is uneven, right? You have a red team that's constantly owning your blue team. They're constantly finding ways to achieve their objectives, and they do a lot of development time so they're not getting caught. And that's just the name of the game. So bringing in a purple team can help level the playing field, at least explain to blue why red chose certain things. Maybe there's a lack of understanding as to why an attack path is better than another one. Maybe there's choke points, whatever that might be. Siloed red and blue operations. This is another big thing where the teams just don't talk, right? If you're doing offensive security, you have legal issues as well. So a lot of times you simply cannot share what is actually going on. There's a lot of hush-hush things being discussed that blue is not privy to. And it makes their job a lot harder because if they don't know, they can't actually fix anything. They can't create detections. They don't actually know how to catch up to red. Reactive versus proactive. So this is another one. If you're strictly working tickets, you're waiting for something to occur in your network, you're not actually going out hunting, trying to get better, looking at things in the network that look weird to you, then you're always going to be playing catch up. And again, odds are you're probably going to lose that race to red. And then no shared learning loop. So the biggest thing for us when we did purple was like being able to break down the attacks to the blue team, kind of explain as well as provide all of the code that we used and be sure that they understood why we chose to do certain things, right? If there's several ways to do something, why we chose that particular path. So if you're curious if you need a purple team, here's some questions you can ask to gauge your maturity of your blue team. What type of skills do you have? Are they strictly tier 1, 2, or 3? Do you have SMEs in different areas? Do you have people doing malware analysis, reverse engineering, hunting, et cetera, et cetera? Are you doing after action reviews, lessons learned, that type of activity where something happens, you remediate the issue, and then you're sharing that knowledge across the team so that everyone is aware and can grow from that experience? Do they have time to develop? I mean, I don't know anyone who's worked tickets and not been bored out of their brain. So giving them the ability to make their job more efficient or do something that they enjoy, having those different perspectives, as Joe and Mike mentioned, you can create some really cool things. And this next one is a big pet peeve of mine. Do they work the alert or do they perform an investigation? So we've seen several times where analysts will simply work the alert. And when I started doing exercises, the analysts would not time box to either side, right? So they see an alert, they only work that alert, nothing else occurred to them. That is what it is. And they actually told me that if they were to pivot and expand the time, that was considered hunting and that was out of their scope. So that was a nice little thing to kind of break them out of and grow from. And then again, reactive versus proactive. Here's a little scale that I put together. Use it if you want or not. But as you progress to maturity, one of the biggest things is going to be your processes, right? How information is shared, how you're actually validating that what you're doing is efficient, it is achieving the goal, and it's actually keeping attackers out.
Yeah, I think the big thing here that we're getting at, and we've already started getting at here, is trying to get people to think outside of the box a little bit, to get out of the rut of I'm just here trying to change the color of lights to we are professionals. We're trying to paint a narrative of things. We're looking critically at not just that there's a process creation event, but are there other types of indications that this technique occurred in the environment? Where does it surface, right? That's a big term I like to use when we talk with people, work through techniques. Where does this surface? And it may not be where you think it would surface. And that's kind of the fun part of having a purple team, and we'll get into it more, is you have more time to really develop what that actually looks like in your security stack, wherever that is. So talking about the offensive role here, in general, a lot of organizations we see it's a win game, a zero-sum game where red team just wants to win, which can create a lot of issues. Not just the fact that things might not get resolved, but there's the blue team may feel disenfranchised, which creates cultural issue where they can't actually work together to be more purpley. That's a problem. And a lot of times we'll see if you talk to red teamers all over the place, they're just finding the same problem over and over. It never gets fixed. So there's obviously a communication issue there. We can't actually resolve problems if we don't have that rapport, we don't have those relationships within an organization. They just like to crap talk the blue team, right? We see that a lot. And, you know, tell the story of how bad things are. Yeah, things are bad. Things are horrible. Blue team never catches us. Okay, great. Let's get to a point where they do catch you, where you do struggle, where we find stuff and all of us are getting better together. That's the name of the game. And this is just some funny stuff you'll hear, right? And we're just trying to change the model of how things work in an organization from red team is just doing their thing. They don't like to share because it's sensitive, right? We don't want to tell you because then maybe we'll have to work harder later to find a way in. Or they actually, no, this is how we did it. This is the time we did it. Let's work together to figure out where it presented itself. A lot of times they're focused on gotcha findings, right? I gotcha, you know, we win, that type of thing. And it's more on, again, shared learning. I won't go through all these because it's pretty much the same theme here. Let's talk about this. Let's actually sit down together. We both have different perspectives on the network. The blue team is going to have more access to the logs and more the tooling, where the red team kind of sometimes black box, sometimes not. Sometimes there's some information shared about the organization's network, but it's just collaborative, right? Just like the purple name indicates, collaborative. That's what we're shooting for here. Models. So let's talk about the different ways you could do purple in an organization. So a lot of people think it's just blue and red working together, maybe. That's a thing. Yes, but there are different flavors of it, right? So external, you could hire an external company to come in and do an engagement. And that's for a lower maturity company, or you just don't have the cycles to be able to do a full purple team type thing. And we'll talk about when it's for stuff in the next slide. You have ad hoc campaign based. So this is, hey, blue team or hey, red team, for this thing, you're just going to work together and then you're going to go back your separate ways and go keep doing life. Embedded, this is when you actually form a team made up of all of your disciplines and they're working together as like their job. This is what they do. And then you have a dedicated continuous team, which is what AJ and I have done, where this is our job all day. We have a little bit of both skill sets, and we figure out projects to move our organization forward. And choosing the right model, again, it's kind of up to where you're at in terms of maturity, how your team skills are distributed, how much time they have. We're all pretty busy. And so it just reflects. So external, right? You don't have a lot, you're pretty immature, you're low head count, you might not have a lot of time for this type of thing. Internally embedded, you need some daily collaboration, some feedback, but it's, you know, you don't have quite the head count to be able to form a separate team yet. So again, budget constraints are a real thing. Let's not kid ourselves. So this is, if you had a lot of money, if you're a big company, maybe we can do an embedded one. Ad hoc campaign based, this is probably where you'll see it pop up a lot in organizations where you say, hey Joe, hey Bob, work together. Sally, you can come over too, and you'll figure out some stuff and figure out how to make us get better. And then a dedicated, again, higher maturity organization is going to do some dedicated stuff. I think that one's yours.
Cool. So a few things that we need to get both sides of the aisle aligned on for maximum effort. We need to have unified goals and metrics. So no longer is it, hey, we find vulnerabilities. It's we're trying to improve the security posture of our organization so both of us can continue getting paid. Integrated planning and retrospectives. I think this is something that Mike and I struggled with when we were doing purple, is when CSOC didn't really have anything in mind. They're like, oh, attack a server. And it's a little difficult to build training around that. identify something over and over, or maybe there's a more systemic issue in a particular area, then you design an exercise around it, right? Get everyone to go through the same exercise. That's something that Mike did when he took over for us, was making all the analysts go through the same exercise. So it was no longer one person gets to do it and then everyone comes to the readout. It was everyone has to do it. Everyone has to go through the questions and identify the flags. And then that way you at least level set from there, right? Everyone's gone through the same thing. Cultural integration. This one is definitely a struggle, as Mike mentioned, because you have one team who is paid to evade being detected and gain a foothold, stay in the network. And then you have another team who is supposed to be closing out tickets, identifying threat actors, and doing all those things. So a lot of this has to be from top down. What Mike and I did was kind of, as middle managers, create our own thing and take it to the leads, get it approved, and then implement it. So we didn't have to wait for leadership to necessarily want something to change. We saw the issues from everyone at our level and below, and we kind of forced that change on them. So the adapting part. As Mike mentioned, you need to adapt on your needs. So you can do exercises, and I started exercises. For those of you who don't know my technical prowess, it is like a third of Mike's, if that. I don't enjoy malware, don't enjoy any of that, but I can put stuff together. I can make you think. So you can do that, and simulating specific
He's
threat
really
actors.
good at finding problems, though.
Yeah.
This is his superpower, finding problems.
Simulating specific threat actors. So one thing that we always hear is like, oh, we need to use Intel more. I have my opinions on Intel, but there are some good lessons that can be gleaned from previous attacks. Maybe you're in an industry, so you're gov, you're military. You want to take something from APT28 or some of the China Nexus threat actors. You can put some stuff together, right? What are their common TTPs that they utilize? Throw that in an exercise, have your people go through it, and then analyze, okay, we actually kind of suck at detecting this. We should put more effort on detection engineering in this area. Test your assumptions. This is something that we've had several wins on. A lot of times, companies are spending millions of dollars on tooling. They assume that because they have a tool in place that it's working a particular way. Could be due to your actual integration, that it's missing half the things that you think it's catching. You could be dropping data. We've also seen that. A lot of times, it's something simple, and it's similar to like MFA, right? Oh, I have MFA enabled, but it's not forced. Well, congratulations, you don't have MFA. So test your tooling, test your processes, test everything is kind of my motto. Might be biased because I get paid to do that. Another thing to really push is in-memory versus on disk. So if you have an EDR that may or may not have caused an issue previously, it might not be very good at in-memory detection, right? This is something where you can write a detection. If it's executed on disk, it triggers. But if they do the same thing and it's in memory, it's completely bypassed, missed by the EDR. So this is where you're going to get a little bit more mature, and you're going to have to identify ways to actually catch the activity rather than having static indicators and looking for a process name doing something. Visibility gaps. Similar to testing your assumptions, a lot of times when you do these things, you will find gaps, whether it's tooling, whether it's logging. We found a few times where logs just simply weren't being captured due to noise, due to storage, all those good things. And then one of my favorite things is using logs for other capabilities than they're intended for. So for those of you who don't know, Zoom logs have really good geo location data in there. Some of the VPNs and other things that would have geolocation data tend to resolve to a completely incorrect destination. So I've seen things where the person is in Canada, but the VPN resolved it to Israel or Pakistan, right? Totally wrong. Makes all of us have to add another data set and then kind of check our own data just because what we're getting from that tool is incorrect. But you can use Zoom. If you do that, you're going to have to worry about legal issues because a lot of people work from home, but you'll figure that out.
Oh, me again. Yeah, and just to talk about his slide a little bit more, like this is really the crux of adaptive purple teaming here, where you really need to focus it based on your particular threats, your security stack, and test the assumptions of your security stack. All those things. Hey, if this technique was slightly varied, is it going to be caught in the security stack, even though red team did it one way and you caught it, or whoever? What if you did it slightly different? Maybe if you changed the strings within it, maybe if you changed the way you loaded it from reflective or a side load or whatever. So this is where the adaptive piece comes in. You really need to kick the tires on your organization's security stack. Purple teaming is a great way to do that. All right, so from idea to impact, all mine have fun dinosaurs in them because why not, right? So one is you got to have executive buy-in. That's the important thing. And that's kind of the case as you get higher up in an organization anyways. If you don't have buy-in, as in what do you want us to do? Where's your risk? How can we help you solve this problem? You're not going to last very long in an organization. You're just going to be an expense. So you really need to get their buy-in so that you can show impact on the organization's security posture sooner than later. The next thing is make it required. So if you go the route of doing purple team exercises, making it required for your analysts if they're working the exercise is very important. One of the things I really loved with exercises the way I did it before is that you can provide the same exercise to every analyst, so you can really get a baseline of where your analyst skill sets are. Then you can use that to inform your training program of where you need to invest training time. Hey, only 20% of your analysts were able to identify DLL sideloading or process injection or something like that. Okay, great. Let's get red team in or someone in to do training on this so they can learn how to detect it if it were to happen again. So making it required is a good way to do that. You get that baseline. If you have 100% participation, it's great. Make it repeatable. So one of the things we did again with it was we utilized a tool to be able to just click button and run the exercise again. That makes it a lot less overhead on your team. They design it once, they build it into a tool, and now you can create the whole attack chain from a single button. Now you can get that full participation where you can say, hey, analyst 1 can do it, analyst 2 can do it, everyone can do it all by themselves. And another benefit of that is that typically your junior analysts don't get involved in the full investigation. Now they have some time where they can actually get off the bench and practice all these things they keep seeing without kind of leaning on the more senior people to do it. They get a chance to get into the game, if you will. So it's a really great opportunity for them to practice. And then make it real world, right? You know, sometimes we lean too much into not making it realistic for your organization when you really do. You want to make it realistic. We're training for the real fight, which is the whole point. There's no point training against something that isn't realistic. It's not going to help your analysts, not going to help your security team in general. That's you. Next.
Cool. Lessons learned. So again, you need teams to be dedicated to this. If they're not dedicated, if it's still viewed as an adversarial experience, it's just not going to work for either side. And you need leadership to kind of help push that, right? Because there are legal issues, there are sensitive things that red team is typically doing. And the knowledge share may not be possible for their current operations, but if you transition to a more traditional purple team experience, then like they'll do something specifically to share with your blue team. And that's a way to get around that. People don't like extra work, let's be honest. We get paid to do our job. If you make people do extra, they might hate you, they might leave. Other teams in their business, kind of the same, right? You don't want to repeatedly be told that you suck because you missed something and you're not actually getting training. And I think having a purple team doing exercises is a really great way to have training, especially if you're blue team, because then you're actually getting to go through the thing. Show of hands, how many people here have worked an incident before? Cool. So about half, right? So if you are required to go through an incident and work through it, like you're getting those reps, you're getting a little bit more experience than you may have otherwise. And at the very least, you learn something. One thing that we ran into, analysts won't take the exercises seriously. So there was a period of time where as soon as they identified it was a purple team exercise, or if they identified it was a red team op, they kind of just go to our channel, deconflict it, and then they give up, right? They know it's a training thing, so they're like, whatever, I don't care. But again, those of you who haven't worked an incident, that's a prime time for you to get to work an incident and not have to sit in front of your leadership or your board explaining why you missed something. Change won't happen. It is a difficult experience to force people to change their habits and behaviors, right? We all know this. So if you have an exercise and you are sharing the knowledge back and forth, make it fun, like make it useful for both sides, right? Red team gets to learn kind of where the defenses are. A lot of times we see red team just assumes that like, oh, you should be able to detect this. And it's something that tooling does not do for us, right? Like we cannot detect this in the way that you're actually executing it. So then they might be able to execute it a different way. Maybe they're going to find a new method to actually perform that execution themselves through this exercise. And then yeah, skipping everything to the bottom, you're still having to pull them away from their day job, right? Again, people don't like extra work. They have a job to do. Red team has a job to do. So as a leadership position, you really need to carve out the time so that both sides can actually go through this, get the experience that they need. And then the value output is still there. So if you're looking at it from a metrics perspective, you're strengthening your partnership, you're maybe identifying some gaps, some tooling issues, process issues, whatever it might be. And that's a lot better in my opinion than, oh, Timmy closed 5 tickets for the day. So going back to something that I touched on before, a lot of times junior analysts just don't know that there's other activity that occurs. So when we were doing these exercises, there were several times where we actually did not trigger a detection. So I would go into our EDR, set a custom alert for something specifically related to our exercise. That way the analyst had a starting point to work off of. That one probably took 6 months, a year to like fix.
Oh, the issue?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe, I don't remember.
It took a while. The timeline and narrative. So this is, again, going back to the investigation piece. If you're an analyst and you're used to just escalating once you don't know if it's malicious or not, you're not really getting the experience of having to do the rest. It might depend on your organization. Maybe they like sit beside the tier 2 analyst, tier 3 analyst. Maybe they don't, and they're just told to kick rocks. But that's something that if you have them go through this individually, they have to learn that narrative process, and they'll learn how to better present the risk and impact for the rest of their career, hopefully. Why is the activity important? Again, with that impact, just saying that something occurred, if you've ever worked in pen test or red team, a lot of times it's not actually understood. Oh, we got domain admin. Cool. No, terrible. Your company could go bankrupt if this happens. This is why. So that's something to be aware of. And then I think the biggest thing is going back to making it real world. Like Blue Team gets paid to keep the organization safe and out of, in my case, like Congress and SEC and whoever else is related to banking, right? Treasury, etc. That's our job. Red Team's job is to do something similar, but it's not to close tickets. You don't get paid to close tickets. Your actual job is to keep the company safe. So bringing it more to a bigger picture, I think helps. I know that helped me at least. And just to see you.
Me again. And just to point out some of the stuff you was talking about, one of the cool things I think we ended up figuring out along the way when we were doing custom stuff was I would build most of the exercises myself, so custom malware, things like that, so we could emulate the techniques that we're seeing, but control the chaos that would ensue from a piece of malware. And then we would investigate the whole attack chain ourselves. So we got to discover quite a bit of how it would process through the security stack itself. And we're like, oh, I didn't know this tool could do that. I didn't know this tool could do that. But it provided an opportunity for us to solve quite a bit of issues. Every time we found 3 or 4 gaps that we were able to close up just by investigating the stuff we would make based off of threat intel for our organization. So, talking about the customization, talking about the collaboration, this is a good case of an internal team working together to solve problems you may not otherwise see. We had the time, we had the experience, we had the skills to find a ton of problems and solve them for the organization before they became real problems, right? So yeah, threat informed, huge. Getting your CTI team giving you stuff that you can actually use. So that's one of the problems that I've had in most organizations. CTI doesn't really give you a lot of tactical information you can use. So you could say, hey, I want to build an attack chain that's relevant to us. Give me some intel, give me some techniques that they would use, and it's just like a spreadsheet of stuff. But it doesn't really help you. Like they may say, oh, it's using this type of ransomware. Well, break it down. Give me some analysis. What types of techniques are being leveraged by this ransomware or by this specific info stealer or whatever it is, so I can spend a majority of my time on actually building the techniques, building the malware versus doing all the research. Research takes forever. That's what CTI is supposed to be good with. And most of the time, it's just they don't know what you need. So you have to build that rapport just like you do between red and blue. CTI is part of that. Any of these other teams that support the security program, you got to build that rapport. You got to have those conversations to remove points of friction in the process of cybersecurity. Maturity aligning, we've already kind of talked about this, like how much can your organization handle in terms of workload, right? You might not be in a place where you can provide an exercise that each analyst can do. That's pretty time intensive, right? You're expecting them to do maybe a half a day or a whole day analyzing an incident, but the amount of detections coming in may not be supportive of that. You may need everyone, all hands on deck, to do alerts every day. So maturity is definitely a huge thing. You have to make sure your organization can support whatever style of purple teaming you're doing. Resource aware, that goes right into that. And then evolving business context. So risks are always changing. Maybe there's a new vulnerability that comes in. Okay, do a purple team based on that vulnerability or exploit or whatever. Purple teaming can pivot pretty quickly if you have the right people on the team. And this is just a process, right? Analyze, test, tune, validate, improve. This, a lot of people do something pretty similar, right? This is just cybersecurity in general. But it's very true, right? Very true just in the scope of all things. So testing, tuning, validating is huge. He's already talked about that. And then just improving that lessons learned, that AAR approach to everything. We should be embedding that just in our cybersecurity programs in general, but especially so in purple teaming. Now, what does it look like in the future, right? We got all this cool stuff going on, right? A cool robotic purple dinosaur. There's a lot of things where AI can lend itself. So quickly building things out, test cases for your detections, modifying the types of tests. So, right, if you're testing a specific technique, I'm trying to think of a good one, like enumerating users in an organization of a specific type. There's tons of ways to do that. You can do it 5, 10 different ways depending on the tool. AI could probably help you do that pretty quick. Okay, give me 20 different ways you can elicit this type of information. Okay, let's shoot it across our detections, make sure they're all getting caught. So it's a way to kind of make our job a little bit faster using our experiences. And obviously it's going to miss a lot of stuff. It doesn't have all the context we have, but as experts, professionals, we can definitely help it. So attack paths as well. I see that helping where, think Bloodhound on steroids. I think there's a lot of stuff already trying to do that where they're automating some of these things. Great way. Same with threat informed, right? Being able to parse all this data, threat intel. There's a ton of data out there, but getting through that, that's the hard part. Just data wrangling in general is a very difficult part of cybersecurity. So AI can definitely help us wrangle that data.
All right, so hopefully if you do this, your red and blue teams will become best friends. Your experience may differ. If nothing else, you should at least identify some gaps, right? Maybe you don't have the right people, maybe you don't have the right processes, or you just don't have the right visibility in your tooling. And without testing and going through these things, you might not identify that, as Mike mentioned. If you don't identify it, you can't close it, obviously, makes sense. Net new detections. So one other thing that Mike was discussing AI, we use LLMs for detection engineering quite a bit, right? So one of the things that we do is, I'm forgetting the word. Anyways, like net new ways to do something. So you write a detection, you're looking for a specific binary, calling a specific thing, and then just plop that into your favorite LLM. What are other ways that I could do this? And we've discovered several things that we needed to cover and expanded our detection coverage through that. Knowledge sharing and leveling up. I think this is the biggest one. Part of why I like Purple is like being able to train without training being your required job, if that makes sense. And then making the org safer, which is the goal for everyone in security, right? We all want to keep getting paid. We all want to have that job, so we need to make sure that the org is safe. In summary, assess your readiness, design for adaptability, right? Like whatever you need may not be the same that a Fortune 500 enterprise needs. So first figure that out and then see what capabilities you do have, what personnel you do have. Maybe you have someone who's already curious about going to offensive security or vice versa, right? You have someone who's well-versed in red and they want to know how they're actually getting detected if they are. And then you can kind of put them on their own little journey. Embed feedback and iterate. This is a really big one. A lot of things when you begin are not going to be great for everyone. So your analyst may hate that you pulled them for a day to go through an exercise that they know is training. And then you slap them with a report that says you missed 80% of what we did, right? So you need to have the wherewithal that like stuff is going to be missed, stuff will break, but we can get better as an organization, as a team, and we can actually improve overall. And then prioritize the outcomes. KPIs mostly are trash, in my opinion, if they're quantity-based. So let's move to quality-based outcomes. Again, are there net new detections? Are we actually improving and having people create their own tools that saves us money down the road? Can we actually do more with less, as every company seems to be asking their employees? I think that is it.
Yeah, I think that's
Cool.
it.
Any questions?
Yeah, I've got plenty of time for questions.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes.
Setting up test scenarios that are repeatable, so you take time to plan it and lay it all out. But what kind of tools can be used, so you can, run those tests, subsequently simplify all that?
Yeah, there's a lot of people kind of getting into that market now. So you have things like TTP Forge, Atomic Red Team. You can do stuff. You may just have to get creative with it in order to build the attack chain so they're not so easy to see. So we were utilizing a tool. I won't say it because it's being used, but what I was seeing when I was analyzing the results is that you could tie everything back to the same process. So that's where I got really good at writing custom malware, is because that was the only way to get around that, where you'd see me trigger something that looked pretty benign and then everything would follow after, and they would actually have to go through their processes to see it. But it was, you had to separate those activities from the process to force them to get in there and dig in. So anything can be used, you just got to get creative with it. And then one thing I would definitely advise, if you are wanting clean systems where there aren't artifacts, just like remnants from other systems, you want a way to refresh your images so they're clean, so they don't have a bunch of noise on there. You want them to focus on those specific techniques. I know some people may argue, hey, but isn't noise pretty typical? Sure, but we're training. We want them to be able to find these things as they're going to happen in the security stack. So up to you, but I would suggest having a clean system as well. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
I want to add on to that real quick. So first off, TTP Forge is open. It's from Meta, so that's free. You don't have to pay for that. Another thing is, like he mentioned, for the system, so we executed on a clean system every time, give an analyst an IP. So use EC2s, use a VM, whatever, floats your boat. But it'll make it a little bit easier for you. So if you have engineers, just spin it up, let them go through their thing, spin it back down. Cool. Next.
You may have already touched upon this in your last response, but you mentioned writing like custom malware for detonation for purpose testing. What does that environment look like? How do you separate that from like production to ensure that that malware is benign and not hitting prod systems?
Test and prod.
No.
Unfortunately, that's kind of how I do things. I'll let Mike answer.
Well, a lot of it's custom, right? So I'm designing it. I know exactly what's going to happen. So a lot of times I'll put kind of handcuffs on it to prevent it from spreading. So like if I'm doing a custom ransomware, I may do like a unique file extension. And so I'll use a a tool like maybe a PowerShell script or something that just generate junk files with that extension. So I know nothing realistically is going to have that extension. So that's what I'm targeting. But I'll put handcuffs on to make sure it stays contained. Same, maybe put in the specific domain of your organization. But definitely design it so that people can't just randomly just run it and create chaos in your, because we've had that happen. Like, it says not to run this, man. It's like, I didn't see it, you know? Luckily, you know, like I don't do, it's contained anyways. I wasn't going to do crazy stuff, but did that answer your question?
Yes, and from the previous response too, it sounds like y'all are spinning these environments up like in AWS.
Yeah, any type of cloud infrastructure is fine. The trick is, yeah, just creating a repeatable mechanism to refresh them and then being able to execute whatever payload. So some tools make you register like an agent on the system. So whatever your pipeline is, you got to make sure you're installing the tool so that you can drop your payloads and execute or whatever. I mean, you could have like an external C2 if you want to push it through the full security stack. So you don't have to worry about refreshing your C2, but your victims, you do for sure. Yeah. Anything else? You over there, sir, white jacket.
I got a lot of questions. I'm gonna try to centralize this one. You know, Anthony, you mentioned the KPIs, you know, are trash. And as a sales professional, I'm on camera, I disagree with you. I fully agree with you. You know, the purple teaming, how do you get the business to buy into sustainable longevity for a purple team versus, hey, this is a flash in the pan, we've got some numbers, I like your idea of like giving the same thing to every analyst and baselining it, but then like where do you go from there to keep that engine revved and keep the business, whoever that is, you know, locked in on saying purple teaming, we're dedicated to this, even though we don't necessarily know what we're getting out of it besides like KPIs. I feel like it's a complicated thing to really get long-term buy-in. How do you guys go with that?
Yeah, so to get the buy-in from leadership, right? One of the main things that we did is we did track the analysts on an individual level between the exercises. And then that feedback is given to their managers. And so when it comes time for performance management or it comes time to up-leveling, so maybe you have a tiered structure, right? And you need to see if this person actually has the skill set to go to a tier 2 or tier 3. One way to do that is also to have your purple team develop a custom exercise for those skill sets. So that was pretty easy. And then to tie in, the whole thing was open, right? We showed them all of our code. We went through readouts and we told them everything that we did. And then we did see an improvement when it came to covert operations or it came to other things being done. And because a lot of times the same TTPs are used, right? You land on a box, you get persistence, you escalate, and then you go after something. So if you can train those ways to identify those techniques over and over, then you should, in theory, be able to have like a real world win and tie that back to the training. Do you have anything to add to that?
Oh yeah, I have a lot to add to this one. So yeah, this is a tough question, and I struggled with it when I worked at the same place. Like, how do we track like growth? How do we track that we're doing good stuff here? Otherwise, you know, see ya, right? So one of the other things we did, because I didn't want to tie it to another team, like our ability to do good work, it kind of sucks to tie it to another team, right? We have to make sure they're doing their job of like actually doing the exercises. But if you don't have 100% buy-in, that may not work. And if that's all you're relying on, you're going to be in trouble. So we started doing stuff like tracking the gaps we're identifying and the problems we're actually solving as well, because I think those are huge wins for an organization. So just trying to find as many things related to your work. So maybe even tool testing, we got into that a lot, where they're thinking about bringing in a new tool. Okay, well, we have all these attack chains and stuff. We can load the tools on the system, and we can see how they perform A/B tests, the new tool versus the old tool. So we got into a lot more stuff, a lot more testing, and just found ways that purple stuff could add more value to whatever it is. So yeah, finding stuff that actually matters and showing impact and just thinking really creatively also. Write that one down. Thinking creatively. That's a good one.
I see some of y'all's little one-line quips in here. They're funny, but it's kind of like, no, I kind of agree with you on that. Even like the 1% growth. Yeah, I saw that one with that little.
Yeah.
Like with 1% growth, would anyone bat an eye at that, or is that, you know, is that positive enough for someone to say, hey, we are showing progress, but would they be like, that's not enough, man, I'm sorry.
I think what you'll, yeah, it's a joke, and you know that's what they say about us in general, right? If you could just improve 1% every day, you're going to be like, you're going to see a large impact in just you in general. But what you'll find when you start doing these types of things, your improvement is like ridiculous. It's a lot more because it doesn't take a lot to have large gains in our capability, especially if you have like a really junior SOC or like you haven't had a really thorough training program in general. Just having these types of conversations, having your analysts going through these reps, you're going to see huge outcome. And what I love to see is just red team getting frustrated. It's great. So, you know, that's good feedback that your program's working, right? If red team's having to work harder.
Yes, sir, in the back.
Yes, you ever, aside from working with the red team and the blue team, you work outside the other IT groups to make sure that they're remediating and mitigating?
Yeah, so a lot of the gaps that we identified, you know, we create a JIRA ticket, pass it off to whichever team it might be, and then it's on them at that point to actually close that loop. So that's another good reason why tracking what you identify rather than what has been closed as a purple team itself is beneficial, because you can't control the engineering teams, the endpoint teams, et cetera, right? So that was an area that we still struggle with, I'll say. You have several gaps that you identify throughout your operations, and then you make them known to the actual owning teams. But again, every team has their own priorities. They have their own things that they have to accomplish as their day-to-day. So there are some things that we will escalate through leadership. If it's something that we deem is like a systemic issue that, you know, 100% of the time is going to lead to us getting sued, then we will push those things. But a lot of the times it's just escalate it to them, make sure they're known, and then we will sit through with them and explain the impact. So we did this, we got access to this, and then from here we were able to dump your database. And so we have customer information or whatever that might be. Again, I work at a bank, so that's kind of like a big thing for us, but it'll vary based off your organization. Did I answer your question? Okay.
I'll add some more to that too. I think what we also found as we, because I think we worked like, what, 3 years together-ish?
Sure.
And we found that we started building relationships everywhere because problems just, you never know where they pop up. And so we got really good at establishing relationships or knowing who to ask to make the connections. But yeah, we were mixing with engineering, whether it's cloud, whether it's endpoint, logging, like we just met whoever we needed to meet to get the problem solved. So yeah, I mean, it involves, like they said, it takes a village. Very true. Very true.
You guys noticed a higher degree or higher turnout of remediation when executing purple team exercises and saying, hey, we got in, we were able to dump the databases, now we got in, as opposed to just sending them over to this before?
I don't know that we saw a difference because we weren't there in the typical remediation process. We were kind of lived outside of that, so I don't really have any insight. But we got pretty good at tracking the things we would have and then tracking them to resolution, because that's kind of our metric, or how many things do we actually get fixed. So I don't know the answer, unless you know. I didn't pay attention.
It depends. So if it was detection, right? It's very simple to do. We can track that, work with the detection team to get that implemented. And now I'm on that team and I own testing. So it's me telling a lot of people what to do. If it comes to a tooling gap, we, again, escalate it to product. It's on them to figure out what tool satisfies that issue and then to get the budget to close that gap or have a mitigating control in place.
Yeah, I was going to add one more thing again. And the other cool thing about some of the stuff we have, like I've had problems that took almost 2 years to solve. And being there, being like close to the issue allowed us to actually get it solved. Like it was already there 2 years before I got involved. And then I'm continuously nudging it along until we get a resolution another 2 years later. But yeah, from that standpoint, yeah, we finally get stuff fixed if you're like noisy enough, I guess, you know, which I am. I'm pretty noisy. Well, not that, but I keep nudging people. Hey, you got any progress on this? What's in your way? How can I help? Who do I need to talk to? What type of buy-in do we need? So
We miss you a lot.
yeah, you know. Any other questions? Time? All right. So that's it for this presentation. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you.
Alert time, no surprise. Lunch, is anybody hungry? There's a bunch of food out there. Ladies first, that's what I would say.
Appreciate it, Jesse.
Tier 2 for the win. All right. It would not be an effective conference without some sort of technical glitch and a hero without a cape to save the day.
True to the Simply Cyber brand, right?
True to the Simply Cyber brand. There's nothing simply about the presentation. Simply presenting, right? Marcus is someone that I don't know if you know this, Marcus, but like I look at you as one of the most positive, and I would say diversely positive in the sense of like the type of stuff you share and promote and advocate for people and share other people who's looking for jobs. Like the type of stuff that you share, you are a news brief to some degree of what's going on in the field. And I think that you may not know that, but like, I'm not the only person that feels that way. I'm not the only person that thinks that. People have talked to you about you in that sense. And I just want you to know that I appreciate that. And I hope that you know that that will come back and hook you up someday. You work for FR Secure, right?
Yeah.
And aren't you hiring? You guys are hiring for someone maybe to be like on your team?
Yes, on my team. Yes.
Incident response case manager, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if there's anybody in this room that is interested or knows someone who might be interested, you might have a chance to work with this guy over here. But super excited about your presentation, Marcus. I'm glad that things got worked out here, man, because I wanted to see the real deal. So I'll hand it over to Marcus now. You guys give a big hand for Marcus. There you go, man.
All right. All right. Why don't you give a hand up? I appreciate the generous words, man. I appreciate it. Everybody give up for Jerry, right? Woo! We're all here. Jerry. Y'all used to watch Jerry Springer back in the day. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, so I've been given the unenviable task of presenting right after lunch. So I'm gonna break this up with a few jokes. Do my best, James McQuiggan. What was that? Not interpretation. What was it? Impersonation. Thank you. So I got a few here. So what do you call fashion for threat actors? What do you call fashion for threat actors? Ransomware. Ransomware. All right.
That's actually not bad.
All right.
That's not bad.
What do you call two monkeys sharing an Amazon account? I know somebody knows this. Primates. They're called primates. All right. How many musicians do we have in here? Musicians. All right. All right. So has anybody ever heard of the band 1023 MB? 1023 MB. You probably never heard of them, right? That's because they haven't gotten a gig yet. 1023 MB, right? Right?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
You'll get it later. Yeah, so I told the doctor I've been having problems with my memory lately. And the doctor said, so what kind of problems are you having? I told him, what problem? What are you talking about? So yeah, hopefully, that should be enough. That should be enough. Let us move on. So I've already, unfortunately, because of our true to the brand technical difficulties, I've already exhausted some of my time. So hopefully this won't take too long. But I just want to talk to us today about building your own cyber threat brief. Building your own cyber threat brief. Leveraging the weekly news brief to build a strong security awareness culture. All right? So what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about motivation. We're going to talk about my backstory a little bit and how I became passionate about news briefs and about doing the news in the first place. Then we want to talk about mindset, why every business needs to do a news brief. I feel like every single business, whether you're a cyber-focused business or tech business or not, needs to have some kind of news brief that you are giving in some kind of way to your employees, to your fellow coworkers. Then we want to talk about the mechanics, the actual process of building that news brief. And then finally, we want to go back to motivation, and we just want to talk about what I want to call the lasting story and some takeaways for your job, for job enhancement, and some takeaways for building your own personal brand. All right. So before we get started with all of that, I do have a hot take. All right. So what Jerry does every single day, it's not that hard.
It's not that hard. When we think, oh, Jerry's on camera every single day. Oh man, it's not. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, right? But anyway, like I said, if you see that hashtag right there, it says hot take. I don't mean that, right? I just wanted to say that to get that out of the way, to get everybody's attention first of all, and then because Jerry's in here as well to get his attention. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's get into it. So motivation. So a little bit about me. I'm an associate incident response case manager at a cybersecurity consulting company called FR Secure, based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm blessed to work remote, so I do not work in Minnesota. I am from right outside of the great city of Detroit, Michigan. That's why I had my hat on, putting on for my city, right? So yeah. So and just like Tyler Ramsey shared earlier, I have a master's of divinity as well. And unlike Tyler, I also actually finished my doctor of ministry, so I have that as well. I've been in ministry since 2001. I used to be a pastor, but also unlike Tyler, if I were to have gone right after he did, I just felt so inspired by a lot of the things that he was sharing that I would have spent a lot more time than I'm going to spend right now talking a lot about some of the things that he said. Because what I would have been able to do is give you a follow-up on how, if you don't listen to some of the things that he said in his keynote about balance and about making sure that you're living in purpose and making sure that you're doing the right things, for not just for your career, for yourself, but for your family as well, then you'll end up like I did. I made a pivot in 2019. This is a really big part of my story following the divorce, and we'll talk more about that pivot in just a second. And then also, you should know that I'm finishing year 3 in cybersecurity.
Woo! Way to go, man.
Year 3, right? So coming up in January, I'll be starting year 4. So the reason why I share that last piece of information right there, I just want to encourage anybody in here who you've been thinking about giving a talk of some kind, you've been thinking about sharing information, or you may think you don't know enough. I don't think there's anybody who's giving a presentation here in track 1, because I was in track 2. I think I'm the only 3-time speaker so far for Simply Cyber. So first 2 years I was in track 2, but somehow I've graduated and I'm in track 1 now, right? So I don't think anybody who is giving a presentation in track 1 today has less experience than I do. And I say that just to say, just put yourself out there. That's the testimony that I can give to my career in my life, and what I want somebody to be able to take away from it is just put yourself out there. If you put yourself out there, good things will happen. And people, I think people give me a little bit more credit than I think I deserve at this point in my career about what people think I know. I think I know a little bit about a little bit. Now I know a little bit enough to do my job every single day, but I'm still learning, I'm still growing, but I'm willing to put myself out there at any time. And all I'm doing, and I want to be able to, as many times as we're able to do a Simply CyberCon, I want to be able to speak every single year. And my goal is just to be able to speak about whatever I'm doing at work at the moment. And so that's what I'm doing. So just a little bit about my rebuild of my career. So again, in 2019, went through a divorce, and I found myself working on 2 part-time jobs at Amazon, fulfillment, or not fulfillment, but the delivery side, right? So I was doing that, and then also working nights at Home Depot. So I did that in 2019. 2020, I got a full-time position at Amazon. And you see those dotted lines, that dash right there in 2021. We'll come right back to that. And then in 2021 and 22, I was working some logistics at Ryder. And that job that I had, that is the stereotypical office place that was depicted in Office Space, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. Like every aspect of Office Space, that is what that job was there. So thankfully, I was so incredibly happy to be able to get out of that job, and then from there, I got into cybersecurity in 2023.
working where I am right now at FR Secure. And so that dash that right there that you see in 2021, I made a decision that changed the trajectory of my career and also life. And that decision was going back to school for a certificate of cybersecurity from the University of Michigan. It was a 10-month program, and learned quite a bit. And I mean, you can only deep dive so much in a certificate program within 10 months. But I learned just enough, I guess, to be able to position myself to be able to get the job that I got right now. So while I was there, an instructor that I had for 3 out of my 11 classes, a guy named Rick Gomez, a great cybersecurity professional, he implored upon us the importance of keeping up with the news, and that's how my whole passion started with seeking out the news. And I listen to a bunch of podcasts every single day, a lot of cybersecurity podcasts, a lot of cybersecurity YouTube channels. I'm always trying to absorb as much information and apply as much information as possible, and just really helped us develop a passion for the news. And so what we did was every single class, we had to bring one news article. We had to bring one news article to every single class, and he would spend the first 5-10 minutes going over those articles that we gave him, and then we would talk about those. And again, he was just really trying to implore upon us the importance of staying up with the news. And I can't think of any other industry where it's more important to stay up with the current news, because if you don't, I mean, you're going to get left behind real quick, as I'm sure everybody in here knows. And how that ended up pivoting into my involvement with Simply Cyber is shout out to Pamela Marie Heggie. She is a Simply Cyber community member. I remember she posted in our Discord, because she was one of my fellow students at U of M when I was going through the program, and she posted a link as we were starting to get to the end of our program. She had posted a link to this video, SOC analyst answers to interview questions, and so I checked that out. And then as I was checking that out, I saw that that Jerry had a daily cyber threat brief, and so when I first saw that video, that was like the middle of 2022, and just started tuning in and been watching every day since. So that's a little bit about the back. Over the past week, new physical attacks are quickly diluting secure enclave defenses from NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. LinkedIn phishing targets finance execs with fake board invites. CISA, high severity Linux flaw now exploited by ransomware gangs. More than 10 million impacted by breach of government contractor conduit. US, quote unquote, slipping on cybersecurity, annual Cyberspace Solarium Commission report concludes. So again, those are just some headlines just from last week. So when you read all of those headlines, cybersecurity can be very intimidating. And it can be very discouraging sometimes when you see all of these bad things happening. It's like we're spending so much time and we're putting so much effort into our controls and into our processes, and yet this stuff keeps happening every single day, and we get frustrated, and Jerry gets spicy about like people still not implementing MFA, and it's like we've been telling people every day, like, why are you still not doing some of the basic things that need to be done, right? And so it can be frustrating and it can be intimidating for people who are not necessarily in this industry. For people who are new to this industry, a lot of that news can be intimidating. But responding to that intimidation with the latest and greatest tools is understandable, but there's a better way. There's a better way. Cybersecurity awareness can take you places where tooling can't. But only if you treat cyber awareness with a culture building mindset rather than that of simply checking the box of compliance. And so if anybody recognizes
with this with this if anybody recognizes what this graphic is, and and the hashtag there, right? It says the olds. So if any of you were identify as the olds, then you understand exactly what this is. And yes, drink, absolutely. In fact, I will go ahead and take a swig of water real quick. All right, so anytime that you saw your teacher roll this into the classroom, that meant that you were getting ready to watch some clips, right? So we're getting ready to watch a few clips here to drive home a few points. And like I said, I was having problems playing this through the slides, and so we're going to actually pull this up. And I'm just going to let you know right now, I had a little bit of difficulty. No, the issue with this particular clip is it was a little long, so I sped it up a little bit. So hopefully you can understand everything that's being said. It's at 1.7 speed, but hopefully you can understand. But if not, we can talk about it. All right.
It's time to play What's Worse. Edward, you know how this game is played. Two crappy scenarios. You have to like either one of them, but you have to pick one. And I think Andy answers first, and then you'll get to agree or disagree with Andy. And here we go. Andy, this comes from Matt Muller, who's a field CISO over at Times. All right, fantastic. All right, and this is actually kind of a simple two options, but we're elaborating here. You'll see when it comes to the end, you'll realize it's a quick Andy here. And I feel I know which way you're going to go, but let's see how we go. So here are the two scenarios that Matt poses. Scenario number one, you report to a leader that constantly meddles in your tech stack based on their own personal whims and relationships. Things like forcing you to change a sim unexpectedly because they were brought to dinner by a new vendor. Wait, that didn't work for me, did he? But they give you full autonomy over your team and hiring decisions, so you have complete control over that, right? Okay. That's good. Now, it's pretty much the flip of that. You report to a leader that constantly meddles in your team based on their own personal whims and relationships. Things like moving your favorite people into roles they want on your team, regardless of whether or not they're a good fit. But gives you full autonomy over your tool stack and your service providers. So the question of, do you want to control your tools or do you want to control your team? So I gotta say, I know this one sounds like it's gonna be really hard, but I put this one into the really easy. No, I think you're gonna answer really easy here. I think we're gonna control my team. Right, I assume you want to. Whatever tools I have to work with, fine. If you're gonna spec them out for me, I can work around that problem with an amazing team. If I don't have control of my team, and I don't mean this as like a controlling thing, but like if you can keep changing around who's here, they're demotivated. Like really hard to lead in that environment. And so the fact that I get to pick the tools, so what? So I think this one's a lot easier than it sounds at first, and not being able to pick your team is the worst. So most leaders want to pick their team. Well, I want to develop my people. I want to be invested. I want them to know that I've got their back. And if I've got a boss who's coming and moving people around, my people know I don't have their back. I can even protect them from the chaos, which is part of my job. But then there's the chaos of the tools constantly changing, and that's driving them crazy. I can build my team around that chaos, like that's manageable as a people manager, but you can't manage around the chaos of people just willy-nilly being moved around. You can't let go poor performers, you have weird performance pitches that you have no control over. Be very effective manager that way. All right. Edward, do you agree or disagree with Andy here? Yeah, I definitely agree. So when I think about it, the tool works for the people, right? And now that you have your question is, can you make good developers still productive, even giving them the most challenging programming languages on the planet? I think the answer is yes. But even if you give challenging developers the best programming languages on the planet, they might or might not be able to deliver. So at the end of the day, the tool works for the people, and the best team can always work around, regardless what kind of challenges and problems they have with the tools. I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, both of you, when you're a CISO walking in, you're walking into a suite of tools and a suite of people as well. Like you just accept what you get, don't you? In both cases, Edward? Yes, but I think traditional management consulting always talk about you have the strategy, right? You have the process, and then you have the people. I think tool probably is the fourth one on that list. And a lot of it is with people. People are infinitely moldable in the tool. Again, I think really good people can adapt.
Okay, so hopefully we were able to understand that a little bit. So just in case you weren't, this is actually one of my favorite podcasts, and this is my favorite segment on that podcast. And what's worse? And so you have to pick which scenario you think is worst of the ones that are being described. And so it was just basically talking about, just asking, which scenario would you rather be in as a CISO? Would you rather have your tool set scrutinized and tightly controlled, whatever, but you have full autonomy over your team, and you're able to mold your team the way that you want it, and you're able to invest in your team? Or do you want to have your team scrutinized, and you're not able to invest in your team the way that you want to, but you have full autonomy over your tool set, and you're able to do what you want to do? And so the answer from both people was, I'd rather have more control over my team. I'd rather be able to put more emphasis on the team rather than the tool set. And so so that was just an example. And again, this is coming from the experience and the mindset of two CISOs, right? And so I aspire to be a CISO one day, and so I always want to listen to the perspective of CISOs and what they're talking about and what they've been through and how they think, right? And so so the way that these CISOs think is that it's very important. While we want to have a strong tool set, and we want to be able to give we want to be able to throw tooling at the problems that we see in the articles that we shared or whatever. We want to throw powerful tooling at them, but if you prepare your people better, if you prepare your people to be able to face those problems, then that's going to be better for you in the long run. And so that's one reason why I wanted to share that. And so so for our second clip, and this is going to be at 1x speed, and so you'll be able to understand this. And this is from the most recent episode of the Cybersecurity Mentors podcast. And I don't know how many of you all caught this one, but this was just a phenomenal episode. I really learned a lot from it. It was so powerful. One of the most powerful episodes that I've watched of any podcast all year. And so just going to play a couple minutes of this one. So I'm going to minimize this. We're going to, I'm going to pull this one up and get started with this one.
I was very normal CISO. Yeah, I was walking into the network at university for a network and put on campus in such a fashion since finishing my degree. So it was interesting. For the first few weeks, I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing, but there was a natural rhythm that sort of eventuated, and the rest is history, as they say, but I'm happy to dive into that.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. How did they, as their first CISO, how did they, were they happy you were there, or was it like, oh no, there's a new sheriff in town? Like, how was that?
Yeah, so it was an interesting mood because I came on the back of a breach they'd already had.
Okay.
And I must have been the only person in the country that didn't know about it. But, I was so fixated on the job I was doing back at the bureau. I didn't really pay a lot of attention. I just it was an offer made to go there, but I didn't have a lot of the background of what was happening until after I got there, and it was a very somber mood, really somber. People weren't talking about the breach. That was the first thing that really hit me. Nobody wanted to talk about it. It was this sort of veil of secrecy. It wasn't being allowed to breathe. And I spoke to some colleagues who were involved in that incident. And I said, is there any reason we can't talk about this? And I said, why do you want to talk about it? And I said, well, breaches are like an act of organizational trauma. And to heal from trauma, you need to talk. You can't sit there in silence. You need to talk about it, and you need to let it air, and you need to ask questions, and maybe they take you to some uncomfortable places, and maybe there are some things you can't answer for good reasons. But in the main, you should acknowledge that it happened and where you can go forward from there. And I was in the process of getting that sorted. I was in the process of saying, we are going to talk about this, and we're going to open this up, and we're going to have a conversation about this.
Breaches are are type of organizational trauma. And you get through that trauma by having conversations, by talking about it, not talking around it, not trying to avoid it, but talking about it. That was the main thing that I took away from that episode. And in that same spirit, one of the reasons to answer the question, why is a news brief so important? Cyber awareness emphasis places people over products. The cyber news brief gets people talking. Just as we saw in that last clip, it gets people. Now, that last clip had nothing to do with cyber awareness, but it had to do with people talking about the problem, talking about the situation, right? So in that same vein, the cyber news brief gets people talking. And once people are talking, this is the point that he was talking about. Once people are talking, then growth can take place, right? So once people are talking, growth can take place. So that's why I believe that the news brief is so important. So now let's get into to the meat of this. Let's talk about the mechanics of the cyber threat brief, right? So this is how I think I forgot to explain, right? So at my company, I do the weekly threat brief for my company. I do it on a rotation. So every other week, I present the news for our company meeting. So our company is small enough to where we have a company-wide meeting every single Monday for an hour. In 30 minutes, we go over everything. We go over the financials. We go over departmental updates. We celebrate wins. We have actual shout outs. We shout out people in the company for the good work that they're doing every single week, right? And so after that 30 minutes is over, with the other 30 minutes is going over the news of the week. And so I do that with one other person. And so this is how what I'm getting ready to describe. This is how I put together, or how we put together the news that we talk about in that company meeting, and then we also distribute that later on. And so, for what I do, for what we do, each story has 4 or 5 bullet points, and that 5th bullet point is just, as you'll be able to see in a second, it's just sharing maybe a link to a report that was talked about in the article. So the first bullet point, it just talks about who, what, where, and when. So just standard information about the article. The second bullet point touches on the why and the how. The how of the event and why it matters. And the third bullet point gets to context and impact. And so it's sharing an additional point or statistic from the article, why the event, why the article is relevant to organizations and to the general public. And then the fourth bullet point is takeaways from the article or action steps in light of the information that's been shared. So keys from the articles, action steps, security concepts to remember in light of the information that has been shared. So those are a bit of the mechanics of putting together the news brief. And we do about 9 stories, 8 or 9 stories every week with this 4 or 5 bullet point format for every article. And so these are some things to keep in mind as you build your news brief. First thing you want to keep in mind is your company identity. Your company identity. You must discern your company voice and persona, as it will impact the way that you cover the news. So at FR Secure, our mission is to fix a broken industry. And so we like to do, we like to think that we're doing a lot of things differently than typical, right? We try to be product agnostic in everything that we do. And so that means that a lot of the information that we share, so there are a lot of good articles that we'll see from time to time that are kind of like sponsored pieces on websites. A lot of this stuff is good, but and I used to share some of those things, but I've kind of been encouraged to kind of move away from sponsored pieces, even though they might have like really good information. Like CrowdStrike might have like a really good informational article or whatever, but in that article, and you'll see it at the end, is every sponsored piece, it has like something toward the end about their product and how it meets the need that's being talked about in there. So we kind of try to avoid a lot of those or whatever, and we don't have to get into it. If my CEO was here, he would get into why we try to stay clear of really endorsing products, right? So you have to know your company identity and how that affects how you share the news and what kind of news you share. The second thing is interdepartmental relevance. Interdepartmental relevance. It's important to curate from different audiences by department, by experience, either practitioner-based or leadership-based, right? And so yes, we are a cybersecurity company, but we have a lot of different departments within the company. You have your executive leadership team, your C-level individuals, right? Then you also have your BDRs, the ones that are out there drumming up the business, the ones out there in the trenches making the cold calls and getting the meetings and everything like that. Then you also have your other salespeople, your sales executives and your account executives and those who are really involved in the customer relationship, right? Then we also have project managers. We have our product management team, and then we also have our tech team, our technology team, comprising of the red team, the pen testing side, and then we also have the blue team, which is the team that I'm on with the incident response. And so we have all of those different teams, working together to really keep a hear about it, right? So we try to put in articles that speak not just to all the technical stuff. That stuff is really good, and there are a lot of different news sources that speak just to the technical. But then you also have sites that speak to your C-level individuals, and it's always good to be able to have pieces like that in there, because they get people who may not necessarily be in the cybersecurity trenches every day, but there's still some leadership aspects that they need to be thinking about. And then also, I remember one week I shared something that had to do with finances or something like that, and it really and we got some really good commentary from our CFO. She doesn't know anything about cybersecurity, or the only thing she knows about cybersecurity is what she's learned since she's been at FR Secure. But she was really moved. Well, not moved, but it's not a sermon, right? But she was impacted by the article. She thought it was really good material, right? And so we want to be able to have news articles in there that are relevant to anybody on the team or anybody in the company, so they can derive value from it. And the other thing to keep in mind is participation incentives. You can benefit from building an incentive program around news curation and discussion participation. You can actually incentivize people to participate in the news curation process. And I really, if we had not had those technical difficulties earlier, I would have a little bit more time. I know we don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm not going to necessarily be able to go into kind of what I would do to set up an incentive program to get people really participating. But that's just something that I'll leave it up to your own creativity. Like, if you were to have a program like this for your company, how would you get people involved, and how would you incentivize them to be a part of the news process? Okay, so just some things to keep in mind. And unfortunately, I love Fleetus Postman. We all love Fleetus. Great member of the Simply Cyber family. I had a clip to play from him. I'm going to skip that for right now, unfortunately. I feel really bad about that. I know we're running short on time, but this is a slide that some of you who are taking pictures or whatever, you definitely want to take a look at this one. Try not to have too many words on slides or whatever, but this one, this is these are the sites that I typically will use when I'm putting the news brief together. So you have your general cyber news, and you can see some of those there. Then you have your news aggregation, I like to call them, sites. The CISO series, which we take the cyber brief from every single day. And then you also have the CyberWire. And you listen to the CyberWire. I listen to that every single day, along with the CISO series, along with the daily cyber threat brief. And that's how I get a lot of my cyber news. And then we also have sites that are focused on tech products and tech companies, right? And so, but then you also have your more political or investigative websites. And when I say more political, I'm not talking about like partisan politics or anything like that, but just stories that have an impact on the political landscape and on the way that the country is going. There, without even having to talk about what side of the aisle you're on or whatever, there are a lot of stories that have political implications, just as far as how the country is progressing and how the country is going. And I forgot the name of it, but the cybersecurity, just information sharing act or something like that. That I don't think I have the exact name of it right now, but that act that expired, I guess, sometime within the last month or whatever. And there's been a lot of talk about what's going to be done to to further that, to keep that going, because that was something that was really good. But that's something that was that's something that's being talked about, and that's just an example of the type of news that some of these sites here that I have under the more investigative and political sites or whatever. That's some of the information that you'll find there. Then you have like your more technical sites. Dark reading is definitely something where you'll get some technical deep dives or whatever. And then also something that we use from time to time, the DFIR, or the DIFR report, digital forensics and incident response. For anybody who doesn't know what DFIR stands for, those are some of your more technical deep dives into malware analysis and things like that, and some of the ransomware attacks that we see, right? And then also one of my favorite sites for cybersecurity leadership is a CSO Online, so Chief Security Officer Online, and those articles talk a lot about cyber leadership. And so at the end of the day, this is what the document looks like when we put the news together. You'll see all of your bullet points there. I'm sharing the title of the article link, and then the bullet points there. And this document, we discuss it during the company meeting every week, and then we distribute it company wide right after the meeting. And so again, this is just another screenshot of the PDF. And you can see you have your 4 bullet points, but you have a 5th bullet point there. This was a research paper that was referenced in the article. And so just like Jerry loves infographics, you see all the saxophones in the chat with the infographics. I get hot and bothered when it comes to academic research papers. When I was getting my doctor of ministry, I had to read a lot of academic research papers and just tons and tons of PDFs. And I just love a good PDF, sit by the fire, drink some hot chocolate, you know what I'm saying? And you're looking at research papers, you know what I'm saying? And so I love to do that. And so we always try to share those when we can, right? And then also, in addition to sharing company-wide, this is the website that we put the news on every single week. It's we post it weekly to a website called projecthyphy.com/threats. And I'm not even going to go into to what Project Hyphy means right now. We don't necessarily have a lot of time, but that's something that you'll want to check out. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Steve is a great friend of FR Security. So yeah, maybe you'll end up with us one day.
I doubt it. I really doubt it. I got a pension where I'm at. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. Can't ruin that, man. No. All right. So, and again, this is just an example of kind of what the news looks like when we post it to that site. So, to end, motivation. So we want to end on motivation. We started with motivation. This is a golden opportunity for you to lead from the middle. I think I talked about this last year, the concept of leading from the middle, right? So some of us aspire to be in leadership positions. I know I do. I know I'm not there yet. I have a lot to learn. Again, I'm in my 3rd year. I'm finishing my 3rd year. But I do aspire to leadership. And maybe even if you don't aspire to leadership, but you're happy being an individual contributor. You're happy, going on the technical track, and you can make a lot of good money and make an impact in your company being an individual contributor. But you still want to make as much money as you possibly can. Again, it's not about money, but it's about getting as far in your career as you want to go and being able to make as much impact as you want to make. Again, keeping in mind everything that Tyler said earlier. You want to put yourself in position to have the best career that you possibly can. And the way to do that, whether you aspire to leadership or you are very comfortable and very satisfied being an individual contributor, is to lead from the middle. If you're able to lead from the middle, that's going to put you in position to be able to make all the advancement that you want to make. And what leading from the middle is just saying, you're taking the opportunities to create your own opportunities, right? You're creating your own opportunities. And what that means is just that for example, here, you're using this material, all the information that I've been sharing for the past 40 or so minutes. You're using the material to create a proposal to submit to your leadership about starting a cyber threat brief for your own company, right? And it does 3 things very quickly. It shows initiative, You're not just waiting for somebody to give you something to do. You are going to management. You're going to leadership and saying, I would like to do this. And it demonstrates innovativeness. Again, you're coming up with something that hasn't been done before in your business or whatever. And then it also just shows that you're locked in. It shows that you're locked in. It shows that you are invested in your company and you want to see the best for your company. And you want to see people being better about cybersecurity. So it shows that you're fully invested in the company. You're locked in to the vision of the company or whatever. And so those are the things that you can think about as you use this as an opportunity to lead from the middle and to create a threat brief for your own company. But what you can also do is you can create a threat brief for yourself. You can create a threat brief for yourself. Become a trusted source of information and insight. Create a threat brief for yourself and build your own personal brand. You can either do it through LinkedIn or through Medium. You can start a Substack. I think somebody was talking about their own Substack that they had earlier. And oh, you know what? Goodness gracious. I just realized I forgot to we have Canva templates or whatever. I just forgot to take the second part of this everything on the right. I forgot to take it off the slide. But so yeah, you can either create a LinkedIn or Medium blog, you can start a Substack, or you can produce a podcast or YouTube show where you are talking about the news, your perspective on it, and what you've learned from it and what other people can learn from it. That's how you become a trusted source, and you can create your own personal brand. And just a quick story before I close. That actually sharing information, creating your own content, that led me to the job that I have right now, right? So this screenshot right here. This is a screenshot of the podcast app that I play on my podcast from on a daily basis. This is from the podcast that I had, the most recent episode of my own podcast. And you can, if you see that date right there, it says October 26th, 2020. October 26th, 2020. That was the last episode of my podcast, the most recent episode that I produced. I've been wanting to get back to it, but I've since changed industries. So my podcast used to be about basically what I did for my doctor of ministry. I was studying church communications and digital ministry. And so that's what my podcast was about. And one thing that my boss who hired me, he said that one of the things that really helped your candidacy was I checked out your podcast and I listened to it and I love the information that you shared. And I love the way that you shared it. And I just think that you have a lot of good insight. I love the way that you think. I love the way that you communicate. And that really helped you. That really gave me a good impression of you. And he said the same thing about our team lead, who does a lot of the vetting for different positions as well. He said that there really wasn't too much more vetting that needed to be done after listening to episodes of my podcast. And so I just wanted to share that creating, and Jerry has the course about building your own YouTube channel, and those of you who want to invest in that, whenever the next time he does a cohort of that would definitely be a great thing to invest in and to build your personal brand, right? So I believe that is all that I have. At the beginning, at the outset, I was just kidding when I said that what Jerry does every single day is easy. It's not easy because, again, he does it 5 days a week. I'm only talking about doing it 1 day a week. And I'm really talking about going over the information that you have before you share it and really really diving deep into it. Jerry, he has 20 years of experience. He doesn't have to dive deep into articles before he shares it. He's able to just share it. I'm not asking you. I know Tyler can do it. Eric Taylor can do it. Daniel Lowry can do it. But we cannot necessarily do that. But we can share the news in our own way. Some of us, Jerry says he ain't got time for that, right? But some of us, we need to take the time. We need to actually take the time to go over the news before we share it or whatever. But the one thing I want you to take away from it, you can do this. You can do this. This is not something that is too hard for any of you in this room, anybody who's watching online right now. This is something that you can do, and I want to encourage you to do it. Build a personal brand, build something spectacular for your company, and I think it'll have a strong impact. And with that, thank you very much. You can find me everywhere online at that handle, and thank you very much.
Got me psyched.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Anybody have any questions? Mark. Cheers. All right. Sir.
You said you've only been in cybersecurity 3 years. What are your short-term goals for where you plan on your career?
I do want to move into to whatever the next level of leadership looks like. I think it's not a well-kept secret. I aspire to get into GRC. I'm in DFIR right now, and I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying it, but I would definitely love to get into GRC and be able to get into because I see that as a way to. For one reason why I want to get into GRC, I love analysis. I love writing papers. I love auditing. I had to do a lot of that at other positions. A lot of things that people don't like to do. I like to do those things, and I'm fascinated about them within the context of cybersecurity. And so, want to get into GRC and some leadership positions within that, because I think that would be a good transition into like a BISO role, business information security officer, or what is it? What is that? The ISSO or something like information system security officer. I positions like that. I kind of want to move into there until I can get to that CISO position, or at least like a director of a department or something like that. Yeah, definitely cybersecurity leadership is definitely what I want to do. So yeah.
I was wondering, like, do you recommend ramping up the program, like starting with 1 story a week and then 2 stories a week, and then kind of going up for a place that doesn't have any kind of cyber brief at all?
So for the people online, the question was, do I recommend starting off with a 1 story a week and ramping it up as you get the program going and get it more mature? I think that would be good. I think I said we do about 8 or 9 stories a week. I think you could do like what Jerry does with the emails. I don't know if you're on that email list where you get the stories once a week. Him and my guy Chuck Sapp, they do 3 stories a week, and he does just basically describing the story and what you need to take away from it. And then it has a link to the article. Then it has a link to his take on it from the Daily Cyber Threat Brief, and just 3 stories. And so 1 story for your peers, and then 1 story for practitioners, 1 story for practitioners, 1 story for the executives, and then 1 story for what was it? End users. Thank you. Yeah. So I would even start. Maybe not even with 1, but with 3. I think 3 would be a good number to start with, and just keep it kind of simple. And maybe you don't even need to ramp up from there. You might not need to do as many stories as we do, but I think 3 is a solid number for a weekly brief. So yeah. Right. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, man. And by the way, if you're interested in what he was talking about and referencing the political side of it, I believe, Elliot, you're going to be diving into a lot of the geopolitical awareness and whatnot in the next. So it's a great segue for the next presentation. I will tell you, man, just obviously this is not about me, but I have been a part of a growing sales team for the last 9-10 months. I went from 1 to like 70 something. And that group is not really cyber focused, and they're having a hard time connecting the dots. This definitely, I think, is worth a shot for me. And I was thinking, your question you just asked was perfect, 3.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, if I am able to go, here's the topic, here's the context, here's how you can apply that from a sales perspective, that's a way to, provide information to my team, but it's also very relevant for what I do. And I've been missing this. And so I definitely already took that away
Yes,
from
sir.
you. And third, he referenced Jerry's personal branding and YouTube focused class. I was a guinea pig student in that. No interest whatsoever in doing a YouTube channel, but thought, you know what, I'll do this. Came out of it we talked about this earlier this week. I came out of it very intrigued by it and also very confident that I could. But the best part about it was the cohesiveness with the group that you go through it with. And you're like really excited to see other people develop their idea and then change their idea. And it creates a real safe space. So if you are interested in the least bit in like establishing a brand or even figuring out what would my brand be, it is the best safe place I could ever recommend for that. Because you're going to get ridiculous, like granular instruction on how to do stuff. And it's not, here's advice, go do it. It's don't come back until you finish this in this class. And you're going to do it. So definitely look into that if you guys are interested in that. So Marcus, that was a really awesome presentation.
Appreciate it, man.
Seriously.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, real man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. We got Elliot in 10 minutes or so coming back. So stick around. One right here? Right? Oh, nice. All right. Everybody here? You good? All right, very small world moment twice actually in the last few minutes. So I met Elliot just a little while ago, and he said, "You from Washington?" And I said, "Well, I've lived in Virginia. I'm a big Commanders fan. Rest in peace to my team after last night." But found out that you were born, I believe, 5 minutes from where I used to teach 4th grade, up in Northern Virginia. And then just out in the hallway, having a conversation with someone else who was born in Fredericksburg, which is 2 towns away from where I was born. And I believe your brother lives in the town next to my town. And this is all very small town stuff for the most part. But just coming out here and meeting 2 people I've never met before and watching that world shrink, it's my favorite part about coming to this. But that is not nearly as cool as geopolitical awareness. And that is what we are about to lock in on today with Elliot. So really glad you made it all the way from sunny California, man. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. We're going to talk politics. And, so we might get canceled. Jerry's here to make sure that I don't cross any boundaries. Yeah. So, I want to do a shout out to Mr. Phil Stafford, though, because he introduced me to Simply Cyber a little bit about a year ago. And here I am giving a talk about some cool stuff. Hopefully this will be entertaining. We'll see how it goes. Jerry's giving me the size.
Make sure I get your number.
So anyway, my name is Elliot Mattice. I am also known on all the channels as Elliot Mattice, so hard to find. A little bit about me. I, as you heard, grew up in Northern Virginia, right outside of the DC area, and all of that is steeped in politics. So I've worked in federal agencies for the better part of 25 years, so it's kind of baked into my DNA. I find that the political stories are really important. I know, Jerry, you're not a political show. We're going to make it a little bit of a political show. So what we're trying to do here is talk about these stories in a way that they are just another kind of threat source, and it's introduced into your models as anything else would be. We're going to treat the global news as anything else. You're going to scan it, you're going to make sense of it, and then turn it into action, right? So we're going to digest some of that. So here we go. What we're going to go through is why geopolitics matter. A game theory primer. So game theory is the process, the methodology by which I think makes a lot of sense to distill these news stories into some kind of information that you can process. And then we'll go through a couple case studies. Now these cases that I put together were news stories that happened in the past couple of weeks as I was putting this deck together. Some of them you may have heard of, so we can kind of see what a new lens looks like on some of those. And then lastly, we're going to put it into a geocyber radar. So how do you actually put this into practice? And I got to tell you, I spent so much time on these graphics to make this man happy, so you better like them. So here we are, another very slick thing here. So why does geopolitics matter? It's because they are early indicators of risk, right? So as we see these stories, we can kind of get hints at what might be coming. And I'll get into that later, but the whole idea here is to move further and further left of boom, right? We are looking at how to put in proactive controls by using predictive models. So when we have that early indicators of risk, we can look at supply chain risk, and we can look at how those geopolitical actions shift behaviors. So the way that you can think about this is through what we call ripple paths. So as you consider these stories, they are generally categorized into one of these 3 types of stories. So you're going to have policy and regulatory shifts. These are the governmental legislation that happens. These are the new regulations that come out. These are laws. These are the changes. These might even be things that we hear sometimes on the daily news brief of budget changes or hirings and firings based on the administration, who's in office, and all those fun things. We move into the second category, which is civil unrest, and you'll see this as protests and all of those actions that the people are generating, generally around most likely their displeasure in what might be occurring in the world. And then finally, military activity, it's sort of self-explanatory. These are the wars, these are the infighting, these are the battles, these are the kinetic actions that are happening out there. So again, when you distill these stories down, they're gonna fall into one of these categories almost all of the time. So let's talk a little bit more about the policy and regulatory. These are a number of the different things that you might see here, and talked a little bit about this, export control and critical infrastructure. These are the laws and the rules. As these change, your environment may change. You may have to update and adjust your controls and your security policy based on what happens through policy and regulation. So what do you watch for and what do you do early? Now, this is how you're going to look at these kinds of policy and regulatory stories. So look out for those policy vote schedules. Look out for when legislation is going to get voted on. Look at when things are being implemented. You know, my background in federal contracting, you will see that a law passes, but it doesn't go into effect for another 12 or 18 months. So you have time to work into that. So it's not just a vote schedule, but an implementation schedule. It could be GDPR updates or anything to that nature. Look for those dates and those schedules. Look at industry advisories. These are going to not necessarily be governmental votes, but the industry, whatever industry you might be looking at, critical infrastructure, water, electricity, as they might change their regulations, those might be important based on what business that you're in. And then lastly, the regional regulators. Again, you know, we can talk a lot about global. This is a geopolitical talk, but there is going to be some regional regulation that has to be considered as well. So what do you do with all this? Map, monitoring, communication updates. Pretty straightforward, right? You want to be aware of what's coming in. How do you map that? How do you communicate that outwardly, preparing for those next steps that you might need to take? You can stage alternative regions, right? As you look at, perhaps you might have a data center in the EU. They're changing GDPR. Is that going to impact the way that you're doing your business? You might want to relocate or consider using other regions based on some of those regulatory shifts that occur. And then, you know, lastly, we can prepare ticket changes, prepare communications, get those prompted and ready so that when the action happens, you're not wasting your time drafting emails, sending it through review and all of that. You can get these things pumped and ready to go, hit send, and now you are actively working that issue. So that was the policy. So we'll look at civil unrest, and I love that. I spent a lot of time on that. So we're going to have protests and strikes and port lockdowns, all of these things. We see this in the news constantly these days. So again, this is a lot of what you see from the individual pushing back. This is the power of the people here. So again, what are we going to watch for? As the civil unrest happens, we tend to see more phishing attacks, more email compromise, more authentication issues. The threat actors taking advantage of the chaos of that civil unrest. These are some of those risks that you can see. So what do you do for that? We can raise our monitoring thresholds. We can step up authentication and have out-of-band payment confirmation if some of your risks are around any kind of financial system. So Jerry talks a lot about how you have people, these threat actors, taking advantage of situations. How can you manage your workflows around that to make sure that everybody is checking the right boxes, verifying who they are, doing the right things? In military action. Again, this is fairly self-explanatory. This is going to be the fighting between countries, between regions, between different parties. So you see more of the kinetic fighting here and what leads into that, or the the cyber attacks that might lead into kinetic fighting or vice versa. You have them kind of blended now. We don't see necessarily, as we might have all predicted, that move into truly cyber-based warfare. There is hybrid blending of that. So we have to think about those. So watch for any kind of themed lures, because these are highly motivated around particular motivations that the countries or the whoever's battling are going to have, right? They're fighting for a reason. There's going to be a theme there. You can see that a lot in what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. There's a lot of these themes coming out of that region of the world. So we have to look for that, look for spillover from those regions into your own space. DDoS and defacement, again, fairly straightforward, but this is causing disruption. Right? They want to disrupt the normal cycle. They want to disrupt our sources so that it is more challenging to get the correct news, the correct information. And then, as I mentioned just a moment ago, you have the state-sanctioned spillover. So we see some of this in, again, in the Russia-Ukraine region. We saw it with Stuxnet, right, where there was a targeted victim that they were going after, and it grew out of that space. So you may see that happening as you have cyber attacks between different military combatants. They may not be as tightly bound as they hope they are. And now you're seeing some potential malware or some threats that are coming your way because they left their war theater. So what do we do? Narrative theme detection, right? This is understanding what those themes are, what those lures are that they're using, adding those to your detection engines, making sure that if there's keywords or phrases, something that's happening, that you can be aware of those, add those in, and make sure that you're filtering or looking for those specific themes that are out there. Hardening rate limits is what you can do to prevent those DDoS attacks. It's a pretty standard means and method to help survive some of those DDoS attacks, is to ensure that you're rate limiting, you're maybe even putting geo fences out there, not allowing certain traffic for certain regions to come into your enclave, whatever that might look like. And then lastly, keeping up intelligence. Right? This is really important. We heard a lot of this from Marcus on making sure that you are constantly feeding in some information, making sure you're aware of things. The idea, as I'll get to, is to find the right sources in the right volume without overwhelming yourself, but you can't just give up either and say, I've got that information, I'm moving on to the next thing. So the idea is, again, to treat signals like vulnerabilities. We don't want to create yet another entire method, another entire procedure that you have to do. This should feed into your threat model, your vulnerability scanning, as if it was anything else. You're basically putting a human wrapper around the geopolitical news and putting it into that, if you can see at the top left blue box there. So just like any other vendor vulnerability or any other disclosure that you have, adding in that geopolitical signal through human analysis gives you the same risk identification and action process that you're used to. So we're just adding more input, giving more context. And there's 3 questions that you can ask as you go through this. And as you answer these 3 questions, it really guides the way that you are potentially going to react to any of these situations. Is what could change in your access or availability? Based on the scenario that you're evaluating, as I mentioned earlier, you may need to move a data center. You may have civil unrest in an area that you have a remote office. You need to redistribute or adjust whatever systems or people that you have based on what's occurring in the world. Which vendors or data flows are exposed? This falls into that third-party risk management, right? So again, if there is civil unrest or military activity in a particular region that you rely on for services, that those services can continue. That this falls more into that business continuity, that you have those chains, you have those paths that can maintain themselves despite what might be going on in the world. And then lastly, what decisions would we regret not making? So thinking about your future self. This is big theme in my family, is think about your future self and how do you protect your future self. So what would my future self regret if I didn't make a decision today? And maybe it's something simple like, again, writing a help desk ticket or getting a communication out. It could be a small activity now that has an effect later. So think about what could the problem be in the future and how do I protect myself now? And a couple guardrails. Again, we don't want this to be a massive undertaking. I don't want you guys to walk out of here and go, this is way too massive, I'm not going to do anything with this. It should be small and digestible and easily, connect into the processes that you already have. So using small trusted intakes, so threat intel feeds and closed sources, all of the things. Marcus had a great slide on a lot of different sources that you can use. Find those sources, whatever works for you, whatever's important to your industry, make them small, make them trusted. Really utilize those rather than thinking, I've got to check every site that's out there, I've got to use every source. It's too overwhelming. And then make small reversible steps. So remember, this is going to be a proactive process here. So we are waiting for something to happen and protecting ourselves now. So you can do this in small steps. You can create something that's easily deployable, easily reversible, something that may be temporary. As an event happens, you might want to put something in place, that event ends, and we can reverse it. This is not going to necessarily mean that you have to make permanent changes that you can't roll back from. And be calm and ready, not constantly alarmed. As Phil, I'll mention him again, likes to say, we get into cybersecurity so we can be paranoid for everybody else. But we don't need to be paranoid with all the news that's happening out there. I know it's easy these days, but the further we can look into this, the more prepared we can be, the more we can stand in a place where we are, again, being predictive. And when we're predictive, we can be proactive. We don't have to be reactive. All right, game theory. Is anybody familiar with game theory? A little bit. All right, so don't correct me on this if I completely misspeak here. Game theory basically has three components to it. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because I have some case studies that I want to go through using this methodology. But you have three things. You have players, motivations, and moves. And as you can imagine, the players are the people, the countries, the vendors, the consumers, whoever that might be that are involved. Their motivations are what they are going to do, that you think they're going to do, what they might want to protect, what they might want to be aggressive on. Sorry, those are more of the moves. What they're going to be aggressive and protect are more moves, but their motivation's why, right? So it's the who, the what, and the why, essentially. So we'll dive into players a little bit more. As I mentioned, players can be just about anything. You can have governments and vendors. You can have infrastructure suppliers, even the criminal organizations. Anybody who has a stake in the action, the activity, the story that's happening, they are a player. We don't want to go too far into players. You could spend hours listing out players and building motivations. Picking 3 to 5 of the key players is going to make this a much easier exercise. Now for motivations, as I mentioned, there's wants, which are what the player wants to achieve. What are they going after? And it could be a number of things. As you see here, there's a number of items, but money, influence, protection. It could be winning contracts or economic control. Could be land-based wars. Could be anything that is what they want to achieve. And then what they want to protect. These are the things that they must defend. This is the ground that they have to stand on, the line that they won't cross. And it could be, again, a number of these things of economic stability. They may want to take a particular action. So if you look at the motivations, an actor will always protect first, then pursue their wants. They have to defend what is most important before they start going after what they desire. And likely moves. I kind of touched on this just a moment ago, but you have offensive moves, which could be sanctions. It could be to obscure, attack, take on those activities against another player. And defensive moves, which are protecting themselves, which again could be any kind of shift or substitute or stall. These 8 verbs here are an interesting way that you can analyze these stories and really play out the moves. If you want to capture those, you can, but they are generally categorized as offensive and defensive moves. So when you put it all together in a 1-minute primer on this, you have the players, who are the cast, the motivation, their goals, the moves that they're going to take to achieve those goals, and then we're going to put it all together into a cyber translation to get the most useful step. And it's just what we're looking for is the next smallest useful step. All right. So for case studies, I have a case study for each one of those ripple paths. So I have a case study for the policy. I have a case study for civil unrest, and I have a case study for military. So we're going to start with policy here. And you've probably seen this before. Jerry's talked about it. This is the Dutch company Nexperia that was seized by the Dutch government. It's a chip manufacturer owned by the Chinese. And what happened here was the Dutch government basically installed themselves into the management line so they could control decisions that were being made based on national security threats that they felt that if the Chinese were too involved in the manufacture of these chips, it could lead to national security threats. They put themselves on the board. They can control the information that's coming in and going out. And of course, the Chinese weren't too thrilled with that. So as we look at the players, you have the Netherlands, China, EU, and the US. Now, the US tends to be involved in a lot of these here. So I'll get to the US in a moment, but these are kind of your general players. So the Netherlands and China, fairly self-explanatory. You've got the Dutch government that's trying to control the chips, the Chinese who's trying to maintain their company and their business, the European Union and the United States, both have similar reasons why they're players here, and that's greater control over national security in the region. Oh, and then finally you have the customers and suppliers. So these are the companies who are buying those chips. These are chips that are going into automobiles, they're going into machinery. Their industries are struggling if they can't access these chips. So they're going to be a player as well. Motivations. We talked a little bit about this. The Netherlands and EU want to preserve their strategic capabilities. So as I mentioned, they see Chinese chip manufacturing as a threat to national security. They're worried about the Chinese putting spyware or whatever that might look like into their chip manufacturing. They want to control that. They want to have security over that. Chinese are looking to protect the control of their company. They want revenue. They want access to technology. They want to make their sales. They perhaps don't even want to be demonized as the country that's doing all these bad things. The United States, in this story, I found it interesting. They are really pushing on the EU and the Dutch around export control. So this is where I said the US tends to get involved in areas that aren't necessarily within the borders. So what the US's motivation here is to influence the EU around export control. And if you're not familiar, the US has very strict export control technology regulations that prevent most companies from sending, defense technologies, high-tech information, blueprints to missiles, whatever that might look like, to adversaries. They're influencing the EU, and particularly the Netherlands, to apply some of those same stringent standards to the chip manufacturing out there, because the US and China they're of course they're in conflict around technology manufacturing and distribution. And then finally, as I mentioned before, the customers and suppliers, their motivation is to have a stable supply chain. They need to buy and sell their products. They need to have clear compliance rules so they know how to play nicely in the sandbox. And they need to have access to open markets. They're potentially seeing themselves as a victim here, that everybody else is controlling what they're selling and what they're doing, so they need to have that access or their businesses are going to suffer. And so we have likely moves here. So we know the players, we know their motivations. Now, what are they going to do? Of course, I am not a political analyst. I don't think anybody in here is, right? You don't have to be a political analyst. Just have to kind of put your hat on of what would you think based on what they want to protect, what they want to be aggressive on. What do those play into as moves? And who do those moves play to? So for example, you'll have the Dutch and the EU. They have a move to increase the production control to China. They want to joint research and trade with the US. Again, the US is putting a little more pressure on them, which prevents the trade from happening between the EU and the US. So if they play nicely, they have a better trade mechanism between the US. And of course, the suppliers want economic relief. They want to be able to do their business. Chinese, as you might get into if you go deeply into the stories, they're kind of angry here. So what you see is some retaliatory export limits. So China is saying, if you don't let me control my business over here, I'm not going to sell your other technologies over here. So they're playing some economic chess games with the EU. They are also doing that with the US. They're preventing the export of particular technologies to the US as retaliation to what the US's influence is in the EU. And then finally, what they're also offering is alternative methods and alternative technologies to these suppliers. They understand that the supply chain is struggling, so let's give you another avenue. You don't have to buy through this company, but you can buy through this company. So they're trying to keep the money flowing. And the US is putting sanctions onto China. They're putting trade pressure onto the EU. And they are also trying to influence the suppliers by saying, don't buy from China, buy from us. So you'll see here that there's just this flow between all the players. And lastly, with the suppliers, if they put some economic pressure on there, they say, I'm struggling as a supplier, you have to do this better. We're not going to be able to trade, our business is falling down. They're trying to survive. They're pushing back on the EU and China to make this all work. It's kind of exhausting. But how do we tune this into cyber translation? Well, we know that there's identity and access churn risks, components, provenance, and software bill of materials. Whenever we're having these systems and regulatory changes, they're going to have a lot of economic-based translation here. So needing to know where your supplies are coming from, needing to know if your systems are being accessed correctly, and like I said on the previous slide, knowing where when you're paying your vendors, you're expecting payment, all of those financial systems need to be controlled here. So in action, you can see we just put it together, right? We apply all of those motivations, and how do you correct and mitigate some of those motivations? Through addressing the identity and access churn and the software bill of materials. So you put those controls against what we have discovered out of here.
What do you mean by identity and access churn?
Identity and access churn meaning like a turnover of accounts, right? There may be a move to create and ask for new accounts. You're having those identities turn over. You're dealing with somebody new. You're not vetted with this person. Yeah. So we've gone through this, right? So we saw the players, we saw their motivations and their moves. We've put it to action, and this is what we have for for the policy one. The next study, I'll go a little quicker here, is the Georgia election unrest. If you're not aware, in Georgia, there was a recent election that was heavily contested. There were a lot of protests. The government has cracked down on those protesters. They have jailed many of them. There's a lot of privacy issues that have come out of this. But again, these people are pushing back. They are trying to survive. So we have the players here, the Georgian government, the opposition party who claims they have won the election and judicial bodies, and Russia. Russia is involved because Georgia was a previous territory of Russia. They have heavy influence in the political area of Georgia. So the motivations: public order, they want narrative control, they want to maintain power, the existing government. The opposition wants to have fair elections. They claim that they won. They want to have participation in government. They don't want to be put down and smothered there. And the election body, they want to preserve legitimacy. They want this all to be accepted on the world stage. And Russia, as I mentioned, having previous territory, they are looking to deepen their integration into Europe. Their influence into those Eastern European countries is very strong. So they are more aligned with the existing Georgian government and want to see that government prevail. So for moves here, Georgia wants to have that crowd control. They want this story to go away. They want to control the narrative. They want to claim their win. And they want to have reassurances back to Russia because they are so tightly aligned. The opposition party wants to sustain those demonstrations. They don't want to be muted. They are pushing for the election legitimacy with the election bodies, and they are trying to counter the intelligence of Russia. And they're trying to counter that narrative that Russia has and Georgia has. The election bodies are pushing for support and sanctions so that this election has more legitimacy on the world stage. And Russia is really pushing that disinformation. They're pressuring via cyber, they're pressuring disinformation, they're providing control to, they're providing control of the opposition party through their mechanisms. So what does that mean? There is a huge privacy and data minimization effort here. Phishing and credential theft, continuity under this noise and distraction, and then temporary tuning. These are the actions that you can take here, right? Is we know that data, privacy, people's lives are on the bullseye here. So making sure that we protect that data if that is part of your remit. And then phishing, credential theft, MFA. Jerry loves MFA. So doing all of the things that we need to do. So triage what's happening, understand what's going on, harden your privacy, deploy detections based on some of those themes and those players, and then set and review those triggers. This is what I mentioned earlier, is we want to set them, we want to look at them, we want to revisit them because they may not apply in the future. And so our last case study is the Ukraine energy strikes. Ukraine has really upped their strategy in the war with Russia to attack deeper into Russia, to attack their oil infrastructure, and it has had pretty devastating effects on Russia's capabilities to produce oil. So going through this once more, Ukraine, Russia, threat actors, and NATO and EU. And then we have the oil industry. So the motivations here, when you're talking about the war that happens between Russia and Ukraine, I think we all kind of have seen what's been going on over the years. But in this particular instance, Ukraine is really hammering their oil industry to prevent internal supply chain continuity with Russia. If they can't fuel up their tanks, they can't fuel up their jets, they're going to have harder times fighting against Ukraine. Russia needs to project their control, they need to maintain production, and they want to counterstrike. And what I don't have on here as a quick note is Russia exports 70% of its oil to China and India. So there are downstream effects if that oil production dips, that China and India may be future players here as well. NATO and the EU, they are not terribly involved in this war, as we all know, but they're trying to keep this from expanding too far into Europe and keeping those critical flows, keeping those supply chains in the rest of the continent working the way that they need to. Threat actors love this kind of activity because they get the attention, they can recruit, they can monetize some of this chaos, and industry, again, as we saw in the first case study here, they're looking for the stability, predictability. They want their industry to maintain and make money. So in our moves, Ukraine is really looking to increase those strikes. They were successful, they want to continue them. They need some support from the EU. They're asking for more supplies, more money. And then I have here blue team and red team against the threat actors, essentially attacking and defending those threat actors, as we'll see what those motivations are. They want to keep the threat actors from being as successful as they have been. Russia is bombarding Ukraine. They're counterstriking. They're sending more disinformation into the EU about their successes, and they are incentivizing some of these threat actors. These are the threat actors that tend to be aligned with nation states. The EU is doing what they can through diplomacy, whether it's through Russia or Ukraine, whether it's helpful diplomacy or more of the sanctions. They're doing some of that, and they're attempting to police more of the threat actors. And the threat actors, of course, are pushing for cyber campaigns. They are attacking Ukraine, they are providing intel to Russia, and they're just generally being a nuisance towards the EU. So what does that mean for us? Is to help with the access, supplier access finance. Again, this is supply chain, the theme-driven lures. We talked a little bit about that. Second order effects. As I mentioned, oil exports to China and India can have impacts on supplies and vendors in those regions as well. Left of boom scenario is ensuring that you have those signals to precede the noise. So the more we know now, the better actions we can take when it really does come to impact us. So you'll see these are fairly similar. The actions that we're taking don't necessarily need to be huge changes from one scenario to the next. We want to identify what's going on, deploy those detections, prepare our change controls, and then set and review those triggers. Undo what we need to do because we want these to be reversible steps. So putting this all together, again, I'm going to borrow heavily from Marcus because he had a great slide on where to get the cyber intel. So again, we're not all analysts. We don't all work for three-letter agencies. Where do you find this, and how do you get it to be reliable? I feel there's four general buckets here that you can get from: OSINT feeds, headlines, social media, and industry analysis. use these as they fit for you and what is important to your business and your industry. We all struggle with some news headlines. I've had a number of conversations about how trustworthy news can be, and whether the news is itself politicized. And the fact of the matter is, whether you're getting news from one fringe or the other fringe, you can generally distill it down to facts, right? Using the last story, we know that Ukraine bombed infrastructure within Russia. That's a fact. We don't have to get into whether that was right or wrong, successful, not successful, who was, best at all of this. There's no judgment on any of that. So we're just looking at facts. You can find facts from a number of news sources. Industry analysis. I think, Marcus, you also mentioned like some of those Isaacs and some of the other areas that you can get that information that is important to you. These don't have to be equally distributed. You may feel that social media is not important, but social media also tends to be that first flag that you'll see. You might see a post about some protests happening before it hits the news. So social media may not be the most trustworthy news source, but it could be an early indicator. So now we insert this into our threat model. So again, we are just dropping in all of what we just talked about into existing threat models. The idea here is we're not doing anything new. We're adding a new input to what already exists. And then when we triage this, not everything is going to have that immediate impact. It's not going to be that interesting all the time. So we can look at it as a cool traffic light here. When you apply a risk level to it, we can just note it. We can say it's green. Hey, this is something we might want to put on the back burner. We can talk about it later. If we're considering it yellow, we're going to watch this a little bit. We may want to pre-write some documentation, get ready. And then red is we have to act now. This is as we like to hear, wearing your brown pants that day, right? This is what you're doing, right? That's the action. So we want to do less, but do it better. So this advantage that this brings you is less surprise, more orderly response. You can increase your awareness and be predictive. These are the themes that I've been talking about this whole time. The idea is to integrate what we're seeing in the world into our into our threat models by evaluating the news, understanding who those players, their motivations, and their actions are. And that's all I have. Any questions? Questions? Any other questions? Yeah. Go ahead, Jerry.
I wonder, when you're using this model, how often do you have to update it? Like, are the moves and the actions, the players are fairly static, right? You can add a couple, but like, is it transactional where if like there's some development, you have to go back and rethink the whole thing? Or is it more of a strategic picture?
It's more of a,
Please repeat it for the people.
yeah, so the question is, how often do we need to update this model as conditions change, right? So if one of the actors makes a different move, do we have to rerun the whole process, or can we just update in stream? I think that's kind of what you're getting at. And the idea is it's live, right? We keep this live. It's more or less real time. So you can, what I like to do is just kind of write it down on a piece of paper. Here's the players, here's their motivations. You can scratch it off, add a new line. It can be updated without having to rewrite, reprocess everything. As you saw too, the cyber actions that we take are fairly similar. They can kind of be standardized. You can look at those ripple paths of the the civil unrest and say, when civil unrest happens in my industry, these are the types of actions that I want to do. We can preset a lot of that. So depending on what the conditions are, we may already know what we want to do with it. So it should be repeatable. It should be flexible. Again, you shouldn't make this harder than it needs to be. The idea is to do this in 5 minutes. You had a question, right?
Yeah, two-part question.
So part one, do you use or would you consider using search results on parallel stories on foreign search engines like Baidu and whatever the Russian one is, Yandex, to impact your analysis, and what sorts of things would you be looking for to make an impact to your analysis?
So the question is, would you use foreign sources, foreign search engines to widen your perspective? And then what are the types of things that you would look for? The idea is we just want to get to the basic facts. So one of the best ways, I think, to use a news source is to look at that news source and say, how did they report it? And did they make updates to it? So if something changed, did they update it? Did they correct part of their story? And if they're not correcting that, then it's more suspect that they're trying to push a particular kind of agenda. And it's like anyone else that says, you know, I'm right, I'm just not going to budge, this is the hill I'm going to die on sort of thing is not necessarily communicating clearly. So in the respect of using foreign search engines and things like that, sure, if that seems to be good for you. I personally do like to bounce around between places. I'll look at news sources that are based in Europe, based in Asia, based in the US, and kind of get different viewpoints on it. And I find that to be a quick way to easily distill into what those basic facts are. I just need to know who the players are, what happened, and then again, you can use your best critical thinking around creating those motivations and the actions. And it might not be perfect. It might not align to exactly what occurs, but it's also important to your industry. So you're always looking for your own bias, but you're also, you know, you're looking for the bias in everything else. Does that help? Yes.
I was just going to glom onto that topic from personal experience, recommend reading the last paragraph first. If there's an alleged or perceived slant, that fact will be slid in at the end to claim that they did accurate reporting.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So, you know, and I also look at the header of when the last update was, last published time, because you might see in there that it was edited at a certain day or certain time after the original publication. It's a good point. Yeah. Reading from the bottom up does help. Is there another question? Yes.
So I'm curious your thoughts on kind of the time cycle here, because obviously news is 24 hours, news is changing and evolving all the time. You have one incident can evolve over time. And so what are your thoughts on the kind of the cadence when you're doing this analysis of current events and news and adjusting your cybersecurity stance in relation to that? What's your recommendation? I mean, obviously some stories are going to be higher relevance, higher urgency, but just your general thoughts on it.
Yeah, so the idea is to get as far ahead of things as possible. And when you're looking at any kind of news source that may have, or any story that may have an immediate impact, you're going to have to take a different course of action anyway. So the further left that you can get on as many of these things as possible, the better. So, you know, in my feeling is you could probably do this on a weekly cadence to see, you know, what are the hotter items that I need to be aware of. And you're going to have your own narrow perspective on your industry, your business, what's important to you. Once you identify those players, you may say, you know, I don't need to go any further. So I think a weekly cadence with a revisit as things adjust is perfectly fine. You know, that was one of the ideas that I pitched to this guy, was to kind of bring in a weekly deeper dive onto some of these news stories to go into what this all means, because we're not trying to make you know, reactive moves today because something happened. I mean, you're into incident response kind of thing at that point anyway. So I think weekly is fine for the most part, but yeah, you know, you adjust as needed.
Watching those general trends.
Yeah, you watch the trends. You might, you know, you see this again, to use the Russia-Ukraine thing. Well, if they really devastate the oil infrastructure, it's going to take some time for that to be really felt because they have reserves. They might be having, there might be shipments en route somewhere. It's the same thing you see everywhere else, that there's an event and then the feeling happens later. So we're trying to predict that feeling and prepare for it. Any other questions? Anyone else?
I'd just like to say I would second your suggestion of getting that plugged into the show on a regular basis. I think it's really, it's interesting to think of like, well, I feel like it's interesting to think of like how many orgs are actually prioritizing this as like a focus and who's doing it, who's even listening to the information, and then what do you do with it? And by the time you decide, has something else happened that distracts you?
Right.
And it's just a really fascinating kind of series of things. It's endless, I guess,
Yeah, and if you think about it too, that you're already likely doing some of this around hurricanes, for example. You can kind of see them coming. You've got a couple days notice. You might evacuate some people. You might move data over to another data center. So this is really just intelligence of a different variety that you're applying to your models as they exist. So, we joke that politics can be really spicy, but they do drive a lot of what we experience. And we don't have to have these discussions on a red versus blue, a right versus left, me versus you, or America versus the world kind of perspective. We're trying to eliminate all of those biases as much as possible and really just dive into the facts, identify who's playing, what they want, and how they're doing it. And I think you can achieve that with avoiding the landmines of political discussion.
I think it's a very different conversation where you're talking about the impact of the events versus the reason behind or the value of the decision that led to it.
Exactly right.
It's a very different conversation.
Yes. I don't care that somebody was motivated a particular way. I don't have to align with that. I don't have to agree with it. I just care about the impact.
And you want to anticipate
Right.
how they're going to do it.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. All right.
good stuff, man.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So glad you came out for this. Appreciate you coming all this way. Guys, we're going to take a little bit of a shorter break because we're going to wrap this day up. We got local legend Lou finishing us up today, and I'm very excited. I'll have a quick intro for him, but why don't we take 5, go to the bathroom, stretch, get some water. Let's come back and rock this out. See you guys. Good. All right, we are at the end of the day. Jesse, big shout out to you, man. You've been incredibly helpful to me. You saved someone from sharing their phone number publicly, and obviously fixed the technical issues. I think it goes without saying, man, you've been very instrumental in the success of this room. So thank you, man, for all you do, not just today, for all you do always for this community and for Simply Cyber, dude. You are a gem, and I love you from the bottom of my heart. All right? There you go, bud. All right, so last we have Lou Vega, who I've got to say that you did something last year in your presentation. I think it was from beans to breeches. Is that what it was called? You had a image that I've thought about probably 50, 60 times in different contexts since. So he put an image up of like the back of a building, and it was like a guardrail. I mean, it looks like the back of like a warehouse. You know, there's like a door and there's just a walkway. And he's like, yeah, look, it's just basically like a boring looking building if you're just a regular person. But what if you're a skateboarder? And he went through all this stuff. And I swear, man, like I instinctively look at things now differently through lenses of, and I just think of people. I'm like, well, what a firefighter, look at this playground. Like, it's weird how it's triggered my brain. I have not been the same. I may need therapy. I don't know. But I can tell you that that really had a lasting impression on me. And I talk about it with my son. And I'm sure you have, that probably wasn't the intention, but that was really impactful for me. And so you have a high bar today for me personally, man. But Lou I refer to him as a local legend. This is an incredibly instrumental person to the Charleston area. Been instrumental. His name has come up to me multiple times for people that go to meetups, and is incredibly important as people like Jerry are to the greater population and to a much larger audience. The core and the heartbeat of the cybersecurity community is within the individual communities and the people that step up over and over and over again and pay it forward so that others can really join in. And people like Lou are those heartbeat people. And so just kind of want to set the stage for somebody I have a lot of respect for, and honestly, who's rewired my brain for the last year. So Lou, really excited to see, and I think your title is appropriately labeled. So really excited, man.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so today's presentation is Trust the Weird, Manual Testing in a Push-Button World. A little bit about me. My name is Lou Vega. I'm an application product security lead for VDA Labs, a small cybersecurity firm out of Michigan. And I do application and product pen testing all the time. That's my full-time job. One of the founders of the Charleston InfoSec group that he was alluding to here, local cybersecurity group. And I hacked an ATM multiple times for fun and profit. The high score screen up here is from B-Sides 2016 or 2015. And then more recently, I spent 2 weeks on site at an ATM manufacturer looking for vulnerabilities in a new ATM that they were getting ready to put out to the public. And that was a lot of fun, like a lot of fun. Love ATMs. If you see me walk away from one, you should probably walk away from one too. If I'm not willing to use that particular ATM, yeah. So what does this talk about? So the idea for this became something that came out of an email I got about 2 years ago from a client. And we had done a web app pen test for them, and they wanted to know what burp scanner configuration did I use to find this particular vulnerability. And I said, well, I didn't use a specific configuration. I said, there was something weird in your app. I traced it down and I found a vulnerability. There was, I had a stock Burp Pro. Burp's a great tool, but it wasn't what found the vulnerability. So it kind of got me thinking, like, because I've had that come up since then with other clients who are like, can you show me what tool you use to find? Well, sort of, but not really, because I'm clicking a button and it tells me, oh, you've got SQL injection or cross-site scripting or this business logic flow. It's just looking at something, looking at it from a different lens, and then realizing that something's not right there, and then chasing that down to figure out what it is. It's also not about replacing automation or hating on scanners or AI or anything else that helps people secure their applications or their infrastructure. It's more about supplementing that with, the scanners out there, AI tools, they're all great for doing what they do. And a lot of what they do is uncover a lot of low-hanging fruit, like we say, faulty configurations or things that are known, but they're not going to uncover necessarily new stuff, at least not yet. So we're going to talk about, we're going to look at why automation and AI can fail. We're going to look at something I look at as kind of a curiosity testing workflow. Take a look at what organizations can do to help secure their projects and what ethical hackers can do to help them. And then finally, we're going to look at some questions that curious hackers can ask when looking at an application to help them dig deeper, find the weird, and uncover what scans miss. So why does push-button scanning fail for security? How many people remember way back in the days, the early days of computing, you had antivirus that you had to update your signatures like once a month or something, right? And the biggest problem with those antivirus scanners is they only found the old viruses, the ones that were in those definition files that you updated. So if a new virus came out, it didn't find that until next month when you got the update. So a lot of times and virus scanners got better, to their credit. They stopped looking at just specific things about a given virus. They started looking at heuristics, like what are virus-like activities that are happening on the system, and let's flag that and let somebody know that this is happening, and maybe you've got a new virus that we're not aware of yet. So they got better, but they're always still just kind of telling you what's in the past. How many people are familiar with like OWASP Juice Shop? Okay, OWASP Juice Shop is a purposely vulnerable web application built by the OWASP organization, and it's for people to learn web application pen testing, right? It's purposely vulnerable, so it's got tons of vulnerabilities in it. And the goal is that somebody can download that, stand it up, they can start to explore and see what those vulnerabilities look like when they're using Burp Suite or OWASP Zap or whatever other tool they're using to test for vulnerabilities. Now, the thing is, you know that OWASP Juice Shop has tons of vulnerabilities in it. Like, there's a whole walkthrough. You can see a lot of vulnerabilities. But on the flip side of that, you can point Burp Suite or OWASP Zap or any other tool at it and say scan, and it's going to tell you maybe a handful of things, but it's not going to find all the vulnerabilities. Why is that? Because some of them you can't find just by using a tool. You have to see something weird and then think, why is that happening? And then go chase it down. We've even seen this in static code analysis. So static code analysis, you look at source code and you're looking for vulnerabilities in source code. Things that would lead to the application being vulnerable. So for example, taking untrusted input from an end user and passing it directly into a database query, right? That's a classic recipe for SQL injection. You can look at source code and see those kind of things, and source code scanners can tell you that they found something. You can go test it and find out that for some other reason it may not be exploitable in the actual application, but there'll be other areas of the application where it doesn't find that at all, but it's still vulnerable. So again, not bashing on scanners because of what they can't do, but just realize what they're good at and use them for that, and really focus in on what your human element can add to the scanning. So some other reasons that the scanners and the tools can fail: alert fatigue. There's a ton of false positives and false negatives. Okay, so one of the things I remember when I first got into information security, I used to really dread it when the network security team for the Navy would come and throw a report at us and say, these are all the things that are wrong with your network. And I'm like, those are not really applicable to my network. We don't use this product. We're not configured. And it was just, all they were doing was running a tool, generating a report and throwing it over the wall. And so we had to spend a lot of time and energy validating why these weren't an issue. And that made us really tired and really not liking the security team, because they just kind of threw a whole bunch of stuff at us, and it ended up being busy work. One of the things I prided myself in when I switch sides to the person who's producing those kind of reports and handing them to an organization is making sure that as much as possible, the stuff I'm giving them is actionable. So if I'm telling you that there's cross-site scripting or SQL injection, it's because I've actually exploited it in your application, not because the scanner suggested that it might be possible. And I've actually gotten feedback from clients that say they actually appreciate that because they'll get a report from their own internal team that says, hey, they said that we have this vulnerability here. They mark it as a high, you marked it as informational, why? And I'm like, oh, well, because when I saw that, I went and tried to exploit it. I couldn't. So I said, well, you know what? Given an unlimited amount of time, somebody might be able to exploit it. But in the 2 weeks of testing that I was doing, I couldn't. I figure most other attackers are not going to be able to do the same. So I'm just marking it as informational. Here, take a look at this. But I'm not saying, go fix it right away. Another thing that happens is you've got the complexity of the evolving landscape. Keeping up with security is like drinking from a fire hose. I was just talking with him before the talk here. This guy I knew a couple years ago that got into InfoSec from accounting. He left the InfoSec world after 2 years because he's like, I don't want to keep up anymore. It's too much to keep up with. And I'm just going back to accounting because it's predictable. I know math, I know numbers. The laws change a little bit every year, but that's about it. There's also a diversity of attack vectors, third-party libraries, social engineering, shifting security boundaries. All these things make it harder to accurately identify those kind of vulnerabilities. And then finally, there's cultural issues. In many cases, security is an afterthought. When do we get called in to test web applications? After they've deployed it. It's already an issue at that point. And then there's also the cultural of us versus them, not necessarily attackers versus the organization, but security versus DevOps and security versus the business. Because of those things that I was talking about before, where security teams would just throw a report over the wall and say, here's all the stuff that's wrong, fix it. And most of it might not be applicable. The business ends up not liking the security team for those things. So what are some things that you can do as a tester? This is kind of like a curiosity testing workflow. One thing is looking for the weird. What is that odd response? What caused it? Can you make it happen again? One of the stories I tell about my InfoSec origins, so to speak, is many, many years ago when I was still a teenager, my dad got me a computer system, an old Apple IIe. It had some computer games. Back in those days, games on a lot of the games that I had on that system were not compiled games. They were loaded into memory from a program. And one day I was playing one of the games, it crashed. I didn't realize what I'd done wrong, but all of a sudden I see this program code on the screen and I'm like, what is that? And then I was like, wait a minute, what is that? Because I see something where it says gold equals 99 and I'm like, I had 99 gold when the game crashed. Can I change that number? Because if I can, that's going to make my game a whole lot more fun. So then the question became, can I repeat that? And at first I couldn't make it crash again. I was trying so hard. And then eventually I learned other ways to make it crash or to just edit the game file directly. But that's a whole nother story. But that leads into the second one, get curious. What's really happening? What happens if you change some variable? There'll be so many times where I'll see an application and I'm looking at the assumptions that the developer makes. For example, if they've got a sign-up form, or here's a good one from a recent test, forgot password form, right? Enter your email address to get the reset password workflow going. All right, well, they're expecting an email address in there. Can I put 2 in? I'll comma separate them. Because if I can put 2 in, well, he'll get the reset, but so will I. Because I'll put my address as the second one. And guess what? I found applications where that actually works. And that leads into the third one, try stuff, quickly and iteratively try different ideas. I think I have it in a later slide, but the thing I remember when I was a software developer years ago, we had a mantra on our team, all user input is evil, okay? Anything that a user can put into your application is evil. Don't trust it, don't work with it, sanitize it, do whatever you can, but render that input safe. As an attacker, I look at all user input as a chance for a code execution vector. It's my opportunity as an attacker to get code that I want to run within the context of your application, if I can figure it out. Also look at connecting the dots. Can you chain what you're finding with anything else? And what's the impact of that? Can you take several smaller vulnerabilities and link them up together to make something bigger? And then finally, show your work. Document everything. And remember, you're not paid to hack, you're paid for the report. Now, I always tell people, especially the high school students, when I go out and talk to schools, everybody wants to be a hacker until it's time to write the report. Because now all of a sudden you have to show this, but you also have to do, there was a previous talk today, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was talking about how security people can speak business. You have to be able to explain the vulnerability in a way that the business will understand and care about. So some tips for getting weird. Always look for that user-controlled input. Again, that's the number one thing. And in fact, if you go back and look through a number of different CVEs that are public and out there right now, you'll be surprised how many of those come back to something that is user-controllable input that is the root cause of why that's an issue. Not all of them, obviously, but there's a large number of them. Another thing, look for verbose error messages. So while you're testing an application, as a developer, I had verbose error messages in my dev environment because when something went wrong, I want to know how to fix it. And so that verbose error message tells me, yeah, I was expecting this data type at this location, but I got something else. And because of that, I'm now giving you this stack trace and go figure out how to fix it, right? Well, as an attacker, I love verbose error messages because they tell me what went wrong with my attack and how I might be able to fix it and get it to work the next time. Play with state. How does changing the state of something affect it in the workflow? Looking for and messing with hidden inputs. Not all of the inputs on an application are going to necessarily be just in a form on the screen, for example. I found an application one time where they were doing some weird stuff with a custom cookie that they set. And I was like, well, I'm going to just start putting some different values in that cookie because I know that they're taking that, whatever's in that cookie, they're parsing it and they're doing something with it. And it's my opportunity to get code execution. So I'm going to start putting weird stuff in there and see what happens. And in that case, it actually worked and it was a fun vulnerability to find. Another thing, look for timing and race conditions. What happens if you've got, multiple things coming in at once? How does it handle if 2 things come in at the same time, or 3 or 4 or 500 things come in at the same time? Which one wins? Can you have multiple states or multiple pieces of data coming in all at once? Find out which one wins, and if you can find a way to leverage that. So these are, again, this is not an end-all and be-all of how you're going to find it, but this is to hopefully get the ideas flowing, and you'll look at it, like I said, a little bit differently. What can organizations do to help themselves a little bit? So one of the things with organizations, I would say to schedule curiosity time. You know, even if it's something as little as, say, 2 hours per week for a dev or security lead, to look at the application or the code, not just from a code quality perspective of, you know, does it do what it's supposed to do? Does it meet the user story and all that kind of stuff? But what could it do? You know, if you were not constrained to whatever constraints you're artificially placing on this. Are there things that you can make it do that, you know, it's going to do logically, but that you're not intending for it to do? I've had that come from a client too before. They were like, I didn't know my code could actually do that until I saw your exploit. And I'm like, well, that's awesome. I'm glad I could help. Another thing for organizations is it's an unrealistic expectation to have all of your outside security testers only attack as a internet outsider. I get that a lot in scoping calls with companies. They're like, well, we don't want to tell you about our application because we want you to attack it like an outsider. And I'm like, well, okay, an outsider is going to have unlimited time they can spend on this. If they're interested enough, they can go after your app for a year. You know, I have 2 weeks. So do you want me to get as thorough into this as I can? Or do you want me to really just spend 2 weeks as an outsider and maybe not get anything? It's your choice. I mean, you're paying for the test, but you're going to get better results if you can tell me a little bit about this application and I can attack it with some information to make this 2 weeks that you're paying for a little bit more productive. Another thing is for people that are putting these applications out there, rotate out fresh eyes. Have complete outsiders or teammates or whatever check your stuff. I remember as a developer, there'd be times where I'm sitting there and my code's just not working. And I'm like, what is going on? And one of my buddies will come over and be like, well, there's your problem right there. You know, he's looked at it for 10 seconds and sees the problem that I couldn't see because I was just blind to it looking at it for an hour straight or whatever. You know, so you'll see that often with applications when developers are testing their own applications, they know how it's supposed to work. So they're kind of putting those biases into their testing process. I don't know how it's supposed to work. So I'm going to do something like put 2 email addresses in your password workflow instead of just 1. Another thing is capture the weird. So start creating a log to document the types of anomalies that you find. Kind of like what we were saying in the beginning with the virus, antivirus definitions. Build your own dictionary of weird stuff that you found and how that impacted the application and also what was done to fix it, you know, so that when you run into it again, you can help somebody else solve that problem. One of the things I mentioned earlier with static code analyzers that will miss some things, I've started my own collection of regexes that basically it was stuff that I found in code that resulted in a specific vulnerability that was missed by a static code analyzer. You know, so I have my own shell script basically that runs and looks for certain things, and I'll run that on it in addition to using, you know, other code analyzers. What are some things you can do as the ethical hacker to help the organizations? One of the things is take some time to understand the application as it's really supposed to work. When I'm talking with the customers about their applications and trying to get over that initial hurdle of they want me to test it as an internet outsider, and we finally get to a productive conversation, I ask them a lot of questions about how it's supposed to work, and I'll ask them for somebody to walk through a normal workflow. Like, show me what a regular user is going to do with this application, whatever that application is. And I want you to walk through those steps because I'm looking at it with different eyes the entire time. So I'm seeing different things that the application is showing or doing and making notes of ways that might be misused. When I worked in a much larger organization as part of a security team for a large government application, one of the things that I would do was I would sit in with the developers when they were developing new stuff or even storyboarding new stuff and start to make notes of, what are some potential things that could go wrong with this solution that they're proposing before they even get to writing code. They're using X framework. Oh, well, that framework has known vulnerabilities and a traditional, problem with getting updates for it. Maybe don't use that framework, use a different one. As the ethical hacker also, remember you're part of the team, security, DevOps, the business, security. One of the things that my clients have also said that they like is that they don't feel like I'm bashing them with the report when I give them the report at the end of the engagement. They like that I'll call out positive things too. So I don't just, say, oh, you had these flaws in the application. If something was particularly done well, I'll call that out too as a strength of the application. They almost never hear positives coming from security. They only hear the bad stuff. And so they end up liking working with me, and we've gotten repeat calls back because of that. And then also maintain communication. Don't just start testing and go silent on them. I try to give them, at least every 2 to 3 days or so, some kind of an update. Like, hey, yeah, you guys have done really good against SQL injection attacks that I've been hammering on your application. But, so that's a solid win for the defense, but I'm hoping to get some leverage with this type of attack I'm going to try tomorrow. And again, like I said, let them know what you're finding, good and the bad. Again, because they hear all the time the bad stuff. So finally, we get to a list of questions, some things, and I can drop these in the Discord later on for folks. Don't have to worry about trying to catch a screenshot or whatever. But some things, again, this is a good starting place for when you're looking at an application for security issues. But by all means, it's not the only thing. So what looks wrong or unexpected here? When you do something with the app, do you get weird responses? Do you get something that you weren't expecting from the application? I remember one time I was testing an application and I was trying to figure out a way to get past their cross-site scripting defenses. They if you just put like script alert 1 in there, it threw that out like, we don't accept that. It's just not going to work. So I was looking at different ways to try to bypass that. And I noticed I had a URL encoded character that was accidentally copied in from another payload that I was testing, and it rendered that URL encoded payload the way it was supposed to be. So I had like a %41, and in the response it showed A, and I was like, it's doing that automatically on the back end. Can I just encode my entire payload and maybe it'll bypass whatever static thing it did in that case? But that was just one weird thing that I noticed, and then go get something out of it. Speaking of that, going into number 2, what assumptions about the app, or what assumptions is the app making about the user? So try to look at that application and look at the developers. What are they expecting that a user is going to do with that particular app? Again, looking at something like an account sign-up form, you got a name, address, email, phone number. you know, they're expecting you to put those types of things in there, but what if you put something completely different in there? You know, can you get different responses out of the application? You know, what happens if you change a specific input or value? There was one application we were able to, and we didn't make it a high priority finding, but we noticed that there was a remember me checkbox on the login form. And all that did was put a cookie that had a, you know, remember me equals true or false. But if I manually put that cookie to something other than true or false, the application would just crash. And it's like, okay, that's not necessarily a security issue, but it is an availability issue. So, you know, let them know, okay, this is something that happened here, by changing an expected value to something completely unexpected. What about the application leaking information in errors, headers, or metadata? We have one company, the first 2 years that I was testing them, we always got them on this one medium finding that was basically user enumeration. So you could enumerate valid users of the application based on the response that the application gave when you try to log in. So in the first year, it was a very basic one. It would just be like, if you put a valid username in and a wrong password, it would just tell you password incorrect. If you put the wrong username in, you know, it would tell you the username was incorrect. So it's like, okay, you should fix that to a more generic message. Well, the next year they fixed it to a more generic message, but they returned a JSON object that said like user false. And it's like, okay, guys, you're doing this by the, you know, the spirit of the, or the letter of the law you have fixed, but the spirit of it you have not. You're still giving me information as an attacker, whether that user is valid or not. So go back and try this again. What happens if you repeat, reorder, or skip steps in a workflow? You know, there's a lot of applications out there that seem to be very dependent on workflow of things being done in a certain order. And what happens if you change that order or skip a step altogether? I had an application I was testing where when they created users in the application, they would check to see if the organization that was creating the user had a valid license for that new user. Perfectly normal to, you know, kind of expect something like that. However, they didn't do that check until after they created the user. So it would create the user, then it would do that check, and it would say, oh, they don't have a license for a user, and it would just fail, but the user was still created. And so that had me wondering, is it a valid user? So I was able to capture the request, see that the user was created, and then I was able to log in with that user still. Now I couldn't do anything in the application, but I was still authenticated to it suddenly. So now it became a question of, I've got this ghost user in the system, what can I do with it? And it turned out I could do quite a bit, because they weren't expecting ghost users in the application. But they just had to go switch, you know, one thing and, you know, maybe not create the user, do the license check first. If it fails, don't create the user. How can you combine small quirks into a bigger issue? Again, like we were talking about before, finding, you know, a bunch of small things and leading into something much bigger. Another one that we touched on before, could timing or concurrency make this behave differently? What does the client do that the server trusts? Again, this gets into user controllable input. If it's trusted on the client, does the server automatically trust that data also? One of the things I loved being able to do is find a way to get data written to a backend database for a system, because a lot of times applications will trust the data coming out of their database explicitly. So if I could find a way to get my malicious data into their database, then when it goes to pull that out as part of the application's workflow, it might trust that and do what I want it to do, which is not what the developer wants. Are there endpoints, fields, or behaviors that are exposed but not in the UI? So one thing I spend a lot of time doing when I first hit an application is I'll start pulling down all the JavaScript files that are associated with that web application, because there's a lot of JavaScript files. Number one, they're mostly available unauthenticated. Number two, there's a lot of JavaScript files that will have a lot of code and comments and stuff in there, and I'll start parsing through that to look for stuff that maybe is being toyed with, hasn't been implemented yet, was implemented, but there was this bug, and they've documented all this in comments or whatever in the code, but it's not part of the main application. Like, you're not going to see it clicking around in the UI. And then finally, if I were the attacker nobody expects, what would I try? You know, are there things that you might do that is completely unexpected by the application? And that actually brings me to the end. The QR code, I promise, is just my LinkedIn profile. It is not anything malicious or anything. So if you're interested, if you have questions afterwards, feel free to connect to me on LinkedIn. Again, my favorite high score screen, ATM that was hacked to B-sides. And thank you to Simply CyberCon and everybody for putting this together. Any questions? Yes.
So when you do present your report to the client, and the client responds back with that, what tool did you use? What extension did you use? How would you recommend coming at that issue rather than just saying, "Oh, well, I just did"? How do you kind of go into opening the opportunity to explain what you did instead of it just being like, "Well, I didn't use these tools you're familiar with. I used my brain." How do you?
I'll usually explain it with. So the report always comes with what we call evidence that, for each finding. So we've got screenshots or code snippets or whatever that shows how we arrived at that vulnerability and the proof. So we'll kind of walk through that and say, well, using Burp Suite, we intercepted this request, changed this value, and then it, you get this response from it. So. Yes.
What percentage of people you've worked with over the years from a developer standpoint naturally think like that, ask those questions, like that list of 10 questions, like go that route of thinking?
Developers,
yeah.
I don't know that I've ever run into too many developers that have done that. People that I work with, even there's not as many that go into that depth.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to my talk from last year. It's a mindset change that has to kind of occur to start thinking of things differently.
Yeah, I'll send that to my team. That slide just to say, hey man, I think these are all worth intentionally thinking.
Yeah, like
about.
I said, I'll drop that into the Discord as a PDF or something so that it's easy to move around.
I can see you getting lost in a whole lot of fun trials and errors.
Yes.
Silliest or most ridiculous finding?
Silliest or most ridiculous finding? Probably a toss-up between textbook SQL injection on a login form for a sheriff's office, where it was literally just put or 1 = 1 in the password fields, and all of a sudden I was logged into the sheriff's web application. Or another one where they were just doing admin = true in the cookie, and that you were an admin in the app. I mean, again, I expect to find those things in a CTF, not in a production application that's out there for a business, a real business.
Joey's cousin made it.
That's true in some cases. Some of the applications that I'll look at, it really does look like somebody opened up Visual Studio 2005, started writing a web app, and then just continued to add to it since then. Any other questions? Oh, yes.
Most difficult or mentally torturous finding?
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot.
So that might be a toss-up between a banking application where we finally got SQL injection, but it was on a mortgage application that had over 160 data points. And only one of those fields was actually injectable. So it was kind of going through all of that. And I was thinking, as a banking application, you know, they might have had, at some point, somebody needed a fix done to it. And they're just like, we don't care, just push it through. The VP says push this change through without going through normal testing. And that was what I was hoping. And that's what I ended up finding. Another one was somebody that had a GraphQL set up and they had suggestions turned on. So suggestions give you like, you know, did you mean this? And I basically use that to write my own addition to their query to get the password reset links for all the users and do account takeover on all their accounts. But that one I had to work for because it obviously wasn't going to do that out of the box. I had to use their suggestion in GraphQL to like add to my, and it became this big, long, messy query, but it worked. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Another great one, man.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Go. This good? We get Jerry up here. Just a subtle reminder that Thursday, I believe. Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah, there's a magnet on the inside.
It is episode 1000 of the Daily Cyber Collectors. And you say it like that, and it's like, yeah, it's awesome. And then you think about it like 1,000, man. 1,000. And how many times did he lose his freaking mind on that show? It's my favorite thing in the world. when he loses his emotions and he just like goes off the rail, my day is definitely better. And when it starts the day off that way, I'm like, this is the best. But anyways, I want to personally thank Jerry for inviting me back. I want to thank all the speakers for blowing my mind today and giving me a lot to chew on. I don't know if anybody takes notes, but I took a ridiculous amount of notes. I've got a nub of a pencil. Where's James? James, man, definitely jealous that I didn't get to see everything you did and get to hang out with you more today, but appreciated getting to work with you. And also thanks for the tip last night, man, on how to better do this. So anyways, I'm going to shut up now. I just want to thank everybody for being so pleasant to be around, being awesome, traveling in. I know a lot of you guys have a long ways to go to get home, so safe travels to everybody. And thanks for being such an awesome freaking crowd.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you had an absolute awesome time today. I talked to pretty much all of you at one point. Hopefully, I got to all of you at some point today. And it was consistent, the feedback, even the sponsors, you know, who basically paid to be here. Like, they were like, this is amazing, this community. Like, it's so cool. Like, the vibe is cool. People are super nice. So it really does take a village. So I want to say thank you, right, on behalf of me and my family. I do want to say thank you to the speakers. I attended Elliot's talk and Marcus Kyler's talk. I was at a couple pop-up workshops, including Callan's pop-up workshop, which was pretty cool. And the quality of content was amazing. I'm actually going to go back and watch some of them. I want to see Mara Levy's Goonies talk, and I just got pulled into something I couldn't go. But some people doing their first talk ever, which unlocks so much potential for you to have the confidence to do the next one and start building that personal brand. So thank you. Again, guys, I know you've probably seen me like melting down on stream, coming up to this event because of the level of effort. It was a lot of work, but I'm telling you, it's absolutely a village, and it would be ridiculous if I didn't mention this. So I do want to say shout out to obviously Joe Hudson and his tech team over here, Jesse Johnson, as the mic guy. So if you were, yeah. If you enjoyed track one today, if you were, watching on stream, 140 plus people on the stream. So, just double this conference size, basically. You have them to thank for track one. Track two, James McQuiggan, I know Joe mentioned him, but it bears repeating.
James McQuiggan and Casually Joseph were there all day working, right? Like while we enjoyed ourselves, they were busting their hump to make sure that it was a good experience. And Justin Gold is kind of the third AV guy. So thank you to MCs and AVs. Also, it is a little bit of an unsung hero position, but registration, someone's got to be there to be the first person to say hello to you. I want to say shout out to Nerman. Nerman, who wanted to do so much, Nerman. And it was, they tag team to Nadine, my wife Nadine was there at the first half, and Kimberly swapped in at some point. Kimberly Can Fix It, who was also responsible for much of the graphics. If you enjoyed the visual palette of Simply Cyber, you can thank Kimberly Can Fix It for that. So thank you for that. Of course, thank you to the sponsors, ThreatLocker, Side Channel, Soteria, Barricade. Appreciate you guys coming out. I do want to point out a couple fun things. So the furthest someone traveled that I can tell is California. We had some people who flew in from Palm Springs, 2 people from Palm Springs that I got to meet there. They are in the back. I love it. And Lindsay from Las Vegas is a close second. So thank you for making the trip. It's definitely hard to get here. So let's talk about, well, I'll do the CTF in just a second. I want everyone to know that we will be sending out, Kimberly, we have to do this. We will be sending out CPEs. So this is a conference. You know, CPs are fun to get when they're fun to get. So we have the whole list, right? We've got your emails, right? So we'll send out an email to everybody virtual as well. Just, you know, like an official looking Simply CyberCon. Yeah, if you register. Yeah, I mean, if you just like crept in here, like, yeah, I mean, we don't have you. Okay, and then we did have the CTF. So I do want to mention that. Oh, I had a graphic back there. You guys saw it. Roman's going to come up and join us here. We had 2 CTFs going, a lot of people playing on them. I do want to mention the OSINT CTF was sponsored by ThreatLocker, and the first place prize to that was also some of the regular things that we're doing here, but it's also a ticket to Zero Trust World, which is like a $600 ticket. And I went to that conference last year. It's very good. It's very, very good. So first place is going to have that. And then several other things. So I'll turn it over to Roman, and then I have just a couple more announcements at the end. Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
You're good. Right. Oh, fancy. Okay. Should I just use the
Well, it's because the virtual audience.
All right,
can't
makes
hear
sense. Am I supposed to use both of these?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming out and participating in the CTF. Thank you, Jerry, for inviting us. We love partnering with Simply Cyber. We've been working with you all for probably almost a year or more for our Flash CTFs. So every month we run a 2-hour event, and Simply Cyber has been sponsoring prizes for that for a really long time. We had 2 CTFs going on. It was both the same platform. Just the OSINT CTF was a subset of the questions, in the main CTF. I'm going to start by announcing the winners for the OSINT CTF. So I think we actually had 4 or 5 teams who were able to solve all 6 of the challenges. But there was one team that solved all of those challenges first. And that team was, I think, the Pants. Congratulations.
The Pants.
Cam and Dustin. So you can.
Congratulations. Very nice. Nice job, Kenny.
So Michal Khan has written this. So in addition to his famous The Phantom CISO book, he has this A Kilobyte of Jokes, which is just a book of dad jokes book that he likes to give out. And so in addition to the ticket to Zero Trust WorldCon, you can also get this book. And so I have your email addresses, so I'll forward them to you.
Yep.
And we'll do that.
We'll take care of it. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
All right, so we have a handful of other prizes for the main CTF. So I'm going to say what the prizes are. I'm going to announce from 3rd to 1st place. But then, if 1st place, you can come up and you can pick a prize from the pool, and then we'll go down the list. I suspect that some of the winners might have been virtual, so I'm going to reserve some of these prizes for you, and then we can coordinate offline, and which ones of those you want. So in 3rd place, we have, well, I was going to say team, but it's actually an individual. William, let's see. So it looks like there are two individuals who have the same score and they have the same last name. Are you Team Elite Script Kiddies and Miami Metro Building teams?
Right there.
Is that you? All right. So do you mind being counted as one team? All right. So you came in second place. Congratulations. In third place, we have Samantha Van Horn from KC. Congratulations. Are you here?
I
don't know if she's here. I think she. Oh, is that you? Yeah. Well, come here. Yeah. So you placed third, and finally in first place with a really large lead, we have Team Purple from Tandem. Arjun, Varun, Vishva, and Anthony. Congratulations.
Are you here in person?
Are you here in person? Please come up. I saw you in person. Are you here? All right. So I'm just going to reserve some of these prizes for them. And then you can, we'll assign them later. But all right, second place team, do you want to come up and pick a prize? And then third place, you can pick a prize. And I'm going to quickly name.
Did you write the prizes down, or how do we know?
Yeah. So there are. How many tickets do you have to the Zero Trust Worldcon?
Just the one. So that the prizes are. We didn't really say what the prizes were, just so people know.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. I'm sorry. You do it. I don't know why I just got involved.
No, you're good. I did mention what they were. So it's.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
Did I or did I not? No, all right. Okay. All right. Sorry. So the prizes are 1 year of Hack Smarter Lab access. Thank you, Tyler. We have 5 Simply Cyber Academy course vouchers.
Yep.
And then we have 1 year of access to our platform, MetaCTF on Demand Labs. Plus, we have some books from Michelle Kahn, the famous book, The Phantom System.
And there's 4 Hack Smarter Lab annuals, not just one.
Well, 1 year, yeah, 4 vouchers,
Yep.
1 year access, yeah. So you can write down your name next to the ones that you won. Just to save time, I'm going to name a few raffle winners. So anybody who participated in the CTF who's solved at least one challenge, we have your name in the list. Please come up, and then you can take the remaining prizes, and I'll hand it over to Jerry just so we can keep going. All right, so Zahim Shakir, are you here? Zahim. All right, I'm gonna, if you message me back on Discord, I'll give you the prize. William Cubits.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's you. Sierra Montgomery, are you here in person? Okay. All right. Kevin C. Kevin. All right. Chad Wiggins.
Yeah, shut him off.
Congratulations. Chuck Sapp.
He's online.
Okay.
Way to go, Chuck. It's cool.
John T. Sutton. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly or not. All right. I think what I'll do is I have the list of prizes.
Sure.
I will email the winners, and then you can let me know your preferences. Thanks again.
Yeah.
All right. So the scoreboard has been reopened, or it's going to reopen in a few minutes. If you want to see the solutions, you can email me. My business card is right here, or you can just send a message in Discord. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank Michelle Kahn, who actually developed the 6 questions for the OSINT challenge for the contest. So I mean, for him, it was easy, like whipped it out in like 30 seconds, but like it made it a very special event and a special challenge. And I hadn't really seen like a OSINT CTF in the past. I do want to quickly say, I know we just like applauded him, but like Roman and the Meta CTF team, like I was going to do this part with the raffles. And he's like, there's books and then the prizes, and which I like got the prizes. And he's like, and then there's winners and raffles. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, I'll just do it. So thank you. I know. So yes, thank you. Roman's the best. All right. I do want to say the training, thank you to Steve and Michelle for doing the training yesterday. Those who did take the training, I got amazing feedback. So super cool. I'm like, it's like, we're a real boy kind of event. So, it's good. So before we wrap up, I want everyone to know some of us, all of us are welcome to heading to a place called Frothy Beard Brewing Company. It is just a couple miles away across the water. It is family friendly. It's a cool little joint. And it's just kind of a post, like, let's celebrate and be with each other a little bit longer. And basically, I don't know. A lot of people have said, I wish this event wasn't ending right now. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you all so very much. Please travel safe back. If you're going to the party, I can't wait to hang out and high five with you. I hope you had a great experience. And thank you for being part of Simply Cyber. Oh, yeah. Ready?
Good job.
Thank you.